But with that being said, we are going to be jumping into kind of our main topic here, which is Iron Man 2008. You watched this a couple weeks ago, right?
Yes,
you
I
rewatched
did.
the movie?
Yes, I did. I watched the entire trilogy, actually.
Ooh, fun. And I rewatched it this morning, so it's very fresh in my mind since I rewatched it. Did you see this one in theaters? Like, did you see this when it first came out?
This was before I got back heavy into comics.
Gotcha.
Yeah. My first Marvel film in theaters was Avengers.
Better than me. My first was Infinity War. I was really late. I didn't get into Marvel really until Infinity War. Which, I mean, if you want me to make you feel old, I was 6 when Iron Man came out.
Wow, I am old though, so that's crazy. But no, I saw this when my mom was working. She always had a guy at her job that was like the bootleg man or whatever. So I saw the bootleg copy of Iron Man that had people walking through the screen. That's how I experienced Iron Man.
That's amazing. Yeah, I remember, man, I'm trying to think what my first Marvel movie I think was. I mean, in general, it's that hero, the next generation movie with all the kids. Yeah, that was my first proper one.
I'm literally looking at that DVD right now. It's in my DVD case.
Yeah, I do think Guardians may have been my first official one. I think I watched the first Guardians movie. But I mean, when I was younger, Iron Man was such a rage when that first came out, and the years following, I remember when trying to get into the superhero space and trying to get into some of this stuff, Iron Man was just the name everyone kept talking about. I would have cousins, I would say, if you want to get into the MCU or Marvel or DC or whatever, they were start with Iron Man. Iron Man's a great one to start with. And obviously it's iconic in that, people love, Downey as Iron Man. People love Iron Man character. It's also what branched off the entire MCU, though. It's what started everything. So what's your overall opinion on the Iron Man movie? And then we can kind of go into some of the other stuff within it. But what's your just general thoughts on it?
Upon my rewatch, I thought Robert Downey Jr. and Gwyneth Paltrow and why am I drawing a blank on his name?
Don Cheadle.
No, not Don Cheadle. Not Terrence Howard either. Happy. Why am I drawing a name on?
Oh, Jon Favreau.
Jon Favreau. Why am I drawing a blank on his name? I thought that they have amazing chemistry. Mm-hmm. I loved seeing that trio on screen. Just seeing how the movie starts out and how he's really just trying to he's in the convoy, basically the origin. He's in the convoy. And he's trying to act all serious, but he's really just joking around with the soldiers. Robert Downey, it felt like he was just being himself. That's how much he put of himself, because this was really his comeback. So he put so much of himself into Iron Man. It didn't feel like you were watching somebody act. But then when you get to the initial explosion, and then I thought that his acting in that scene alone was phenomenal. Just hearing how crazy, back then, the MCU, we thought some of the stuff they do now is crazy, but this was more along the side of grounded to me. This felt really, really grounded. And me coming from me not being a huge Iron Man fan back in the day, and from loving I got an Iron Man because of Robert Downey Jr. That was my real full introduction to the character. So Robert Downey Jr.'s portrayal, and watching it all these years later after, because the only reason I really went back to watch it is because we got the announcement about Doomsday. So I'm okay, I need to see some Robert Downey Jr. I need to. So I'm okay, let me turn on the Iron Man, and then I get to that scene of where he's first injured, and the doctor guy is trying to help him, and he's like, what's going on? I'm like, dude, if people don't understand why they brought him back, go back and watch Iron Man 1.
Yeah.
Go back and watch the movie that he put his soul into of this MCU, and he did a phenomenal job. Like, I was literally like just sitting there, and I'm like, dude, like, people are really mad that we're getting this back.
Yeah.
This is what got us to where we are. Like, bro, like I will always love this movie. If I'm giving it a rating, I'll give it an 8.5 out of 10 just because, you know, that's just me. You just froze.
Uh-oh. Hello?
Oh, you're back.
I'm back. You froze and then it kicked me out. I was like, well, it's history now.
You froze.
My bad.
You froze for like 10 seconds. I'm like, wait, what? Like, why did you stop?
Nope, I was gone. I was gone.
I'm like, what just happened?
But no, I mean, in terms of like, that's definitely, yeah, it's definitely very interesting rewatching this movie post obviously the entire journey of Iron Man, and now, Robert Downey coming back into the role. And like or hate the news about Doom, I have things I don't like about it, but like or hate it, his performance in that movie is going to be great. Like there's no lying. Even if he shouldn't be Doom, he's going to kill that character. Like he's going to do a good job. His performance as a villain is going to be very, very good. But no, there's so many things which is kind of like looking at the start of the journey as Iron Man. There's so many lines of dialogue that they fully just like bring full circle. Obviously, there's like there's like the cheeseburger line, which is hilarious in Endgame. Where it's like, your dad loved cheeseburgers too. Like that's really funny. But there's that line when he's in the cave and they're like, hey, do you have a family? Do you have someone that loves you? And it's like, well, no, I don't. And I feel like that's such a cool kind of moment looking at like, well, he found his family. He found the Avengers. He found obviously Pepper, and he has his daughter, and he found his family. And I think that's such a sweet kind of full circle moment that I'll see as I kind of start to rewatch some of these movies, like his journey. And like there's a reason people say that Tony's journey from the first movie to the last movie is one of the best arcs in the MCU. Like it, most of it is done in this movie. Like is from this movie to the end is in this movie, but it's an incredible journey that he kind of goes on and he travels through, and it's incredible to watch. And kind of piggyback on what you were saying about Downey, like even when you're not supposed to necessarily like Tony in this movie, like he starts off, he's a douche, he's kind of an asshole, but you can't help but love him. Like he kills.
He draws you in, like. Oh
yeah, seconds into the movie, he's like, "Do you want to take a picture?" He's like, "Yeah, why is everyone so serious?" Like he's goofing off, he's playing around, and instantly you love him. You love him immediately, and I think the MCU has always actually done a pretty good job at its characters. Like I feel like there's not really many main characters in the MCU I can say I don't love. Like I think they always do a pretty good job at making you fall in love with them pretty easily. Like you can have your issues with Thor in the MCU, but I feel like we always loved Thor. Like I feel like he always had a fun personality. Same with Cap, same with Clint, same with whoever you're introducing throughout the run of everything. But okay, let's talk about the Terrence Howard of it all. Let's talk about the Terrence Howard, because obviously that's one of the big things when you look back.
Next time, baby.
There was
no next time.
That's so funny. Like that's obviously one of the most I don't know if it's either one of the things that age the best or the worst, depending how you look at it. Were you a fan of Terrence Howard as Rhodey? Did you wish he would have stuck around, or are you happy that we got Don Cheadle?
Don Cheadle fits it better for me.
Yeah.
He fits it way better. And I'd hate to say that, but like don't get me wrong, I love Terrence Howard as an actor. I love things that he has done. And he did a great job as James Rhodes, but I can't see Terrence Howard in like the War Machine armor. I just can't. Terrence doesn't give me soldier. He doesn't give me militant. Don Cheadle does. I also can't see Terrence Howard, making it all the way to Endgame and doing the why don't we just go back in time and
Yeah.
I can't see him doing that. So
it would be very fun to see an alternate universe where he is that character, and just getting to see what it would look like with him in the giant suit, and him as the right-hand man, and the guy that's supposed to get his own movie and all these crazy things. And but I mean, also just like seeing Rhodey's journey through the MCU is also just incredibly funny. Obviously, like the major recast, and he becomes one of the main members in Endgame, and he's supposed to be getting his own movie. I don't know if that's still happening, but he had this whole thing in Secret Invasion and all that kind of stuff. Like he's probably, he'd be the longest running MCU character at this point. Because Coulson's not really active anymore. Neither is I guess Happy. I guess Happy and actually Happy's probably in more movies than War Machine is at this point.
Happy pops up everywhere, so
yeah. What if Terrence Howard comes back in Secret Wars? That would be very funny. That'd be very hilarious. Funny. I'd like that. Same with Hulk. Same with what's his name? I forget his name, but the guy in the first Hulk movie.
Why am I drawing a blank? I almost said Eric Bana. Edward Norton.
Edward Norton. It's actually kind of crazy. Within the first two movies, there's 3 major recasts that we end up getting. We have obviously Rhodey, Ross, and Hulk. Like all 3 of those were recast, which is crazy. But yeah, no, I mean, I'd be down to see if him come back, just like a nice little cameo. Just put him in the War Machine suits, let it ride. We have Ironmonger is the villain of this movie, and obviously there's he's you know what?
He's menacing throughout the entire movie.
He is.
Like you just feel like the villainous energy coming off of him, even when he's not trying to be villainous.
Yeah, he's very, like, I'd say, and this isn't a bad thing, but he's very two-dimensional in terms of like his villainness. He's like, I want money and I'll do anything it takes to get it. But also he's so much fun to watch. Like, obviously there's the iconicness of like, Tony Stark built this in a cave with a box of scraps. Like, obviously there's that. But like, we're still quoting that to this day. Like, we're still talking about that scene. And like, there may not be a lot of depth there in terms of like a villain, and we definitely get better villains later on, but there is something really fun about that villain. It's very tropey. It's like the evil uncle role that wants all the money kind of thing. But no, I really enjoyed him in this one.
My thing is, it's like Obadiah, like you accepted that award on behalf of Tony. Like that's when everybody should have known, like, you ain't shit. Like,
yeah,
like you're an asshole. Like, you wanted to accept that award. You wanted to, like, you wanted to be where Tony is, and you can't because the company wasn't left to you. Like, when he pulled out Tony's arc reactor and just left him there to die, I was like, oh, I knew you were bad, but like, you wanted them, like. And then you're going to sit there and look at him. Thomas, I am sorry. No, you're not. I hate when villains say, I'm sorry after they, leave you to die. You're not sorry.
No.
If you were, you wouldn't be doing this.
Yeah. Yeah, but no, he's fun. Like, it kind of started the trope of, like, the first movie of the MCU has to be, like, a direct, like, replica of their powers and stuff like that. But I do feel like this one, it very much works. It does very much kind of fit the mode. I think you were kind of mentioned this early on, but I do think like it is a very grounded film, and I think that's one of the most refreshing things about it, especially seeing, later in the MCU, everything's this kind of world-ending threats. It's always kind of the end of the world. The multiverse is in danger, and like the threat in this one is just kind of like, well, I guess there is big threats globally. There's like a global threat at the end of the day. But it is really about like a company, right? It's kind of like Succession in like a weird way, just like who owns the company, who gets each other's money, but no, like I just enjoy how simple of a movie it is and how kind of straightforward it is.
Yeah.
And it kind of just like
there's no multiverse,
no,
no world-ending threats. Just like I said, it's street level to me, and I love that. Like that's one of the things that I noticed on my rewatch. This is really, really street level. A lot of you may say, "Oh, but Iron Man's not a street level." He's not a street level hero, but at the same time, he is in this because he's just starting out. So like that first suit up scene, bro. Like,
oh, it's so good. It's really good. Yeah, and the I miss, like, I feel like MCU doesn't have a lot of sequences like that nowadays, where just someone kind of suiting up. Like, you know, there's a lot of talk within the fan base of like everything's nanotech and blah blah blah. And you know, I don't always hate the nanotech, but it is nice sometimes to see an actual like suit up sequence. Really
definitely.
Yeah. I don't know if we talked about Pepper Potts yet. Obviously, there's a lot of controversies with.
I liked her in this movie. I feel as if she did what she was supposed to do. She was worried about Tony. She was also worried about the company. Tony wasn't trying to be serious about her back then. He fumbled the bag. he dropped the bag. That's on him.
Yeah.
She did what she had to do.
No, I think she's really good. I don't know. Like, I know she gets some hate later on, but like separating the actors from the character, I really enjoy Pepper Potts in the MCU. Like, I think her and Tony's dynamic is really fun, and especially refreshing now. There's really not a lot of relationships in the MCU currently. Like, you know, this has been very apparent in phase, 4 and 5, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. I don't think every superhero movie needs to have a romantic love interest, but at the moment, Spider-Man's really the only main romantic love interest we have. And it's refreshing to have kind of like a fun little, not really a love story, because it's not. Like, they don't end the movie together, but they kind of plant the seeds.
Yeah, they plant the seeds for where they grow.
Their little back and forth is nice. And it's nice. It's not like a true love story. Like, Disney has kind of trained our brains to be like, oh, they are happily ever after, and they end the movie together and all that kind of stuff. Well, they don't. They don't. They have their issues. They're working it out. They're, trying to figure out what it is and, who they are. Like, I thought it was I really liked the scene when, like, they're about to kiss and, like, she's kind of freaking out a little bit. Like, okay, like, I have a public image. What are people going to say? People know who you are. And there's that little freak out scene. And, like, yeah, that's a very real scene. Like, people are going to talk. People are going to say. And that's a real anxiety she would be having. What controversy? I don't know if it's necessarily a controversy. I think people just dislike. She's the actress that sold her bathwater, right? Or sold her. Yeah, it was with bathwater.
Something along the lines of that. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I'd buy it.
You wouldn't.
So would the 3 Dubs.
Moving on. But no, yeah, it's just it's just weirdness with the actress and stuff like that. But no, yeah, I definitely enjoyed her in the movie. I also forgot Coulson was in this movie. Like, I remembered Iron Man 2, I remembered Thor, and I was just like,
I forgot already.
I was like, oh yeah, Coulson is here. Huh, he was there at the very start.
Yep.
Obviously went off to do Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and, one of my I love Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., man. I want them to bring Coulson back somehow, just like bring him into the fold of everything somehow, but I don't know. We'll see kind of how it goes.
Make LMD.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a more basic movie. Like, as I go through these, I'll probably have more to say about some of the upcoming MCU movies. Do you have anything that we haven't really touched on yet that you would like to talk about in terms of like the movie in general?
Just how you can tell that Tony is still, like, this is the beginning of us seeing Tony deal with his inner demons.
Mm-hmm.
Like, his alcoholism is not that bad yet, but you can tell it's getting there. And I loved how they portrayed that. I loved how how Robert Downey Jr. acted that out. And it's just like, I don't have too many bad things to say about this film. The only reason why I gave it an 8.5 is because, me personally,
I don't like the fact that he outed himself at the beginning of the first movie.
Mm.
I feel like that could have waited till the second. But that's just me. That's just me being nitpicky. I've always felt like that.
Sure. I feel like, I guess I never really thought about that. I guess I never, and I guess the MCU never really dealt with secret identities much outside of the Spider-Man and stuff like that. I mean, I will just say, you know, we have to touch on it at least. The ending scene is probably, if not, I'd say it's the most iconic moment in the whole MCU.
Yep.
Like, I am Iron Man is such a great scene. Like, he wants the credit for what he has built. That's his flaw, is that, like, how good he can be. He wants to be the center of it. He wants the attention. He wants the, like, notoriety for what he's done. And yeah, no, it's I don't know. I personally love that scene in terms of just, like, what it did. I find it really funny that that's how the MCU started, and that's how the DC EU ended, with Aquaman being like, I am Aquaman. That's so silly. Here's a question. Was it dumb for not telling the Avengers Coulson being alive?
Iron Man happened before Avengers.
Yes. I guess we're just asking, like, in general, like, why didn't no one tell him they were alive? I mean, maybe they did. Like, maybe they did it off screen.
Also, got to remember that Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. is technically still a different timeline.
Yeah, it's tough.
So Coulson is technically still dead. It's just a different timeline.
It's tough.
It's in the multiverse. It's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., Cloak and Dagger. All of that was the beginning of the multiverse.
Listen, we can debate that all day. We could say if it is canon, if it's not. I like to think it's canon. I like to think, have you finished the show or no? Have you seen it or no? Uh-oh.
Oh, sorry.
My daycare provider
like,
texted me.
Did I freeze?
But have I seen Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.?
Yeah.
Yes, you're gonna hate me though. They lost me when they started trying to go into space.
Oh, that's when it gets good.
They lost me. It was the
enough.
Fitz and Simmons episode. It lost me.
Everything
will say,
until then was cool.
I will say they end Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. with them returning to a certain timeline. So it's a big theory that, like, they returned to the mainstream MCU at that point. But it's like, I'm at a stage right now where I'm not going to think about it too much until they say it. Like, if Kevin Feige comes out and be like, it is canon, I'll be like, okay, good. But it's said and done. But I mean, we're at a point at this point where Secret Wars is coming. After that point, it's not going to matter. It's not going to matter what's canon or not, because it's kind of like it's a bit of a reset. I feel like
I have a secret war that I'm I'm fighting right now.
Oh gosh.
Between me and Taj.
Yeah. Love to see it.
Yep. But me and Taj are gonna throw hands.
Love to see it.
Yeah.
But that's kind of all I have for Iron Man 2008. Great movie. I don't think it I feel like Iron Man often gets put as like a lot of people's number one MCU movie. It's a lot of people's favorite MCU movies. It's in people's top 5. I'll say I think it's really, really good. I do think there's better. Like, I do think MCU later, it's a great standard. It's a great start. It's a great, I guess, like, forming point for, like, the rest of the MCU to build on top of. But I don't know if, I'll be curious as I rewatch these if it's continues to be somewhat one of my favorites, or if some rise, some fall. I'll be very curious.
Yeah.
But yeah, with that being said, we're gonna go into our main topic for the episode, and that is The Incredible Hulk 2008's. I just want to read this really quickly. Completely agree. That's part of the reason I fell behind on it, I think. Okay, yeah, no, that's fair. It's hard. Those like binge shows are really, really hard to make room in your schedule to watch like 8 hours of TV in like 1 week. But no, 2008's Incredible Hulk, the second installment in the MCU, and I feel like this is, I think, one of the weirdest MCU movies kind of looking back on it, because like we're saying at the beginning, it is the black sheep of the MCU. Now 2 out of the 3 like main leads almost have been recasted in the MCU. And we'll talk about that a bit later. But what's your kind of overall, just general opinions on 2008's The Incredible Hulk?
It's all right, but it's nothing amazing to me. It's definitely my least favorite iteration of Hulk in the MCU.
Okay.
I'm not a fan of both how serious the film is and also also how much they really tried to make him look like a roided out bodybuilder monster instead of having more soft a more soft Hulk, because as Hulk really is a child when you down to it. So it's more soft features I like so much better for Hulk.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes sense.
Again, we were talking about this at the top. I watched it back in 2018, 2019. I'm still kind of a teenager at this point. I'm all right, very edgy, and I remember everyone was just yeah, this is the one of the worst MCU movies ever. This is the bottom tier. This is whatever. And I remember kind of agreeing with that, being yeah, this is dumb. I don't like this one. It kind of just always kind of kept at the bottom of my MCU list, and this was when I was very excited to revisit, because I was all right, after all these years, after we're almost 50 projects into the MCU at this point, depending what you count as canon or not canon. I was will my opinion change after all these years, after all these things happening with the Hulk over the years? What's going to be my take on the character? I like this actually a lot more than I thought I would. What I really enjoyed about this one is I feel what some of these superhero movies are doing now, where they're trying to make some different kind of superhero movies. The Hulk, outside of, I guess, the third act, is very different than a lot of superhero movies you see nowadays. It isn't the templated Marvel movie you typically see. It's an escape movie. It's a movie that is from the POV of Ross, and I actually think that is kind of a brilliant idea. I think it is slightly ahead of its time in terms of now we're getting a lot of oh, we don't want to see the origin story of Spider-Man. Oh, we don't want to see the origin stories of Superman or Batman or whatever. And they did that. And I remember back when they did it, they got flack for it. Everyone's where's the origin story? Why don't we get to see how it happened and, from when it happened and blah, blah, blah. This isn't an origin story. This takes place a while after he becomes the Hulk. We don't actually technically get to see it.
It kind of saddens me, though, that we've never once in live action got the actual origin of Hulk, because they has with Hulk in live action and it's they've always, instead of going and doing the actual comic origin of of Bruce Banner being a scientist in the desert as they're trying to create a gamma bomb for the military. They usually go for something he's still a scientist and working for the government, but it's completely different what they're doing with it, and they keep trying to make it look like it's the same as the origin from the 70s TV show, instead of because as I was very popular, but I think I want to see an actual comic accurate one where he's working in the desert and working on the gamma bomb, and they're testing the gamma bomb, so he has to go out into the desert where they're testing it and save this guy who's out there, and that's what turns him into the Hulk. I want to see that in live action, but but for some reason, over all of the times he's been adapted, they refuse to do that.
Sure. Sure, and it's definitely tough because I feel like Hulk doesn't have the same exposure as your Superman, your Spider-Man, your Batman. He hasn't had the same amount of, I guess, reboots and stuff that you don't get to see these various different adaptations of the character. I am by far not an expert in the Hulk comics. Like, mainly what I've seen in the MCU is kind of I've seen like the animated stuff as well, but like I don't know the grand lore of everything, but I did enjoy, like, I think the balls this one does have of like skipping over it a little bit and being like, you know what, we're not telling a story where you'd think we would start the story. We're actually just kind of tell the story from this point in his Hulk journey. He's still seemingly pretty early on, but like not.
The whole reason they did that is because this film was actually originally developed to be a sequel to the 2003 film.
Oh, that actually makes a lot of sense then. Yeah.
Yeah. But then when they decided to have it connect to Iron Man and to start the MCU, they're like, we're gonna scrap that, but we're gonna still keep some details just to confuse fans. Like he starts the film in Brazil, which is where Bruce Banner is at the very end of the 2003 film.
Gotcha. I haven't seen the 2003 film, so I can't comment on that one. Which, I mean, do you like the 2003 one? Because I like it.
I like it better than this one.
Oh wow!
It's not perfect, but I do like it a lot better than this one. And and one thing about the 2003 film that I love that they haven't really done anything with in the MCU is in the comics, Bruce Banner has had an abusive father, and the 2003 film actually made that abusive father be the villain of the film.
Wow. Is he like is he like an actual villain, or is he just kind of like an antagonist for Bruce?
He is absolutely a villain.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll definitely have to check it out at some point. I just haven't got around to it over the years, but
understandable.
Yeah, I'll have to do it at some point. Maybe if we ever do like a World War Hulk movie, maybe I'll be like, all right, let's catch up on all my Hulk material. It is very interesting, kind of like looking back at the second MCU movie of all time, where Hulk. I feel like especially phase 1, there is a lot of kind of hulky kind of things. Ross is very present, and you have all these things. Where I feel like later in the MCU, they definitely abandon a lot of the Hulkness that you expected to be a major part of it. Obviously, he's Bruce Banner's in a lot. Mark Ruffalo went on to do a lot of these Hulk appearances, but still, after what is it, almost 20 years, this is the only Hulk movie in the MCU, which is crazy.
Yeah. And it's that every Hulk fan that I've interacted with, they're annoyed by the lack of Hulk films.
Yeah, to me, and we talked about this last time, so we wanted to talk about it too long, but like it does feel like there's something in the air where it's like I feel like it's coming soon. I do feel like maybe after Secret Wars, there's something. I don't know. It just feels like maybe. There's been rumors that they've come to a deal with Universal or something. I don't know.
And these rumors about World War Hulk film, they have persisted since early summer of 2022, and it's like the fact that they've been around this much. The fact that they're literally in the She-Hulk finale was a reference where she was like, "You saved that for the movie." It just makes me think they have to be planning something.
Yeah, I think they've been kind of, and again, like we said at the front, like so many things were interrupted by like a COVID or like a not really knowing what to do with Avengers, and just I don't know, just trying to make their way through Secret Wars at this point. Just trying to like, all right, get to this. Like, it almost feels like they're trying to get to like a safe spot, where it's like, okay, we're at the safe spot. Now we can move forward to the MCU. Now we can, do all these kind of storylines that we want to do. Yeah, from my understanding, they are still with Universal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how with the Hulk rights, how it works is Universal has distribution rights to the Hulk, meaning, Marvel can still use him in any project they want. They just can't have Hulk in the title, and they and also though, if they want to make a Hulk film, they have to do a deal with Universal, where they have to produce it. But then because Universal is distributing it, legally, unless a deal is made, Universal would get all the profits from the film, and so that's the big thing stopping a Hulk film from happening is Universal won't play ball. They refuse to let Marvel Studios have some of the profit from it. Even though Marvel Studios would be the ones actually producing the film, actually putting all the money into it.
Yeah. Business wise, that makes absolutely no sense. And we hate on Disney for being all like profit, but like in that instance, you're not going to put all that work, time, effort into a project you're not going to make any financial come back with, especially with Bob Iger back in the chair. He's gonna look at that and be like, no.
That was a big. That was one of the big reasons why the original Spider-Man deal fell apart. Was Disney was like, we're putting up all the capital for this. We want to have a bit more of the money that actually comes out of it. And so he's like, no, we'll just do Spider-Man stuff ourselves. Well, I was like, you can try. That's not going to work very well, but you can try.
Yeah. Oh, thank God they fixed that up. Thank goodness, because we never would have got No Way Home, probably. I assume. I mean, I think he had one more contract with them, so maybe they could have, but I'm glad they fixed that up. And I want to see a world where they can get I don't know, because it seems like
I hope that whatever next contract they do for Spider-Man, I hope it's one where they get into the contract that he can appear in Disney Plus shows.
Yeah.
Because there have been multiple times through different Disney Plus shows where I'm like, I want Spider-Man to appear in this, but he can't appear because of Sony.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean we obviously had She-Hulk. We're about to have Daredevil. Him not being in Daredevil is gonna suck because I really wanted that cameo. Cameron, I think that's also true. Yeah, they have Namor, which I used to thought, I was like, oh, they're introducing Namor. He's obviously going to get his own movie. They're going to do that, which I'd love. But, I don't know. They'll probably throw him in, Avengers or something just to, do something. But getting back on track with the with the movie itself, again, there's a lot of, various different things here. It's fun looking back on. It's very interesting seeing Ross after all these years, obviously now having been recast as Harrison Ford in the next Captain America movie. Are you a fan of Ross in the MCU?
I have a love-hate relationship with Ross in the MCU. On one hand, I love the performance that William Hurt did. On the other hand, I hate William Hurt.
Right.
For reasons that I will not go into, about stuff that happened in the 80s. I've really enjoyed his performance, and I think a part of why I loved him so much as Ross is because there were no other roles that I really knew William Hurt from. So when I thought of William Hurt, all I thought of was Ross.
Yeah.
Versus that's my big problem with Harrison Ford or coming in as Ross is I know Harrison Ford's face way too much, so I feel like it's gonna be hard when actually watching a film to see him as Ross.
Yeah, I agree actually, because like controversies aside, like yeah, I agree with you. All the things you hear about him, yeah, that's very unfortunate. I do think he was a fantastic Ross actually. Like performance only aside, I don't know if he got the, I don't want to say respect, but like the credit he was due, because I actually think he was a very well casted Ross, and it is even a little bit disappointing at times that like I would have liked to have seen what his version of the Red Hulk would have looked like, because I do think he would have made a very good Red Hulk, and I agree with you. Harrison Ford, I think, is going to do a great job. I think this is going to be like that press tour is going to be hilarious. I don't see him as Ross. I see Han Solo and Indiana Jones and every various thing. He's too popular at this point. I agree.
Yeah, it's kind of the same thing as with Robert Downey Jr. being a Doctor Doom. It's like, are you really going to see him as Doctor Doom when you're or watching it, or are you going to see him as Robert Downey Jr.? Because and
that's the thing with that too is like, but like that's also the thing is like people are like, oh, but like he's not going to convince the audience he's Doctor Doom and not Iron Man. I don't think you're supposed to. I think the whole reason you cast him is that he's to the characters in the movie that is Iron Man, and they're going to see him be like, Tony Stark, is that you? Like that's why they're doing that. I'm not saying it's good. I'm not going to say I like that they're doing that, but I'm not saying that's the reason that they're doing that. And
I do think there are some times where you can cast a big actor as a role, and it still work. But then I think there are other times where it's just like, this actor is someone who I just see as that actor. An example of an actor who I do think actually, even though he is a big actor, I would not mind him in a role is Daniel Radcliffe. If I've been on the board of him as Wolverine for a while, but honestly, any role that he or him in the MCU, I'd be happy with that. Because Daniel Radcliffe is an actor who has proven that he can play any kind of role.
He can
and make it feel different. Yes, make it feel different. Like there are a lot of people, because they haven't seen any of his stuff after Harry Potter, they're like, oh, I just see him as Harry Potter. If you would watch some of the stuff that I've seen him in since then, you would not see him as just Harry Potter anymore. I've seen him as a farting corpse.
Right.
Like
he did Weird Al. And he did a fantastic job at there. Yeah.
Oh yeah. And you don't. And when you're watching that, he really does feel like he's Weird Al. He doesn't feel like he's just Daniel Radcliffe.
Right. Yeah. We also had the villain of the movie, which was Emil Blonsky, which obviously we saw return. I was about to say more recently, but it's been a couple years at this point in She-Hulk. And when that was happening. Well, let's be real.
As well as Shang-Chi.
That is right. That was actually a very nice surprise. Was that after She-Hulk or was that before?
No, that was before. And they actually I think it was really cool how they did it, but they connected that to She-Hulk
right
as a way to mess up his case for trying to get out.
His parole, yeah. That is right. Holy shit, that was great. Yeah. I obviously that was a very controversial thing with him in the show. A lot of people loved a lot of people thought they fixed him, a lot of people thought they made him worse in that show. Him as just a villain in the MCU, what's your kind of I guess opinion on
him? I think he's all right. He's definitely not the worst villain, but I don't think he's anything special.
Sure. I think this is a case of I like the concept way more than the execution. Like when I think of Abomination, I'm like, oh yeah, it was just a cool villain. That final fight with him and Hulk is fantastic. Actually, I think it's one of the better final fights in the MCU movie. But yeah, him as a character is kind of like Emil as a character, I think is kind of boring. He's kind of doesn't have much personality. He's kind of like, I don't know. I guess we don't really get into so much why he's doing what he's doing in this movie, or is it like he kind of like we dive into a thing where like I want the strength I had when I was young with the brain I have now, and it's like, okay, but why? Like, what is your motivation for wanting more power, more strength? What is it just to have it? Because that's kind of a little lame. Now, I feel like.
Do you like his personality better in this or in She-Hulk? Because they are very different personalities.
They're very different. I think that's the thing, because it does feel like a massive jump between one and to the other. I think in general I like She-Hulk more because he is a more fun, interesting character there. But I can also understand people who didn't like it because it's like, well, that feels like a different character. I could be like, you know what? That's a valid criticism.
Yeah,
like I understand. Like if
I think the best thing they did with him since after Incredible Hulk, so with both Shang-Chi and She-Hulk, is they updated the design for Abomination, because this is not a good looking design for him. He's very ugly in this versus he really does look like the comic Abomination in both Shang-Chi and She-Hulk.
Yeah, he's more like fish-like here, in the newer ones than he is. Yeah, I mean, I not really knowing the comics too well, I do kind of like how it looks here. I like the like spikes up the back, but I do like later on how I think they look like two very different creatures. Where in this one they feel like, hey, it's Hulk and then Hulk with spikes kind of thing. Like there's not too much to like, I guess, interchange them.
No, speaking of that final fight, sign that I've been thinking about for the past few years since She-Hulk came out, and they had all those scenes of her trying to get Emil Blonsky out of prison. How do you think Luke Cage feels about all of this that's happened? Because of him being from Harlem, I imagine he would not be happy about Emil Blonsky getting let out of prison, and not only that, but I feel like if I were him, I would think that there's some kind of inside plot going on, because we have one of the two people who worked to destroy Harlem being helped get out of prison by the cousin of the other person who was destroying Harlem.
Yeah, some kind of conspiracy theory going on there.
I feel like that would be very. You would definitely think something like that, and because of that, it makes me like really want to see if they ever do like a She-Hulk season 2 or something. I want to see him come to Los Angeles and try to fight She-Hulk over it, because he's mad at her for getting Emil Blonsky out of prison.
Yeah, that'd be fun. I mean, I just want Luke Cage back in general. Oh, yeah. That'd be nice. I haven't finished his show all the way through.
A big part of it is just an excuse to try and get him back.
Just throw him in there. It's fine. So yeah, no, I mean, I liked him here. I do hope we see Abomination again. Like I've been kind of thinking like I think I could see a cameo in Thunderbolts. Like I could see maybe.
Yeah, I'm like it's the Thunderbolts thing. It's like such a weird thing. When that was first announced, everybody was thinking he was going to be on the team, and then they didn't have him in the trailer or in the promotional stuff at all. And it just makes me wonder, like what is their plan for him? And part of me thinks he fits the tone of that film, but does he fit things location-wise? Because he, as of the end of She-Hulk, he should now be like staying in Comatage or something, because of Wong breaking him out of prison.
Right. Yeah, I think they really wanted for that at least first movie to be this kind of like more grounded spy thrillery type movie, and honestly, I think that's super valid of them. I love that trailer. So I can understand, but I could also see like little cameos of various villains. Like maybe they go like, you know, maybe there's a chart somewhere with like potential people they almost had on the team. Like I'd love like a little like Punisher cameo or like reference or something, like Zemo and Abomination.
Yeah, Zemo, like I think the three cameos that I'm most like, I want there to be at least something from them in the Thunderbolts is Abomination, Zemo, and Sharon Carter. Because I want to know what's going on with Sharon Carter.
Yeah. I mean, maybe she's in Cap 4, perhaps? I don't know. Maybe? I don't know.
Like
that makes sense, I guess. Or reference. Yeah, because she turned at the end, right? Like it was.
Yeah, she is the power broker.
Yeah.
So she's definitely a villain now. And I'm wondering whether like she's working with Val or not. Another cameo I would like to see in the Thunderbolts movie is Kingpin, because I very much believe that him and Val are working together, because I think that even though they didn't actually reference Val in Hawkeye, I think he has to be connected to Val because Val is who gave Yelena the kill thing for Hawkeye. But then in the Hawkeye show they act like it was Kingpin working with Kate's mom. So I think there has to be a connection between Kingpin and Val.
I am curious to kind of see how far the Kingpin thing spreads, because, like, again, it was rumored it was supposed to be like Echo was like a part 1, Darrow part 2, Spider-Man part 3. That seems like that's no longer the case. You know, if the idea is that this thing affects every kind of vigilante street level kind of character, you know, that spreads a lot of places. I think that spreads all the way from like She-Hulk.
Yeah,
I think that spreads to Hawkeye. You know,
and it kind of seems like Val might be the new owner of the Avengers Tower. So so they're gonna be in New York. So
right, there's connections there. What's your thoughts on Betty? I'm sorry, I completely blanked. Betty Ross, the kind of main love interest of this movie. I'll be honest, I really have not thought about Betty in many, many years. Like, she kind of shows up in this movie, and I'm like, oh yeah, it's you.
I'm like, I'm 50-50 on her. On one side, I do like like her performance. I think that they have chemistry together.
Yeah.
But I understand the criticisms that people have made of her, or of her being a stereotypical damsel in distress kind of character.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. I think she certainly does have chemistry. Like, I think those two are fun. I do think I think it works for the movie that they had. I would have liked to have seen her continue to be the main love interest of Bruce through the MCU. Mm-hmm. I'm someone who does not like Natasha and Bruce very much. I think, I don't know, just kind of very vanilla to me, and it never really went nowhere. I would have liked to have seen her elsewhere. I know she's in Captain America 4. Yeah, she'll be in Captain America 4, so Redemption, maybe? I don't know.
If she had continued in the MCU, I think that they could have, like, very much surpassed that kind of stereotype of stereotypical love interest, stereotypical damsel in distress sort of thing, because she's a scientist. They can have her do sciencey things as well.
Yeah, I think it would be interesting if they somehow, like, retrospectively kind of got her and Bruce back together, or like they kind of repaired those two together, because again, they like they were pushing the Nat and Bruce thing very hard for so many years, and that never really picked up the ground. And that's dead at this point. Bruce is alone. Maybe they could do that if they want to.
Yeah. Now another character from this that I'm wondering, would you ever want to see him return? Is Betty's love interest from the first half of the film, of Ty Burrell, because that character in the comics goes on to be a character named Doc Samson, who is a super powered therapist.
Wow, that's fun. I saw him. I was like, Phil from Modern Family? I don't remember you in here at all. That's crazy. Sure, if they're going to adapt something like that could be fun. You could kind of like repurpose that character. Is he like a hero or is he a villain?
He's a hero. He's been like in like multiple Hulk comics. He's helped Hulk through some like therapy sort of stuff. Like there was it was even a moment where he had like where he went inside Bruce's head and did a sort of couples therapy session with both Bruce and Hulk there, as well as a couple other ones of the alters.
It's giving me like a Powerless vibes. I'm I'm thinking like pitch it like a Disney Plus comedy, a therapist from the perspective in a superhero world where it's like he has to like a Hulk just picked up my car and now I'm sad or whatever. Like I don't know.
I want to show you real quick actually like what Doc Samson looks in the comics, because he is hilarious how he looked. Let me see if I can get the picture.
It should be like there's a share screen. Okay, yeah, that works too. Ooh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
I think that would be really fun to, especially if he had his own Disney Plus show. Seeing Ty Burrell get a long haired green, I think that would be hilarious.
That'd be fun. I mean, I feel like I feel like there's a bit of that now where it's just like, okay, it's the MC, like it's Phil from Modern Family's in Marvel now. Okay, come see what he's up to. I don't know. That'd be fun, maybe.
Someone actually made fan art of what that could look like.
That is very funny. That's very funny. I love that for him. I thought he was a fun little side character in this movie. I actually really liked the scene with him and Ross, where he's just like, "Well, I always wondered why she never talked about you. I see. Like you're a dick." Like I thought it was actually a nice scene. Definitely. I think like I really appreciate him being kind of like a competent character and not just like, oh, it's my shitty new boyfriend just to pass the time while I wait for Bruce to come back. Like I feel like that's a trope in a lot of these, and Spider-Man 3 did that a lot. Where like, oh, MJ gets with this other boyfriend just for now while she's kind of waiting for Peter to come back and stuff like that. So I appreciate that. Is there anything from this movie we haven't talked about that you would like to bring up? It's a pretty basic movie. Like there's not like a whole lot of things to talk about, but
I don't know. There is the Tony Stark cameo at the end, and I think that's honestly like a really cool scene. But more so when you actually understand the context of it, because you would just assume watching this film that it's about him recruiting Hulk to be part of the Avengers. It's not. It's about him recruiting Abomination to be part of the Avengers. Have you ever seen the one shot that where the consultant is what it's called?
I've seen a couple of those, but I'm not sure if I've seen that one.
So the consultant is this one shot where it's about out Agent Sitwell and Agent Coulson sitting in a diner, and they're are talking to each other about this meeting between Ross and Tony. They so the World Security Council wanted Shield to get Abomination to be on the Avengers, and Shield though understand that the Abomination, he should not be on the Avengers. He's way too dangerous. So they sent someone in to try and convince Ross to let him be on the Avengers, who's so arrogant that they knew that even if Ross would refuse.
Gotcha. That's fun.
Yeah.
Those like one shots were really cool because they got to really, give you a couple, nitpick or not nitpick, but like little tiny things that you couldn't quite get in the movies. Those little, very much felt like a precursor to Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., where it's like, well, just kind of little things to kind of prep you for Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Yeah, no, I mean, I really like the first act. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
I
don't have to see
I
me.
really I really like the first act of this movie. Like, I really like the kind of like running away, trying to find peace, finding their own fit. Like, I love every bit of like the like meditation stuff throughout the movie, and like that first act where it's like trying to escape the government and these people that I have offended, and also the added threat of like I could transform at any moment and put all these people in risk, and having to worry about the heartbeat, like slowing down and speeding up, slowing. Like, I thought that was a really, really cool thing that I don't know if any of the other Hulk movies have kind of dived into that, but I thought that was a really cool thing.
Yeah, this is like really the only kind of Hulk movie and like any kind of Hulk thing, because this isn't really a thing in the comics, but where they instead of it being actually anger, it's just heart rate.
Right.
And that's but yeah, but I think that's cool somewhat. But I like the anger thing more, for it to just be anger. So so I think it's cool for one film, but I'm glad that they didn't continue with that being the thing.
Right. Yeah, because they really don't touch on that at all in the MCU. Like, come Avengers, he's like, that's my secret captain, I'm always angry, and just transforms.
That does actually kind of follow up from this, because we have because one of the final scenes in this is supposed to show that he has now controlled his anger as his in that last scene in the cabin, as his eyes turn green, and it was supposed to show that he's now was able to control when he turns and doesn't.
Absolutely. And yeah, no, I think I am really glad I rewatched this one. I think I've given it a much better perspective now. I think I can go a little easier on this one than I have been in the past. And I'm just so curious to see kind of how it stacks up for me as I kind of rewatch some more of these MCU movies. And yeah, and you wanted to do a thing here at the end where we talk about what our favorite kind of appearances of the Hulk in the MCU are, right?
Yeah. So so I at least I wrote down for myself of like a ranking of my of the Hulk appearances. This is easily my least favorite one. Then the next one above that, I think I'll go with the She-Hulk finale appearance, just because there's not a lot there to say about it. And then Avengers Infinity War, Avengers Age of Ultron, and then for my top four is Avengers Endgame, and because I actually like Professor Hulk a lot, unlike a lot of people. Then Thor Ragnarok, the Avengers, and my number one is She-Hulk episode 1.
Okay.
I loved the characterization of him in She-Hulk episode 1.
Alrighty. I didn't end up ranking mine. I'm trying to look here. I think my favorite is probably Ragnarok, maybe, just because I do really like the dynamic of what they did with like Hulk and Thor. And I think their back and forth was fun. Getting to see that like giant fight with him and Thor were a lot of fun. The more comedic Hulk I thought really fit him well. I actually really like him in She-Hulk. Like, I know a lot of people don't like Professor Hulk. You know, he doesn't get it's like, I think it's very much that thing with like Superman over on Supergirl where it's like, why isn't he like this? Where I'm like, well, it's not a show. This is a She-Hulk show. He's not going to be exactly like you typically see him.
And, but also though, he's like, there are different iterations of Hulk in the comics. There are times in the comics where he is like Professor Hulk. He isn't just a rage monster all the time.
Right. Oh yeah. And like I think ideally you would see that journey. Like, that's, I think, the problem with Hulk a little bit in the MCU is just we don't necessarily get to see that journey. There's so many gaps in between.
Yeah.
Like, I think, like, I love the pitch of Professor Hulk, but I wanted to see a little bit more of it. Like, I think, like, that would have been such a fascinating movie to see. Like, I would have loved a movie in between Infinity War and Endgame, seeing that journey. Maybe even this, like, Mindscape type thing where it's, like, trying to commune with the other guy kind of thing. Like, that would be, for me, amazing. I love him in Avengers as well. That actually might be my favorite one. It's either that or Ragnarok. I think him in Avengers, how he works with the other players, his iconic moment when he's punching the ship is like top tier MCU for me.
Yeah, like before She-Hulk came out, I would have absolutely said that the Avengers was my favorite because I love his characterization, that he has such a fun personality, and you really get to see so much more personality than what we see in this. That's one of my biggest problems with this, with Incredible Hulk, is he barely has any personality at all.
Sure. Yeah. That's probably a criticism for the movie as a whole, where there isn't a lot of most of the characters do kind of feel one beat a lot of the time. It's kind of like one tempo. Yeah. It's a very, which isn't always a bad thing, because I think they were aiming for a specific kind of tone. But yeah, I do think Avengers kind of aimed that tone very well, where it's like he's still kind of a darker character, but he does have some flair to him. Did you like so you liked the big recasting then, huh? For like Mark Ruffalo?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I love Mark Ruffalo as a character. Edward Norton never really did it for me.
Sure. I would like to see an alternate universe though, just like what it looks like if he was to continue on. Like, I would like to just see what he looks like in Avengers, what he looks like in Ragnarok, stuff like that.
Yeah, I was thinking about that as I was watching it again today. I was like, I don't know if there is any way where you could actually fit him with other characters in a team, and with this version of Hulk. I feel like he just would feel out of place so much.
Yeah, like they clearly casted someone, because they're very different. Like, besides them saying it's canon, they do feel like two completely different characters. They do feel like two completely different adaptations of them. So, like, it's very clear they casted Mark Ruffalo to work in an ensemble, to work against, Downey, to work against Evans, to work against Hemsworth, stuff like that. So, I am glad it's Mark Ruffalo. I am glad that happened. But again, I do think about it every now and again. Just be like, huh, what would it be like? Just like what would...
It would definitely be interesting. I would not mind them doing a what if episode that's trying to continue what was actually the original plan for the Hulk after that. But I don't know if there's a possibility of getting that, since the next season of What If is going to be the final season.
Yeah. Absolutely. With that being said, though, an hour in, we are going to be jumping into our Iron Man 2 discussion. Obviously, Iron Man 2 was the third ever MCU movie. Let's just jump into it though. Like, did you see this in theaters? Yep. Like, what was your kind of experience watching this movie for the first time?
Oh man, I was in the 7th grade, and
Wow.
I saw it on the Friday after school with a bunch of kids from my class, and we were all excited about it. And immediately when we left the theater, we all knew it wasn't as good as the first one. And like, we were young, right? Like we were very young and easy to please. None of us hated it. None of us thought it was bad. We were all just like, that was dope. That was good. Not as good as the first one, like definitely.
Right.
Like there was something different about it. And like over the years, I think that general opinion like grew to the size of like, well, that movie's a piece of shit. Like it's like, wait, hold on. Like, wait, what's going on here?
Right.
But you know, it was the first time I had ever heard the phrase like, it was good, but it's mostly just setting up the future. Like it's mostly just setting up like the next thing. And I was like, oh, that's like an interesting thing to hear. And then like that sentence would be repeated for the next forever until today. People still say that about projects that come out. And I think that Iron Man 2 primed us for a type of movie that would become the norm.
Right.
Like Wakanda Forever introduces Riri Williams for her spinoff and a bigger crossover for the future. Like Daredevil Season 2 is something that I can compare Iron Man 2 to very well. Iron Man 1, highly successful. It's supposed to go into the crossover, but then it's so successful that fans want more. So then they say, okay, let's just give them like a sequel, even though that wasn't part of our original plan. And we'll throw in some characters there and it'll help set up our crossover. Literally the exact same thing would happen with Daredevil, which was Season 2, Punisher, setting up Defenders, you know? So it's fascinating to see like the parallels between Iron Man 2 and like many other projects, even like Batman v Superman to an extent. Like just setting up, like it's a film to set up the future, but I do think there's a lot of things here like on its own merits that is like really fantastic, honestly.
Yeah, I think like I was talking to my friend earlier about it, where it's like, yeah, this movie is kind of a setup movie, but what kind of sets it apart to a lot of modern superhero movies is like it succeeds at setting them up, right? So like if you look at some modern MCU stuff that sets up a lot of stuff, if you look at like DC and like even stuff like a Power Rangers movie and stuff like that, where it's like they set these cool things up, but because of studio stuff, because of real life like situations, they never get a chance to do that. Everything they set up here comes to path very beautifully. Like I can watch this movie and be like, oh, that was leading to this, and that was leading to this, and this went to this, and like that's a really cool. Like one of my favorite moments in the movie was like when Coulson's like, yeah, I'm going to New Mexico. I had to I'm like, oh, like in Thor inside the next movie, that's so cool that they can do these little breadcrumbs. Like I think it works. I think for like what it's trying to do in terms of setting up for the most part, and like we can talk about like the consequence of that. They do a good job at that. Like I think it does its job.
Yeah, I think that even the Hydra guy who wants Tony's suits, like we didn't know he was Hydra at the time, and the fact that Winter Soldier retroactively made him Hydra was such a genius thing to do. Because then when you revisit those scenes, it just completely alters the context completely of like what those scenes mean. So I think that in regards to like how much this movie juggles, like I did a little bit of research about like how many storylines, comic book storylines this film adapts, and like these days I'm generally impressed with a film that can cram so many comic book storylines and it isn't a total disaster. Like a good example is Into the Spider-Verse. Like Into the Spider-Verse is adapting his origin and the Uncle storyline and Spider-Man and Spider-Verse. Iron Man 2 is similar, where it's so many. Like I can't list them all, but there are so many comic book storylines being adapted in this movie, and it's remarkable. It's remarkable that it's as good as it is, and I don't think anyone here would ever like blame Jon Favreau for any of the issues of this movie.
No,
there's just absolutely no way, after looking at his whole career to up till this point, especially like in present day, there's no way it was his fault. Like there's just no way that anything that went wrong was Jon Favreau's fault, and I just wanted to acknowledge that.
No, 100%. Like it's very clear, and I think this is one of the better examples of it. But it does seem like there was a lot of studio interference. Studios being like, "Oh, we want you to do this, 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 and this," and him having his own story, what he wants to do with it, and being like, "Okay, trying to get both done, which is why I think there's so many elements within this movie. Trying to be like, okay, it's an Avengers pre-show, but also we want it to be a strong story for Tony Stark as well. And I feel like Jon Favreau keeps getting himself in these situations with this, with Star Wars, with The Lion King, where it's like studios keep getting in the way of his vision.
Yeah.
And like, he's a great director. I really want to see him do something else again, like something kind of where he gets to run the show, where he's in charge of everything. Yeah.
I wanted to like to point out some cool moments like in the deleted scenes, because I think that this is one of those films that it goes through that classic thing of it comes out and then the actor who plays the villain tells us how much we lost out on. Like I think of like the Snyder Cut. I think of a lot of projects where like we get this really badass actor who gets to play the villain, and like we get the movie and you know we do enjoy like people like Mickey Rourke and his performance, but like we all know there was like something off, right? And then we find out later like, oh yeah, there was a lot on the cutting room floor,
right?
And unfortunately, like those aren't available in like deleted scenes. I couldn't find those. Like I couldn't find like Mickey Rourke's like standout like deleted scenes. Like I found a lot of other cool stuff though, like the nanotech ball. Like there's a moment where Tony throws a nanotech ball at Pepper's hand and then it melts in her hand and she's like, this is disgusting. Well, I hate when you do this. And so they set this up like early on, and then it comes back in the third act of Iron Man 2. Like there's supposed to be a scene where one of them throws it to the other, and then it like helps them like defeat Vanko. So it was actually like they were gonna set up nano, and it's in the deleted scene. You can see this moment,
right?
And there's so many things like that. Like Coulson and Pepper get a scene together in the opening in the courtroom, and they're like catching up, like they're just work friends, and it's so cute. And it's not in the movie, and it would have set up like that Avengers moment where it's like, oh, his name, why are you calling him Phil? Like his name is Agent. And I think that to its credit, that moment hits a lot better because they deleted this scene, because it was more of a surprise that they were friends. But again, like this is an example of like there's a lot of stuff here. You know, there's another great scene where Tony and Rhodey are on the plane, and Tony's talking about how, Rhodey, it feels like you really like ambushed me here, like and I'm trying to protect the free world. That's what he says to Rhodey. And like, and Pepper and Rhodey are looking at him like, you're an asshole, dude. Like you're here to protect the free world. Like really? And it's like this really grounded moment, and showing like Tony's like delusion a little bit. And then Rhodey says something amazing to him. He says, I think hanging out with you is bad for our friendship. And there's this long silence, and it's so funny. And yeah, I just think that I have my own little theory as to why some of these scenes were cut. Like, just to give you another example, there's another scene where at the birthday party, Pepper arrives at the party and gives Tony a gift, and Tony's already being announced. He's like, I don't like to be handed things. It's like, Tony, like, what are you doing? And then he asks Pepper to go get him a drink while him and Natasha hang out, and he's just being an asshole. And I think a lot of the scenes are like this. There's another one where Olivia Munn is standing like on his shoulders, like shooting like repulsor blasts. So like my theory to you is that I think a lot of the scenes that were cut from Iron Man 2 just make him look like a huge asshole and like really unlikable. Yeah. And I think that they may have leaned too much into it to the point that they got cold feet. Not necessarily saying it's a decision I would have made. I would have probably been like, yeah, let's portray this. This guy thinks he's dying, and it's his last birthday of his life, he thinks.
Right.
That was not acknowledged enough. Because if you talk about his decision-making in that movie from the context of that, like, he thought it was his last birthday ever. And he lets Rhodey take his suit without putting any safety protocols on it. He doesn't lock Rhodey out of the suit because he thinks that he's going to die. He thinks that no one is going to be there. So he trusts Rhodey with the suit. They have the fight, and it's all dramatic and stuff. But that is like something to acknowledge. Like he could have locked Rhodey out of the suit. He didn't, because he literally thinks this is his last like couple of nights on Earth. So
yeah, no, I mean I 100% agree. Like I kind of wish that's a narrative that they leaned harder in. Like there's a point in the third act I was like, oh yeah, he is supposed to be dying, and it doesn't really register throughout the movie. It's just he's kind of being an ass the whole time. And like I think that's a fantastic narrative for Tony. Like I think it's a movie about legacy and about like reflecting on what his father wanted for him and like what he wanted him to do. And this, while he's dying, he's like, what kind of legacy did I give to the world? And he thinks that it's a good legacy, but we're seeing what his technology has done to the world and all the drama it's caused. Again, these are all really good themes, but I agree with you. I don't know if any of them were I don't know if he had enough time with these ideas to to make them as good as I think they could have been. I 100% agree.
That's why I think that moment on the plane was so special. Like, that's one of the scenes that I would have kept in. It's such a grounded moment. They're all on the private plane together, and they're just like calling Tony out, and Tony's like deflecting. It's like very real moment, and I think it would have set up the rest of the film better. Like, it's remarkable. Like, people don't think about these things when they look at deleted scenes, how much like one moment can like recontextualize the next 90 minutes that you're about to see, you know? And I think that like the volatile, self-obsessed, doesn't play well with others like tagline, that's all stuff that like Natasha witnesses in these deleted scenes. You get to see, it's actually, sometimes it's literally like they're showing like her reaction shots in these moments. And as a kid, I always thought this description of him was really harsh. And nowadays, after rewatching this film and rewatching some of these deleted scenes, like, I've worked in mental health for like many years of my life. I'm studying mental health now, and like, I can see it now. Like, I can see like the type of harm he's doing to the people around him, and physical and emotional, and how like his aha moment is watching the video of his dad.
Yeah.
And I think that Tony should have had more moments with Pepper and Rhodey to get to his aha moment. And maybe he did a little bit, but I think that it would have been a much more meaningful, grounded movie had that been the case. But at the same time, going back to what we were talking about earlier with people like not remembering this movie really well, I really don't think Endgame's moment with him, with his dad, hits as well without this movie. And no one really talks about that. Like, everyone I saw Endgame with was like, oh, I loved when he was with his dad. Like, I loved when he got to see his dad again. And it's like, why do you love that? What previous, like, MCU story would have made you care about something like that? And it's like, it's Iron Man 2. Like, Iron Man 2 is the project that would have made people care about that. But people don't really remember the MCU that way. People remember, like, the totality of the MCU. They don't remember like the specific era of like, oh yeah, 2011, I was in the movie theater. We saw Tony's dad, and he said, "Oh, you're my greatest creation." It's like people don't remember like specific things like that. But when you revisit a film like this, you go like, "Oh yeah, like that's totally like they laid the groundwork."
And even that, like I think that one scene kind of like retrospects Tony's character as a whole. Like, his whole thing is that like Tony sacrifices himself to like defeat Thanos in the final moment. Like that was his greatest achievement, was his son, like putting him on this earth to do great things. And it's all like led into that point. You're 100% right. Like that is such a powerful moment. And again, I wish they could have leaned in a little bit. I wish they could have like done a little bit more reflecting. And actually, I think the first act of this movie is probably my favorite act of the movie, just because I feel like there is so much like reflection on Tony as a character before we get into all the, like the whiplash stuff and all this other stuff. It's just like Tony as a character and how he's currently feeling, and you know, like the people in his life and trying to balance the company and Iron Man, and like I really love that, like the opening court scene. Like, I think that scene kind of like represents Tony really well, or at least Tony at this point in his life where he's still kind of like he's trying to do better, he's trying to help the world, but he's also like still an asshole. Like, he's still kind of like he's causing a ruckus, he's causing things,
and he's got an overinflated sense of himself.
100%. And I'll say it, like I think the highlight of this movie, and there's a couple actors I'll give this to, but I like Robert Downey, and I said this in the first movie thing I did, where like Robert Downey's so good. Like, I know sometimes we kind of look back on it and all the things now where it's like, oh my gosh, he gets all the glory, blah, blah, blah. But Robert Downey's performance as Tony Stark is just fantastic. Like, he kills that role. And, like, he does so good because it's like, while he's being such an ass, we love watching him on screen. It's such, like, I could sit here and watch, you know, Robert Downey play Tony Stark for, like, 3 hours straight because he's just so much fun in that role. And I do think he carries it a little bit.
Oh, for sure. I think that that's something to address as well, which is like the demon in the bottle storyline, which is they dance around it because I think Robert Downey Jr. went through something similar in his life. And to his credit, like, he still manages to like bring a really compelling story that doesn't like directly cover like alcohol addiction. I still love like the comic book version of Iron Man, that it's explained that he's very afraid to be Iron Man in the suit, fighting and flying around and doing these things. So he's also drinking out of fear. Like he's not just like, oh, I'm drinking a lot on my off time. He's literally like drunk superhero. Like he's drunk superheroing.
Right.
And I think that that's a very fascinating like place to go. They didn't go those places, but it needs to be acknowledged that that's part of the way they adapted this. And I do think they did a good job with making it feel controversial, making it feel like tragic. But again, like that's earlier when I brought up like I wanted Pepper and Rhodey to be part of his aha moment, because like again, like as someone who's worked in like these fields of like addiction and like at-risk youth and like people who are struggling, like it's the people around you, it's your support system that is like helping you like see through it. And I suppose we do. It's not like it's nothing. Like I'm not gonna perpetuate the idea that the movie doesn't give us any of that. Like even in the deleted scenes, I got more of Rhodey and Pepper giving each other looks, and like Natasha like assessing him, and like more like conveying how problematic he was. And that's all great, but like I didn't see enough of like them like having like an intervention with him, so to speak, like a moment with him to like make him see a reality of the situation. And Rhodey and him do get a great scene of like Rhodey finds out that he's dying. That's a good scene. But yeah, there's not much more to say on that other than I do think that with the restrictions they had, they portrayed it decently well. They portrayed like what Iron Man like can go through as like a character.
Yeah, I kind of do agree though, because like I did kind of crave like a final moment of him like reflecting on himself throughout the movie. Like they kind of just like brush it off, being like, "Yeah, he was dying, it's fine," but it's like he was an asshole most of this movie to Pepper, and to Nat and to Rhodey. Like I kind of wanted a moment of like, yeah, I was an asshole, I'm sorry, or something. And like maybe the point is he's still an asshole and he still needs, to go through Avengers, he needs to go through Iron Man 3 to get to that point. But I would have liked just a little something to kind of tie it all together. Just him slightly realizing, yeah, maybe I could have handled all this better. Maybe I was an ass, I'm sorry. I don't know, something.
Mm-hmm. No, I totally agree. And that's probably what's missing here, is that it's very easy for him to, like, he watches a video, inspiring video of his dad, and now he's got it. Good to go. He makes the new element and he's good to go. Like,
right.
It feels a bit too easy, but it is like comic book movie fun stuff, like for kids. And I obviously want something really dramatic, and you can't help but wonder, like, what would Mickey Rourke's? Maybe it was Mickey Rourke that got him to see his aha moment.
Right.
Maybe Mickey Rourke was the one. Maybe it wasn't his support system. But I definitely watched the film from the perspective of, like, as a kid, I watched it from a superhero fan, but as an adult, I watch it from a mental health like perspective, where I'm like, oh yeah, he sucks to be around. And it would have been nice to see Pepper and Rhodey have like a bigger part in that. I just want to mention that the opening of this movie is so good when he jumps out of the plane, and the alternate opening from the trailer is so good, where he's like at the toilet throwing up, and like Pepper, I don't know if you've seen that. It's so good. Like, look, if you ever get a chance to like watch anything, watch that alternate opening. It starts with him like at the toilet throwing up, and Pepper is like helping him get up, and they're acting like they're going on this like crazy like messed up mission that's super dangerous. And he's like, "Where's the drop zone? Where's the drop?" He's like, "Turn this plane around!" Like he's acting like insane. And then he's like, he asks the iconic line. He's like, you want to give me a kiss for good luck or something like that? And then she kisses the helmet and then throws the helmet out. And he's like, "You complete me," and then jumps out. Like, that should have been the actual opening. I don't care what anyone says. Like, that was in the trailer, and I don't get it. Like, I guess it was too goofy for them. I mean, he definitely can't fly without a helmet. Like, but I don't know how he would see flying that fast without a helmet. But I still would have enjoyed that opening. I just wanted to shout it out.
Yeah, I'm kind of going through the cast here. Like, I want to shout out. I would just want to talk about a couple characters we have here. We already kind of talked about Ivo. Like, I would say he, unfortunately, is the weakest link here. Unfortunately, like you said, there's a lot of things they didn't get to do with him.
He's like, very mad. Mickey Rourke is very mad about this.
Yeah, it's like very clear. He just like, he kind of comes across as this kind of like two-dimensional villain. He's just like, oh, I'm a crazy little villain. And it's like, you definitely see things cut there that you kind of wanted to see more. I will say we have to mention this
Justin
is
Hammer.
What's that?
I said Justin Hammer.
Justin Hammer's one, yeah, I did want to mention because I think like I said, Downey's obviously the highlight. I think Justin Hammer is also easily one of the best parts of this movie. Like, he is fantastic.
He should have came back. He should have been the foil for Iron Man for a longer amount of time. One of his greatest lines in this film is he's talking about Tony. He says he insists it's a shield and to cower behind him. And I remember as a kid loving that line because I knew exactly what they were doing. They were literally just like reminding us that the next movie was Captain America.
Mm-hmm.
And I just loved, like, I love that line. I love when Sam Rockwell says that line. It's so good. The whole speech he gives.
I am convinced, and we don't know if the movie's happening anymore, but I am convinced that Armor Wars would have had Justin Hammer come back and potentially as the main villain.
Good.
That, because that's Don Cheadle's character at the head, and those two kind of clash after all those years is such a cool idea. Like, this idea that his like suit of armor got taken away, or like someone's after the suit of armor now that Tony's dead. Justin Hammer makes perfect sense. Like, he would 100% try to get a hold of these after all these years. I don't know, man. I don't know if that's still happening, but I mean, John Cheadle, I also have to mention because this is his technical MCU debut. I love his opening, be like, "Hey, it's me. I'm here. Deal with it." I think that's such a fun like recasting line moment. Just being like, "Yeah, I know that's the same guy."
We barely even talked about it because that's how smooth it is.
Yeah, no, you don't. You really don't. Listen, no offense to the previous actor. I bet he would have done a great job. But I am glad that Don Cheadle is our Rhodey. Like, I just can't imagine it as anybody else. He's so iconic at this point. And again, there's a reason they wanted to give him his own project, because like Don Cheadle is so good, and I think he really complements the cast of like the Avengers and obviously these Iron Man movies, and he's such a connection with all these characters. I pray, like, obviously I don't love the whole Downey Doctor Doom situation, but I think Rhodey should be one of the leads of that movie if we are going that direction, because it's like, that should be the connection you aim for. Is like,
he was Iron Man in Secret Wars comic.
And like obviously Secret Invasion was not my favorite project, but what I loved, I actually really liked the whole scroll thing, because I think that idea is really cool. This idea of like, I missed the funeral of my best friend, I missed the fight of our lives. How do I deal with that? And then someone else coming in and be like, yeah, I have the face of your best friend. How are you going to deal with that grief? Like, that's a really fun idea. I don't know. I
wanted to say that like the two things I was most excited to see with rewatching this was Justin Hammer and Natasha. That's crazy that like she was introduced in this, and I think historically that we never it's hard for me to talk about without like getting into like the more political aspect of it, or like the I don't know what like word to use for this type of thing, because it's not exactly political, but it's like the whole like sex appeal aspect of her character.
I agree.
And how that obviously went away by the time we get to the Black Widow movie. And with Iron Man 2, it's so specifically so 2010. Like, she's changing in the back of the car while Rhodey's looking in the rearview mirror type of thing. And like at the time when I was a kid, it was just the norm, right?
Right.
And like looking back on it, it's really fascinating to like watch her fight scene and the way they shoot it in the hallway, and like the type of move she does. And it's good, like it's good stuff, and it's interesting for me to feel like a weird sense of conflict inside when I'm rewatching. I'm like, oh, this is so nostalgic, it's so fun. But we also never it feels like we never got that Natasha for like after that point. Like, she kept changing, which is always a very good thing. And I don't know. I don't even know if I have like a direct opinion on this. It's just a fascinating thing to see, where it's like they introduce a female character and like charge her up with all this sex appeal, and then like slowly over time the actress gets more power and then is able to like remove those things and like bring like a more meaningful part of the character. So it's just interesting to like see this version of her, and to imagine like what would have this version of this character be like if they got a standalone film. Because I think that I like the Black Widow movie, but I would have rather the Black Widow movie exist in an earlier phase, just because of the types of films they were making. I think it would have been something really special. And like just looking at that version of Black Widow, it was such an exciting time to like get that character, because I remember like nobody knew. Like I remember being a kid and being like, "Whoa, they're introducing that character!
Yeah.
Like that's so insane! Like this is a very big deal." Like I am like fortunate enough that I was exposed to that character in comics at an early point in my childhood, which is really weird because it's just Black Widow. Like before 2010, that was a nothing character. But
Yeah,
I
no one
was
knew who that was. Yeah.
I was like plugged in enough that it was like, oh my god, this is like Wonder Woman and Batman v Superman. Like this is a massive deal. Like this, and no one knows why it's a massive deal yet. So historically, like it's so fun to revisit it and think to myself like, wow, this character is so huge now. Like this is a huge character now. Like, and I saw it. I didn't necessarily see it coming. I just knew that it was like, oh my god, this is the beginning. Like Avengers is real. Avengers is real. Like Black Widow is going to be in Iron Man 2. Like it's just really special. And again, I hate to bring up Daredevil again, but that's how it was like getting Punisher in season 2 of Daredevil, where it's like,
Right.
these projects wouldn't exist if it wasn't for the success of the first one. Like Iron Man 1 was so good that it led to like this movie being made in the way that it was, and like being so ambitious, and like it's really cool. Like we're lucky to have
Yeah.
a movie like this.
No, like, you know, I kind of want to go back to like your like Black Widow point in a second, because I think that's a very interesting conversation. But like, there was a moment I was watching this because I didn't see this in theaters. I was very late. I didn't get into it until like the Infinity Saga. Really, like that's when I was really getting into the stuff. But like, I was just thinking like, what a cool time it would have been knowing all that stuff back when this movie was in theaters. Getting to see Iron Man, getting to see Nick Fury, Black Widow, that ending thing with the Thor's hammer, like. What a time that must have been as a fan to be like, oh my gosh, I can't believe we're seeing
And
this.
you couldn't
on screen.
visualize it. You couldn't visualize
Yeah.
what the future looked like.
That's really cool. Yeah. No, I do want to answer my friend Noah's comment here. Justin Hammer and the actor that played him was the best part of Iron Man 2, in my opinion. I think I
Hell
agree.
yeah.
I think he's really, really good. Like,
Hard
he's
to
so
disagree with
charismatic.
that.
I hope he's back. Shout out to What If Season 2 for bringing him in.
Yeah.
Very random appearance. I was like, you know what? Hell yeah. At least it's
Shout out to
something.
Luke Cage for just invoking his name. I remember like
Oh, really?
Cottonmouth, he's like holding the Chitauri Judas killer weapon. He's like, this is some Tony Stark, Justin Hammer shit. Like, and I'm like, I remember at the time in 2016 being like, holy shit, it's canon, it's real.
That's
And now it
really
is
funny.
canon.
No, it is canon. Thank God. But no, like I think that's a really interesting point that you brought up in terms of like Black Widow and how they sexualized her as a character, and like let's be honest, like I think the MCU has always kind of struggled with how they portray their female characters. Like it's always been kind of rough. Either it's like they're for the male gaze, or
Yeah.
they are just non-existent. Like it took until 2019 for them to have a female-led movie,
Yeah.
and it's like that's a problem for sure. And like it is. It's hard because I know Black Widow as a character, can sometimes come across as that. Like that's something in her character. I
She's supposed to be
understand.
unsuspecting.
Yeah, no. Like I can 100% get like she's a spy that's going to be part of her thing, but like I 100% agree. Like it is very cool to kind of like I think after Winter Soldier especially, they were like, okay, let's
Yeah.
actually change how we perceive this character. Like she's not just a character for the male gaze. She's her own individual thing, and I 100% agree. I think Phase 2 should have had
one of the boys. I think that's a fair assessment. Like among
Mhm.
the Avengers, she's like one of the boys. Like I feel like that's
Yeah.
a fair description of it. If that doesn't sound weird.
right. Yeah, no. Like I think Phase 2 we should have had like a Black Widow Hawkeye.
100%.
I maybe like right before Age of Ultron, maybe like that could have been a nice little spot for it.
I will say, in regards to like them struggling with female characters and like the male gaze and all that, like the one like we gotta give props to Marvel TV. Like Marvel TV
Yes.
was just on, like think about the things they did with Jessica Jones. They just had full-on
Yeah.
sex scenes, but also was able to be like, this is a character going through trauma. This
Yeah.
isn't for like, this isn't just for the gays. This is for like the GAZE gays.
Right.
This is for like a portrayal of someone experiencing something real. And you look at someone like Agent May when she was like
Yes.
hitting it off with Ward in season 1, and it was all like this cute like love triangle, like sex appeal stuff. Like sometimes they can be really good at it when they're not afraid, right? So like part of it is like I think with Black Widow, it should obviously be up to Scarlett Johansson. And it's like,
Yeah.
I'm glad that she had power over that character and was able to go, yeah, no, I want to do this, and this is what we're doing. I think that's awesome. And I think it's equally awesome when they're like unafraid to do something because it fits the portrayal of the character.
Yeah. And like, it's tough because we, like, the Marvel fandom right now, I'll be honest, sometimes I despise the Marvel fandom. Like, you can't get any female lead or like female prominence thing in Marvel or Star Wars without having a fit. Like, She-Hulk, fantastic adaptation of that character, was getting hate before it was even announced. Like, that's just how it goes. Like, so many of these characters, like, I don't want to watch this movie because it's a female. You know, that's just kind of the narrative that we've built up into this point. And let's be honest, like, I think they're now a little scared to do some of these projects. They're like, well, what if people don't receive it well? Like, what if we don't do this? Like, I think that probably has heavily affected Avengers 5 and 6 about, like, what that lineup is going to look like. Like, can we have She-Hulk in that lineup, or will people protest or whatever, which is sad. Right. But, I don't know.
They need to put their best foot forward, which is just doing what they've always done, which is giving fans exactly what they want. And to me, what that looks like today and this year would be all the X-Men women. All the X-women, just them, just get everything you can to the X-Men female characters. That's your bread and butter now. That's what you do. Yeah. That's all it takes. You get Rogue to meet up with Captain Marvel, take her power, and then you get Storm, give her a solo. Storm has the most appearances of any female character in comics, like in superhero comics, other than Betty and Veronica. Like, Storm has the most appearances. Like, she obviously deserves like Wonder Woman levels of like she'd be like the next Trinity, right, of like the MCU. Like, and I think like Daisy Johnson is a character that we need. Like, in terms of like like if we're invoking Black Widow right now, like we have Yelena, fantastic replacement for Black Widow. So like I think that like in terms of like female characters, it's just harder to sell the unknown ones right now. At this stage of the game, it is much harder to sell the unknown, like mid-level, C-level female character right now than it is to just go, okay, here's the X-Men, and the starter lineup is Rogue, Storm, and Psylocke. You know what I mean? Like, just do that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, Black Widow and Iron Man 2 represents like them really not having many characters to pull from at the time. So like that's why like when she was introduced at the time, part of it was also, oh yeah, they don't have anybody else in terms of female characters right now. Right. So God bless Iron Man 2 for giving us Iron Man, for giving us Black Widow, and for making her a household name and like starting this. So hats off to them for that. Honestly, like they didn't have any other options. But
I agree. I think. Also, I feel like this is kind of like the first steps into getting like Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Like I think this movie is so Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. coded, like everything with Black Widow.
The Super Nanny land, when he's like, I'm going to tase you and watch Super Nanny on the couch. Like that was totally a beginning Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. moment.
Yeah, no, I love like in these movies, like Iron Man 1, this one, Thor, we're gonna get like it's really fun getting Coulson I love Coulson. I miss Coulson in the main MCU proper. I'm afraid we're never going to get him again due to like not knowing what's going on with Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. unless he's
getting older too, and he's supposed to be playing an immortal android. So
that's a good point. Yeah, I hope. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know where we'd see Coulson at this point. Unfortunately, like I don't know. Like it's hard because like if you don't watch S.H.I.E.L.D., you're going to assume that he's dead. So it's like,
I think it's best to like accept that he is a 2010s era character, and he's not moving. Like he was in Lego games, you know, like he was everywhere. Like he, you know what I mean? Like I think he did tutorials in Lego games. Like it was his voice teaching you to do everything. You know what I mean? Like, and then he's the principal in the Spider-Man animated show. Like he was everywhere, and I can accept that. Like that's just something us 2010s fans are gonna like get to look back on as like this lovely thing about the 2010s era of Marvel. Was like Coulson was kind of like the secret main character, like of that era, even though he like wasn't in the big movies always, you know.
Yeah, I mean, What If could be it because he's in this final season of a What If. Thankfully, like that might be our final Phil Coulson appearance for a while at least. Like, yeah, I mean, listen, I still have some faith. Maybe we can get like a Daisy Johnson something at some point. Like that's my hope.
Yeah, I have faith in that. At this point, with all the negativity they've gone through and like the love they've gotten from Daredevil, they have to know now. They have to know now that like their Marvel shows didn't receive as much love as the older ones that were much cheaper and didn't have as much spectacle, didn't have as much money. They have to see that now, and they have to be honest about like, what do fans want? What do they ask us for? Oh yeah, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., this network TV show that like millions of people around the world have seen because it was a network show. Like, people don't know how big the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. audience really is. Non-English speaking part of the audience. Like, that's a massive audience. I don't think people realize. Same with Daredevil. Like, people don't talk about Daredevil. Like, if you do a poll of top Marvel characters, like, Daredevil doesn't win, but like, I'm pretty sure, I feel positive about the fact that like the Marvel shows, like, many people have seen them. The old ones, I mean, like the both pre-Disney Plus. So I think that it's just a matter of time before they go, okay, we've gotten a lot of hate for stuff, for being like, maybe we had a few too many mediocre projects that weren't just total bangers. Let's just give people what they want, because that's what literally made us so successful in the first place.
It's really funny to me, and like I've talked about this a lot on the show, but like they obviously like they had a really good thing going with Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Daredevil and like these sets of shows, and they're like, okay, we're gonna do our whole thing on Disney Plus. We're gonna wipe those shows out, do our own thing on Disney Plus.
Which I was positive about.
Yeah, and like those things, they didn't get received as well as they wanted to. They don't know what to do. What do? They bring back Daredevil, and they're bringing back like the like formula of, you know, like a series, you know, like a showrunner and a show Bible, and it's like all these things. It's like, but you were already doing that. You just had to transport that formula into a new set of shows. You could have literally just brought in like Agents
all
of
the
S.H.I.E.L.D.,
writers' rooms,
Daredevil back then, a Jessica Jones show, whatever, onto the Disney Plus formula, and you would have been 5 years ahead of the curve. Like, you could have just transitioned them over. And it's like,
and they would have been able to sell the miniseries better if it was like, okay, we're giving you your traditional TV that you've been getting already, and also here are these 6-episode miniseries.
Yeah,
that would have been a much better foot to step forward, because now it's always an overcompensation, overreaction with Hollywood, where it's like, now I'm actually afraid we'd be losing something forever. Like, maybe that's not the case. I think we are still getting like 8-episode, 6-episode like miniseries, but it's like. I don't want them to overcompensate in any direction. Like, I want goofy
a variety.
I want miniseries, but I also want these dark, long-form storytelling as well. And I want Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. was that crazy show because it could do anything tonally. It could go dark, and it could go really goofy, and that's what was really special about it. Like, that's all I want. Like, I want real diversity here, not just like one type of tone. You know, it's easy to say all they do is comedy, but the reality is that they're not doing enough different stuff. It's the better way to put it.
Right. And I hope, like, I do hope we're on the horizons of kind of changing that. Like, I think in a year like this, where we can have like a Deadpool, which is rated R, an Echo, which is, you know, very similar to that, and then you can have like the Marvels, or you can have a Thor. Like next year I think is going to be a good example of that, where we're going to have Daredevil, which is supposed to be a much darker
I would
show.
love to come back and talk about Daredevil with you after that's wrapped up.
I would 100% love to do that. Yeah, I'm so excited.
I don't think I've been as hyped for anything in the MCU before, to be quite honest.
Yeah. I can't believe I still can't believe it's real. Like, we've been waiting so long for that. It's like, oh my god.
And that they caved to just making it all canon.
Yeah. Oh, that night was so special. Like, I didn't think Echo was like the greatest thing ever, but that night, as I am like, I'm about to put it on, and I see the notification on my phone that it's entirely canon. They've added it to like the Disney Plus catalog in the timeline order. I was like, we've been waiting for this for so many years. Like, it was a dream to come true. I couldn't believe that they were actually doing it. It's crazy.
Because it is that Arrowverse thing where it's like you feel like, oh, we're watching the Light universe. You remember when like apps would come out and it's like you add the version you pay for, and then it's like Angry Birds Light. Yeah. You know, and like it always felt like not acknowledging the Marvel shows made it feel like the light, and that was always very disrespectful to me, because they're obviously just really good. They're not perfect. They're not, but the MCU isn't perfect either. So
no,
I think that it's cool that Iron Fist is canon. Like, that's awesome. Like, that's like insane. Like, so I don't know. That's a wonderful thing. We're very lucky that 2024 played out the way that it did.
I agree. With that being said, I mean, do you kind of have any final thoughts or things that we didn't mention about Iron Man 2?
I have like 2 more notes that I didn't say about Iron Man 2.
Yeah, go ahead.
The hologram tech should have came back. We get to see it in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. a little bit, and that's cool, but in general, the hologram tech was cool. They could have brought it in like Endgame one final time for one scene. Because Endgame already had a lot of callbacks, so I understand why like they wouldn't actually need to do that. But in general, like the hologram tech was cool. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. used it pretty well. And the other note that I had was I'm not really like remembering if Rhodey ever had an AI for his suit. I think he may have had one in Iron Man 3, but that was always weird to me. Like in this movie, they don't address that. Like I didn't think about that until I rewatched it recently. Was that like how much are these suits powered by AI? And I'm also thinking about that in terms of like AI we're dealing with today. Like people have like AI assistants on their computers now and on their phones. And I'm like, okay, wait a second. Rhodey steals the suit, but like, how is he operating this? Like, is Jarvis like helping him? Like, is Jarvis the one who's helping him? But like, it's something that is obviously they didn't think it through, which is fine. I wanted to make note of that because I don't remember like any prominent like AI companion for Rhodey, and he should get one now moving forward, and they should find like a cool voice to do it, like a Stephen Merchant type of like asshole voice. You know what I mean? Like, I would be down for that. I think he has like a female AI in Iron Man 3. I can't remember though. I genuinely I can't. It's just something that I wrote down because it's something that is probably going to be a thing. I feel like
they bring in Terrence Howard as like his AI voice in his.
Oh my goodness! Please,
just the funniest thing ever.
Genius.
Oh my gosh, yeah. And did you have a second one, or was that the second one?
Oh, the first one was the hologram thing.
Hologram. Okay, cool. Yeah, no,
Iron Man 2, I'll give 7.5 out of 10.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think I gave it 3.5 out of my 5 stars on like Letterboxd. So I was like, yeah, I think it's good. I think it's a solid movie. It's not perfect. I will say, and I said the same thing when I rewatched Hulk. Better than I remember. Like I enjoyed it more now than I did when the first couple times I watched it like years ago. Like I think it does better with time. I think like again like these early MCU movies we kind of we had an opinion set and then we didn't rewatch it and it was like okay now that's just the opinion now. It's like no actually we've got a lot of stuff since then. How does it like relate to some of the newer stuff? Is it better or is it worse? And I think it got better for me. So
this was the last one where they had a real suit too. I think for Tony.
Oh really?
Like, set.
Sure.
And we get a lot of iconography in this one too, like the suitcase suit up.
Mm-hmm.
There's so much good stuff.
Yeah, I do like just like some of these early movies, and this isn't the hate on modern MCU, but like some of it does just look so much more real in like some of these Phase 1 stuff.
Even the robot fight that doesn't look real in the Japanese garden, it still looks visually fantastic.
I'll say that, yeah, I actually really, really love that final fight with like Tony and Rhodey together, like back to back fighting all the drones and stuff like that. Like I feel like it feels so personal. And again, going back to like the Rhodey thing, it's like I wish their dynamic could have been slightly stronger in like the first act of the movie, first couple acts, because that moment's really cool because it feels like two brothers who have like gone through this thing throughout the movie and they're coming together at the end, working together to beat this thing. Like it's a really cool moment.
That's why I wanted to bring up these deleted scenes with you, because that moment where he's like, "Hey, you ambushed me at this courtroom hearing." He's like, "Hey, I don't think hanging out with you is good for our friendship." Like they're having this like they're struggling, you know, and it would have made the moment in their fight the impact of that fight like work a little bit better. I think.
I agree.
It's weird that we can see that. It's weird that we can literally see these scenes and like chart like a different movie in our head. And in my like wisdom of enjoying these films, I make my own headcanon. To me, those scenes happen, and I don't care what anyone says. Like that's how I experience these films. Like I choose from deleted scenes what I perceive as canon. Not all of them can be canon. Sure. Like Pepper throwing the helmet out of the plane. As much as I love the scene, and you should watch that scene. Tony can't fly with that helmet at night. There's no way that works. Yeah, how does he see? But you know what I mean? Like, that's my headcanon. I think Rhodey and Tony, that scene was a really good one on the plane.
I agree. Is with phase 1 of the MCU. I mean, obviously this is our 4th episode kind of going through our retrospective of the MCU. We talked about Iron Man, The Incredible Hulk, and Iron Man 2. And so far, I have found that I've been really enjoying phase 1 a lot more than I remember. I remember thinking that phase 1 was like, yeah, pretty good, but, you know, not incredible. But I do think it's been a really nice breath of fresh air. Kind of getting to dive back into this era. It's a very different feeling. It's a very, I mean, not Marvel Studios, that's still over Paramount, right? So
yeah, I think Disney bought them, but at this point the movies were still being distributed by Paramount and so produced by Paramount.
Absolutely. So they definitely have a very different feeling. I have to go use the bathroom really quickly, but while I am, give everybody your thoughts on. Let's start with Thor. Let's start with Thor. What's your kind of overall thoughts on Thor?
Yeah, Thor was definitely a film. I think that it was one of, I don't know, it's a really, really, really like pretty film, like beautiful film in a way that a lot of the current MCU stuff isn't. It has that, not to say like it's got like film grain or anything like that on it, but like there's like a scene with Skarsgård's character Selfie and Thor in like a pub in, I don't know, about right after Thor goes through the shield base and like tries to lift up the hammer or whatever. And it's just in that scene, it's just the way it's shot and the way that the colors are reflecting off everybody's faces and the way that the depth of field in the camera is just, it's a lot of stuff that we don't see in the MCU anymore. It's a lot of stuff that just doesn't feel like it's in the MCU anymore. And I don't know, not to say that the films nowadays feel flat or feel colorless or feel, you know, whatever, because they clearly don't. Like the Guardians of the Galaxy 3 stuff was beautiful. A lot of other Marvel films look beautiful, but like, I guess compare the look of the way Thor and Captain America: The First Avenger are shot, and Iron Man and Incredible Hulk, with how like Deadpool and Wolverine are shot, and it's very clearly a different style of filmmaking. Like they just, I'm sorry, I'm just like ranting about how I think Thor is looks better than a lot of the current MCU stuff, but I think like it's not my favorite MCU film at all, but I think it's a film that the visuals in it somehow look better than a lot of MCU films I do prefer.
I agree. Like this era, and listen, like I feel like it's really popular to like come on the internet and be like, oh, I miss the old Marvel, like you know what, the old stuff, and I don't necessarily agree with that. But I do think in regards of just like how it looks and the like cinematography and just like certain on just like, you know, physical sets and stuff like that, like like these movies definitely had a look to them that definitely felt more, I guess, like physical, like, you know, it feels like you can just kind of reach out and touch, you know, these sets and stuff like that. Like a couple friends of mine that we had on the podcast a couple weeks ago, they made, you know, their Captain America thing, and I know we're still on Thor, but like, you know, they were talking, was like, yeah, like this was filmed where like in our town, like we can just go like drive past and we can like, you know, like we can see the stuff, like, you know we've gone there so many times, and you know, yeah, like I think in terms of Thor, like I do just love the environment of that movie, especially like the stuff on Asgard. Like I always thought that there was such a lacking of Asgard in the MCU. Like I just want to spend more time here. It's such a cool environment, and that first 20 minutes of Thor is so much fun, just the lore and like the layout and these characters, and there's such a world there that they have established in such a short amount of time that's really fun to like explore.
Yeah, it feels the film kind of feels like Eternals in a lot of ways, in how they deal with like mythology and going through various aspects of history in the MCU and stuff like that. Like when I was watching Thor, like I think I prefer Thor 1 over Eternals, but like I was watching, I was like, this kind of reminds me of Eternals. Why, do you prefer Eternals?
I think I might. I recently rewatched Eternals for
I haven't seen it since cinema. Yeah,
I rewatched because I didn't like it at first. I was like,
I didn't know either. Yeah.
Kind of mid. I don't know. Like I just worked like a long day. I think at the time it was so different than like everything in the MCU. And then I like rewatched it, and I was like, I really like it. Like the second time around, like I think it works for me. I think especially now we've got like almost 5 years since then. We've got a lot of other Marvel stuff. It's like this feels fresh. This feels unique. It feels like they actually let a director do their thing and you know like make the kind of movie they wanted to make. I know we're not talking about that movie now, but like I was like, man, I kind of dig this one.
Yeah. I need to rewatch it because I saw it the one time in cinema and never again. A lot of like the post, I'd say Far From Home stuff, I've only seen the once.
Yeah, I think the more we get out of Marvel, the more I kind of miss the like. I know it's like a very large story, and I think they needed more time in that story that they were telling. But I do think it feels very refreshing when like some of the other stuff we've seen since then. But I mean, I think I've always really enjoyed Thor. Just as a movie, I think it's a very simple movie, and I think especially stuff like Love and Thunder has come out since then, and you know Dark World, stuff like that. Like I think like in comparison to those, it's like, oh yeah, this I think blows those movies like out of the water.
I agree.
I think this movie really works for me if you view it less as like a comic book Thor movie and you view it as like a rom-com, because it works really well as like a rom-com. I
think the Thor Jane stuff was great.
Yeah, like if you take the Marvel logo on it, if this is just a movie Netflix put out, it's like, oh, it's this new rom-com for Valentine's Day or whatever. You watch it, you're like, this is sick as hell. This is a really cool rom-com. Like you have all this lore and these two coming together, and this I think it's a really probably one of the better like fish out of water stories. I think because there's so many of those, right? Like we have like a fish out of water.
Always fun though. I think like you know the context, whatever the context of them is, they usually make for a fun time.
Yeah, no, they're definitely very fun, and I think like Chris Hemsworth this actually might be one of my favorite like Chris Hemsworth Thor appearances because he's so organic, like he feels so kind of fresh in his prime. I think he balances that like Greek mythology, I think that's the most we see of that kind of Thor. But also just this like bumbling idiot who's like throwing the coffee on the ground, like another, and all these things, and like his chemistry with this cast is like fantastic. I like it. I like it. I think, and like I want to hear the things you don't like about it in a second. But I think it is just a very rushed movie. Like it's a movie that works really like very instantly. Like I wish I could have spent more time on Asgard. I wish I could have spent more time on Earth. I feel like neither aspects of that story work. And I think especially his themes of like redemption are very rushed in my opinion. Because like that scene, obviously, yes, I understand. Yes, you are worthy for doing that. But I wanted to see more time getting there. Like it kind of feels like the second he gets to Earth, he's already worthy again. Like there isn't that like, oh, I must learn from my mistakes. I must learn why I failed and why I lost my responsibility to begin with. It just kind of gets to Earth and he's already like a good guy, basically. So it's like,
I agree. Yeah. It feels like the Thor we see in the first 20 minutes when he goes to Jotunheim and to fight the Frost Giants and stuff like that. It feels very different to the Thor as soon as he lands on Earth.
Yes.
Like it feels like they're already two different characters.
I agree. Yeah, I definitely want to spend more time, and I think it doesn't really establish itself well. Where it's like, so what does it mean to be worthy, actually? Because it's like, and there's some probably like comic stuff that people can be like, actually, it means this or whatever. But like, where you have like, oh, Cap couldn't pick it up in Age of Ultron, he couldn't pick it up, but Thor can. What makes Thor so much more worthy in that movie than any of the other Avengers in Age of Ultron, right? Like what is that line?
Do you think he could pick it up in Age of Ultron and he faked it?
That is my headcanon. But like, why not Nat, right? Like you know, why not Rhodey, right? Like they're probably on the same level, like worthiness, right? So it's like, what is that line exactly?
That's why. I don't know, he probably wasn't.
It was that early. It's crazy.
Was he a year before Civil War?
Right?
No, he was he a Skrull during Civil War? Did they say he was?
I don't think they've actually said. Like, I've heard multiple things. I've heard people said post Endgame. I've heard people say pre Endgame. I think after Civil War makes the most sense to me. Like, I people are pissed by it, but I kind of like the idea that they swapped him out during his like surgery. I think that makes a lot of sense to me. But no, I mean, like in terms of the supporting cast, I mean, I think this movie has a lot of very iconic characters. Obviously, Loki, which has become such a massive thing at this point. Like Loki has went on to be the villain of Avengers, and then everything he does in Ragnarok and Infinity War, to then going on getting a variant of himself in his own series. Like he's gone through such a shift. I mean, what's your thoughts on kind of like the journey of Loki starting from this movie to kind of where we are now?
Well, it's crazy. He's the overseer of the timeline now. Like he's sitting up there at the above the TVA and everything, just overlooking everything. Like he is the god at the moment, which shows like a really cool and huge change. Where it's like, I guess if we're counting that Loki, we can't really count anything from the Dark World or from Infinity War or Ragnarok in terms of like what he changes and what he like how he transforms as a character. But I think it's really cool to see him here, where like, I mean, I've always thought Loki seemed more like a villain in Avengers 1 than he did in Thor 1. Because like he's villainous in Thor 1, but it feels like everything he's doing for a reason and to match up with his own insecurities and how he feels about himself and how he feels betrayed by Odin and Thor and all of that stuff, and how he's battling inside of himself about whether he's to be a frost giant, whether he's more like that or he's more Asgardian. And it feels like there's kind of a big shift in him between where he ends in Thor 1 and where Thor is trying to save him at the end of this film, and then what we see in Avengers, where he's just straight up trying to blow up.
He's a villain, yeah. I agree. Like, I kind of forgot his arc in this movie. Like, I'm glad I like rewatched it, because it's like he kind of has this like syndrome story where he's trying to like appear as the hero, as the villain. He's just trying to prove himself to his father and his brother and his kingdom and himself that he is worthy, which is like a really cool kind of theme on like the whole Thor thing. Like, I think they're both of them have arcs about being worthy, both of them going through a different. Honestly, I mean, actually, I'd argue maybe has a better arc than Thor in this movie in terms of like worthiness, where it's like they go in different direction, but like he goes up as like, oh, I am worthy, so now I need to accept that. Which I guess that's more like an Avengers thing, like a thing that's untold. It's like, okay, I'm not worthy, screw it, I'll fucking blow up the earth, I'll destroy the earth, whatever.
New York, because like it would have been straight after Thor 1 where he goes to Thanos to make the deal to get the Tesseract and stuff like that. Like he straight up becomes the one of the worst people in the universe at this point, because he's going after the Infinity Stones for Thanos. Like, it's kind of weird to see him here, where he's essentially a gun for hire in Avengers 1, where he's just somebody running after the stones for Thanos. And like, I love Avengers 1, but I feel like maybe that does do a bit of a disservice to his character arc here, where he feels far more balanced and far more like there's somebody to understand underneath that facade of being, you know, the bad guy or whatever. Whereas in Avengers, there's nothing to understand. He's the bad guy.
Yeah, I might argue outside of the like Loki series, might be the best appearance of Loki. Like, again, I love him in Avengers, but like as a villain, he's good in Thor, but I feel like a little like less of like he's kind of just doing Loki's thing in that movie. Like, it's nothing new at that point. Thor Dark World we don't need to talk about. Again, like, I don't remember him there, but I don't think it's going to be very fondly. It might be his best appearance as like villain, like Loki, like up until, and kind of like you said, like it is kind of strange because this isn't that far into where we leave him in Loki. Like, you know, like it's not that far. So I actually think like from this perspective, it's not that far of a character jump to where we see him in that show, where it's like, oh, I actually have an opportunity to make myself worthy, to like make all these insecurities come true. I think it works a little better now having like revisited this project. So I think that's really cool.
It'd be cool to do like a Thor Avengers than just Loki. Like go through those three projects just to see like exactly where the character arcs sort of begin and where they change and stuff like that.
And I'm so excited. Like, I know they said, oh, we're done with Loki. I'm excited to see where he ends up in, I assume, Doomsday. Because I am, like, I legitimately want Tom Hiddleston to be one of, like, the major characters in that movie. Because I think just the arc of having him, like, be an Avenger, I think would be really fun. Like, him fighting along Thor would be kind of sick as hell. Like I kind of like the idea that Thor dies in Avengers 5 or 6, and he has to, like, now it's Loki holding Thor in his arms, like it's
Yeah.
the opposite arc. And it's like, oh my gosh, that full circle moment I think could be really, really sick.
That'd be cool,
Um,
especially since he has all those extra abilities now, or like he's controlling the timeline or whatever
yeah.
because of. But I wonder if like this does almost mean that he has to be killed or taken off of his chair or whatever pretty early on in Avengers Doomsday, because how else is the timeline going to start falling apart and start converging all the universes together if Loki's still up there sort of overseeing everything?
I would not be shocked that that's how you open Doomsday. Is like Doctor Doom coming in and be like, yeah, get out of here, like sending him to Earth
like
or whatever,
Scram.
taking away his powers.
That'd be cool, yeah. Oh, almost like Thor ends up in this film then. Take away all of his abilities, just send him to Earth. Yeah.
I mean, speaking of which, and I'm just going to like go through the cast here. We can talk about like all the characters. Anthony Hopkins as Odin. Now
Right.
he had recently come out and was like, yeah, I didn't like the MCU. I didn't like doing the Thor movies. They were anti-cinema, blah blah blah. What sucks because he might be one of the best actors in the MCU. Like his performance as Odin is incredible. Like it's really, really good.
I think he's great in it. Yeah, he like this is definitely his best performance. I know he's only in The Dark World and Ragnarok after this, but Ragnarok and The Dark World don't give him nearly as much to do as this film does. And like there's that moment early on where Thor is like, I am Asgard's king, and then Odin turns to him and goes, but you're not king, are you? And then the way he says it is just so good, and it's got this real anger behind it, where it's like we're not really used to seeing in an MCU film like that. Like he elevates the performance for sure. Like you could play Odin as like very sort of, I don't know, generic, but he never plays it as a generic role. He plays it as a real serious role, and he does it really well.
No, absolutely. Like he's incredible. Like that scene where him taking away the power, probably one of the most iconic scenes in the whole MCU.
Yeah.
Like I take away your power, I take away your honor. Like that whole thing is so good. Which makes me want more. Like I wish we could have spent at least another like 5 to 10 minutes in Asgard in this movie to really develop that relationship more, because I think like that's the crust of the movie is Thor's relationship with his family and his kingdom and his honor. And I don't really get to see a lot of that in that first act, unfortunately. That I think could make his like fall to like his like fall from grace even more impactful. It's like, oh my gosh, like you really failed your father, you failed your people, you have dishonored everybody. I think that would have been cool to see. I mean, I was just thinking here, like we're talking about like pitching these long form TV shows. I think it'd be cool to do like a Thor prequel, like maybe like a young Odin like leading his like people or something. Just
That'd
like,
be cool.
Like
that budget would be crazy.
Oh my gosh, yeah, no, they couldn't do it. But like just in terms of like, I want so many like MCU prequel shows. Like there's so many I've pitched over the years. I want like an Ant-Man prequel. I want
I'm surprised we didn't get anything with like Hank Pym and Janet in like a pre Ant-Man 1 sort of area.
Not to get off track, but like I do wonder if maybe Secret Wars will have them be the main Ant-Mans again, like a young Hank and Janet.
Oh yeah,
would be kind of cool. Post reset and stuff like that.
That'd be cool.
Okay,
yeah, that'll make it more like Avengers comic book traditional.
Yes, yeah, 100%. Like they're part of the OG6 in this continuity or whatever. Jane Foster, obviously Natalie Portman, very iconic actress, obviously. What's your thoughts on Jane? Because I feel like I don't know. I feel
think
like
she's great.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of her in this. I think The Dark World does everybody a disservice. Like I don't think she's nearly as good in The Dark World as she is in the first Thor. Despite Love and Thunder not being the greatest film, I think she's one of the best parts of it for sure. I think she's great in this. I think her dynamic with Thor in this is really good. Like I love the final scene of the film where Heimdall's like, she searches for you, and it's just cutting to her like finding whatever she needs to track the next storm that's going to have some sort of bridge to Asgard. No, I think like the Earth stuff would not work nearly as well without her being played as well as she is. Yeah, and I think like she makes up the Earth stuff for sure.
And I also love how like just kind of like in prospect of Jane, how I guess serious the movie ends. Like I love an ending of like he's sacrificing Jane for the betterment of Asgard. And it's like his promise, like I will find you again, I will get back to you, and this very bittersweet ending is like, well, you broke your promise, you didn't come back for me. Like I love that ending. I like how like somber it ends, how serious it ends.
It's very similar to the Captain America 1 ending.
It is.
Like, they have two really similar endings.
Yeah, Phase 1 really like deals with like consequences of responsibility. So I think that's cool. Eric Selvich, which I'll be honest, is a character I feel like I never cared much about previously. He was always kind of just there for me. He hasn't come back in a long time, right?
He was in Thor 4, wasn't he?
Was he in Thor 4?
More Thor? I'm pretty sure he was. I thought that they got him and Jane both back, but Darcy wasn't in it. Let me double check that.
Interesting. I mean, I always thought he was fine. Like, I think he works as like a little like a supporting cast.
Yeah.
I really like that scene with like them in the bar. Like, I think that does a lot for Thor's character. It's just like them bonding and like drinking it up. This like adopted father figure watching out for his daughter. His adopted daughter. Like, I think that's all really cool. I don't have much thoughts on him now. He's just kind of like there for me.
Yeah, he feels more like a plot device in terms of a character than like a fully fleshed. Like, he's just there to sort of be, I don't know, the mentor-y sort of character, and then to push Thor a little bit.
Go back to bed, Chainsaw. This is in council. Get out of here.
Got him.
Darcy. You know what? I love Darcy. I think I like retroactively love Darcy now. Like, I know people hated the like Howard the Duck episode, but I think after WandaVision, I love Darcy. I think she's such a fun reoccurring character where it's like, I think more of her might be too much, but I think they give her just the amount of stuff. I do want to see her back again in the main like stream MCU though. Like, I had said, like, when we were talking about like a sword show, like I was like, well, you could kind of merge that like little group in WandaVision, that little like
Jimmy Woo
team.
And stuff like that as well.
Yeah, you could merge them in with like your like Agents of Sword cast, kind of combine those two shows. I'd be open to that. I think she's fun.
I hate Darcy. I think she might be one of my least favorite MCU characters.
No.
Just the way she says like everybody's said Mjolnir 101 times in this film, and she just keeps saying Mew Mew. Like, it's called Mjolnir. You can say Mjolnir. It's not that hard to say. Just say the word. Don't keep calling it Mew Mew or whatever. And she does it in Thor: The Dark World as well. And I'm like, it's dumbing her character down for comedic relief, and I don't think it's necessarily needed, because I feel like Thor is a funny movie more so from the absurd stuff, not when it's trying to do like one-liners or not. It's like you see the Warriors tree and Sif walking through like downtown, was it New Mexico? And that's funny because it's like, they're crazy. They're walking around in their full Asgardian gear or whatever. It's not funny when Darcy keeps saying Mew Mew every time the hammer comes up. Maybe that's just
I will say, like, I didn't like her the first time around because it was like, oh, that's just a girl from like Two Broke Girls, and I thought that show was like so irritating. But I think after WandaVision, I was like, okay, I have a newfound appreciation for this character. And then looking back, I was like, oh yeah, though, like, that's like one of her only appearances in the MCU. I like her. Sure. And then obviously, like, the Howard the Duck thing was like, okay, maybe that's a bit too much, but
that's so weird that was like a greenlit episode. That they were like, yep, this makes sense. Let's do it.
I like how much and this is kind of like an overall like Phase 1 thing, but I like rewatching this phase. One of my favorite things is how much Clark Gregg, Agent Coulson, is in these movies. It makes me want to rewatch.
He's great in that so much. I love the one where like Jasper Sitwell is like, which Sitwell being in this is crazy too, because he's in Winter Soldier and then Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. for a while. But I love the one where he's like, is that one of Stark's when they're talking about the Destroyer? And he's just like, I don't know, that guy doesn't tell me anything.
No, he's such, and I think S.H.I.E.L.D. is very interesting in this movie because they're almost like the antagonists of like the first act.
Absolutely.
Like, they view them as the villain that's taking away their stuff and that's like prohibiting them from doing their jobs. And it's really cool to see it from like that perspective. And I guess Tony kind of had the same way, where it's just S.H.I.E.L.D. coming in, like ruining his style and stuff like that. But it's cool to see that as someone who's seen all of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. them as like the good guys, right? It's cool to see the other side of it.
At this point, they're mostly Hydra. Well, they're not mostly Hydra, but there's a lot of them. They're just straight up Hydra. Like,
you're right.
They sort of are a villainous group at this point.
You're right. You're right.
And that comes up in Avengers as well, when like they find out that the Shield has been stocking Hydra weapons inside the helicarrier, and then Steve is like, "What the hell is this? This is not Shield."
Idris Elba as Heimdall too is
Yeah.
like such an underrated, I think, casting. Just like such an underrated MCU character. He's dead, right? Yeah, he's dead,
Idris
right?
Elba?
Is that the MCU? No. The
I was like,
Heimdall.
Idris Elba's not
Heimdall.
dead. No, Heimdall, yeah,
Heimdall's
because
dead. Yeah.
the credit scene of Thor: Love and Thunder is like Jane going to the afterlife, and he's there.
Yeah. I wonder if they'll bring him back, like
That'd be cool.
posts everything. That could be cool if they brought him back. So the Warrior, you said it's the Warrior 5, right?
The Warriors, I think they're called Sif and the Warriors Tree, is like their official name.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean, this is very similar to like a Darcy thing. I love Sif, but from Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Like, I love that she's like one of the major like Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. MCU characters, so I feel like I have such like an attachment to that character, even though she doesn't, I guess, do much in here. Like, she's kind of
She's great in her 2 Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. episodes.
Yeah. Thandal, I think is how you say his name. He is a different actor than he is.
Yeah, he's
in the
Josh
rest of-
Dallas here, and then he's Zachary Levi in
Yeah.
2 and 3.
Which is why I love Josh Dallas. He's one of my favorite TV actors because I mean, he's in Once Upon a Time. He's in Manifest. So like, he's in so many things I love. So it's very weird to be like, Prince Charming, what the hell are you doing here?
What are you doing here?
Yeah, I was like, what the hell? Okay, that's fun. And then they get Zachary Levi later on, which it's weird to look back on that. I'm trying to think. Is there anybody else I want to talk about? I mean,
Ray Stevenson plays Volstagg. Is that his name? Volstagg?
Volstagg, yeah.
Yeah, Ray Stevenson is like one of my favorite actors of all time because he's dead now. He was Balin in Ahsoka.
Yeah.
And then he was the Punisher in the Punisher Warzone. And then he was Blackbeard in Black Sails, and he was a main character in Rome. He's amazing. Like he's always one of the coolest.
Ahsoka, right?
Yeah.
No. I mean, as a whole, how would you kind of rate Thor as just like a movie? Where does it kind of rank for you in like phase 1 kind of stuff?
It's gotten better over time for me. Whereas like I've rewatched, I don't know, I've probably seen it 4 or 5 times, I'd say, over the years. And I'd say I've seen it more than that. I've probably seen it like 6 or 7 times. A lot of those phase 1 films, I used to rewatch the phase 1 films a lot, like back in like school and stuff like that. I watched them all the time. But it's a film that has gotten a little better for me every time I've seen it. I think it's one of for a while it was one of the weaker MCU films when we only had like 15 or 16. But now since we have 35, maybe going into Captain America 4, like I think it's probably around the middle. Like it's solidly in like the middle of all of them. In terms of just phase 1, I would put it as, I haven't seen Iron Man 2 or Hulk in a long time, but I'm pretty fresh on Iron Man 1, Captain America 1, and Avengers 1. And I think all 3 of those are better than Thor, but I don't think I'd put Thor below Hulk or Iron Man 2. So I'd say it's probably in the middle, about in phase 1 as well.
Yeah, I think I agree. I've been doing I made a new list for just like my rewatch of everything. And I agree. I think like out of the 5 I've done so far, I think it's at my number 4. I'd go Incredible Hulk, Thor, Iron Man 2, First Avenger, and then Iron Man so far.
Okay.
I think. So, yeah, no, I mean, I think there's a lot to appreciate here. I think this is the movie where Thor feels the most like Thor for me. I think, these characters feel very natural. It feels very larger than life. I just think it needed a bit more oomph to make it great. Like, I feel like it's so close to being a fantastic movie. It just needs a little push to get there. Yep. What do you think on like the ending, on just like, I want to talk about Thor a little bit and like his themes of like, because we definitely set up his themes of like being a leader in this movie, like him, preparing to lead Asgard. And we kind of dropped that, I think, in end of the Infinity Saga. Like his arc became, oh, I actually don't need to be leader. I can leave my responsibilities behind.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I like that.
A people, not a place, or whatever. Where it's like he loots Asgard.
I don't know if I love that. And I think at the time I really did. I think the more I look back on his character, I kind of like the idea of maybe him taking back some responsibility, right? And I think, like, say what you want about Love and Thunder, I like how that movie ends a lot about him taking in, you know, having his daughter now, right? He has a kid. I think that's some really cool parallels to Odin and his son in this movie, and, like, you know, that themes of fatherhood. Like, you know, there's that line in this movie that's like, you're going to be a great, or what Thor says, I will never be the father or the leader that you were. So I kind of, by the end of Thor's journey in the MCU, I kind of like the idea of him taking back some of that leadership, him taking back Asgard, or rebuilding it, or doing something to kind of take back some of that responsibility to make his arc feel kind of full circle.
Yeah, for sure. I agree.
That's going to be interesting. Okay, and we also have Captain America, the First Avenger. Now, the reason you're here today, because
Worst film.
You are a massive Captain America fan. My plan was to kind of bring you on for, like, the Captain America exclusive episodes.
Oh, yeah. I've got a Captain America shield on my wall over there.
Amazing. I like that. This might be my most rewatched MCU movie. Like, I haven't seen them as much as
you have. Really? Your most
rewatched? I've seen this,
Oh.
either this or Infinity War. I think I've seen this one 4 to 5 times.
Yeah.
I think it's 4 times, because I watched it the first time. I watched it in preparation for Endgame. I was binge watching all of them through. I rewatched it last year as I was prepping to watch Agent Carter for the first time. And this is my first time kind of post Agent Carter. And I think, I don't know how you feel, each time I watch this movie, I think I like it a little bit more. Like, I think
I do
like,
as well.
some of the problems I had previously are just gone each time I watch it.
Yeah.
Like, I really like this one.
I just think it's a very fun film. It's
Yeah.
like the way it's set up, the whole period piece element of it sets it apart from a lot of other MCU films. Like, even not even getting into the fact that it feels like it's filmed differently in comparison to other MCU films. I just like mean in general, the period piece stuff sets it apart. Like, the only other time we've really seen that in an entire film was Captain Marvel 1. But, like, with the First Avenger, I think it is the best origin story in the MCU to me, where I think that they handle you learning about Steve before he gets the super serum, his friendship with Bucky, all of the stuff that, like, goes through that, and how the film then shows him getting the powers, and like showcases that he hasn't changed now that he has the powers or anything. Like, he's the same person, and kind of just seeing him slowly get better and better and better as the film goes on is really fun to see.
I agree. I mean, I love Chris Evans. I think Chris Evans' Cap is probably my favorite MCU character. I think he's up there for me. He is
like
just,
movies, or like movies on TV, or just movies.
I think he's just one of my favorite characters, like, inside the MCU. Like,
Yeah.
I'd argue he probably is just my favorite character, and I think I've realized about this me really recently is I love characters that are just good. They are good. Despite everything that goes their way, their struggle is that they remain good.
Yeah,
like, I love Superman. I love Doctor Who. I love Ted Lasso. I love Captain America. Like, I think those kind of characters are just, I love them, because I think that's always what I've, like, inspired to be. Like, I just, like, want to be a good person. And I love Chris Evans does such a good job in this movie. He's, like, so instantly, like, you love him instantly. Like there's no, like, let's learn this guy. Like, you're 5 minutes in, it's like, oh, this is, like, the nicest dude ever.
Yeah.
And I think it helps giving him this, like, underdog story. The, like, special effects making him real small and stuff like that is so fun.
That's so crazy to me, because it looks so real as well.
It looks good.
Like, it shocks me every time when I'm like, that is special effects. Like, it just looks like Chris Evans.
It does. Yeah. And this era, like, again, like, it taking place in this era just automatically sets it apart from everything else in the MCU. Like, it's the only MCU prequel outside of Captain Marvel, I think.
Yeah, I think, like, we get some scenes, like the beginning of Ant-Man being in the 80s and stuff like that. But, like, in terms of a full film, I think,
Yeah, and you know, I like Captain Marvel, but it doesn't really feel necessarily like a different era. This feels like just completely sets it apart from everything else. And I think, you know, they could have easily skipped this stuff and just went to present day, but they don't. They spend time here. We feel the gravity. You get sucked into his responsibility in this time era that it is so refreshing to me. I love living in this world, and I think that's why I love Agent Carter so much. Again, I watched that last year, and that gave me such a bigger appreciation for this time era. Like, I love the
Agent
stuff
Carter is
that
a
you
really
go
good follow
through.
up. Yeah.
It is, yeah, and like, you know, like there's so much like life in this era, like everything going on with Howard and with Peggy and like the foundation of Shield and like all these things that lead directly to the stuff we see in present day. But it's like, this is a whole world that we could explore.
Yeah.
Like I think the fact Peggy Carter only got 2 seasons is like a travesty.
It's
there's
crazy.
So
Yeah,
much
they could have done so much with that. I love how Agent Carter opens with like the final scene between her and Steve from Captain America. Like, as the Marvel logo is kind of coming in the first episode of Agent Carter, they're playing the audio from when his hydroplane or whatever is going down over the Arctic, which is a really cool way to tie in. But I think in general, like, this film might have my favorite ending of an MCU film. I think the way that they set it up, the way Steve gets crashed in the Arctic, the way then we go to him being in the Shield base and them pretending it's still the 40s so that they can slowly lure him in, him straight away realizing something's off because he recognizes the game that's on the radio. Then he gets up, he runs out, him bursting out into Times Square and just straight away like, whoa, things are different, like things are crazy different. He just starts running, he's running past the cars, and then Fury showing up and being like, you've been asleep, Cap, is just, that whole, I don't know, 5-6 minutes is one of my favorite sequences in any film ever.
I had a date and it cuts.
Yeah,
it's
such
so
a good ending.
good.
Such a good ending. The music coming in. Did you watch the post credit scene of Captain America the way it's the Avengers trailer?
Yeah,
it's so fun. It's just like I know it was 13 years ago at this point, but it just gets me hyped for the Avengers again.
Yeah. I mean, and Spider-Man did that for like Doctor Strange. I feel like everyone was pissed then, but I do feel like there was still at least like a post-credit scene to this. Like, there is a scene, and then it plays into this big thing.
I think, didn't Doctor Strange or Spider-Man do the same thing where they played a bit of the Steve and Wanda scene, and then that slowly goes into the trailer, similar to here where it's like the Steve and Nick Fury scene from Avengers that slowly goes into the trailer.
Yeah, I actually don't hate the idea of doing more of that. Like, I know people are
like
pissed. I don't hate, like, oh, here's a trailer for, you know, the next thing.
I think they should do it.
Wasn't it Ant-Man that did the, like, Loki scene? They just, like, played the scene from Loki. Like, it's not even like a... They just played a clip.
And speaking of Ant-Man 1 did the same thing, where they play the Bucky, Sam, Steve scene from Civil War, where Bucky's in, like, the big factory place or whatever, and they walk in. Ant-Man just does that, I guess. They just play scenes from other films or other projects.
That's interesting. That's fun. And you know, obviously this project sets up so many characters that we will see still to this day, right? I mean, let's talk about Peggy Carter. We kind of talked about her previously. Her journey through, I guess like Haley's journey through the MCU has been very interesting. Because obviously she's in this movie, which she's fantastic. We can talk more about her in a minute, but like she goes on to like, we see an older version of her in Winter Soldier, right? We
see her like there in one scene where Steve comes in and is like talking to her on her bed, and then in her funeral in Civil War.
Right. Okay. So yeah, there's that stuff. There's obviously like Endgame. It's him going back to her at the end of the film.
She's in Ant-Man as well, really briefly. In the Shield scene at the beginning. Yeah, the very beginning where we see like a de-aged Hank Pym, and he's there alongside Peggy in the Triskelion.
I'm so excited to revisit Phase 2.
Ant-Man's pretty good. It's got a lot in it.
Phase 2, man, is gone in my brain. Like outside of Guardians, 1, it's gone. Yeah. So I'm so excited. But then obviously we have the What If stuff where she plays Agent Carter, which is kind of like a variant of this version of the character. Which, I mean, listen, Haley and Peggy Carter and Agent Carter get so much hate. I love Peggy as a character, like all the versions of her. Like, I know Captain Carter gets so much hate. I kind of love her as a character. Like, I think that really works for me. Is it too much? Maybe. And also Doctor Strange too, right? She shows up as
Captain Carter.
Agent Carter there too. Yeah, Captain Carter. What's your thoughts on her, just like in general?
I mean, she's one of my favorite MCU characters, I think. But I think that that's just based off of having watched her for 2 seasons in Agent Carter. I feel like watching anybody for seasons of TV shows is going to make you like them more than people who have just been in movies.
Yep.
So I think that that kind of affects the fact that, because like everybody on Twitter is calling like her Captain Carter stuff an industry plant and stuff like that. I'm being like it's Captain Industry Plant or Captain Psyop or whatever. It's so funny. I think it's like one of the funniest running jokes on Twitter. But I do think that the Captain Carter stuff, like, I think it's fun for like a cameo scene in Doctor Strange 2. I think when she's in 3 seasons of What If, which is supposed to be an anthology show, playing Captain Carter, then going into her maybe being in the next Avengers films as that same character, that can get a bit much. But in terms of just Agent Peggy Carter, I think she's a really solid character.
Yeah. I don't really get the like industry plant thing though either. Like I think it makes sense. You're going to have a like one recurring character in What If that's kind of like your icon. It makes sense for that to be like the alternate Captain America as your symbol. Like that makes sense to me. And I definitely get the like the critiques with What If. Hello Jeffrey, how's it going? I hope you're doing well. Like I definitely get like what I have my problems with What If. There's stories that they just I don't get what they did with that show. But I always like Peggy Carter when she shows up for like once a season. Like I don't have a problem with that.
Fun, yeah.
Even though how they ended it's like very crazy. It was like, oh, Peggy Carter is like a god. Like just
yeah, where they call them the champions or something like that as their hero name.
No, for sure. Who else do I have on my cast list here? I mean, we had Nick Fury in here for a little bit at the end. Obviously, not much to really talk about there. Although he's always great. I think again, like that ending scene, so probably one of my favorite scenes for Nick Fury. Like that's fantastic.
It's really good, yeah.
This is Sebastian Stan.
Bucky,
as Bucky
it's crazy
Barnes.
that he's still like a main part of the MCU now. Not even like rumored cameos coming back. He's just straight up a main present character in the MCU now.
I'd argue he's probably one of the most important in the
I would say
MCU
so.
at the moment. Like he is like best friend, or not best friends, but like he's good friends with like the leader of the Avengers. He's about to do Thunderbolts. I know it's been rumored he's maybe in Daredevil, right, as like a Pacific
Whoa,
thing.
really? That'd be crazy.
He was involved in the original run of the show, or like
What,
he was
really?
rumored in the original thing. Yeah, that
I
was
didn't
the
see
thing.
that at all.
And then
Damn, I thought I read up everything there was on the original version of that. I didn't see anything about Bucky. That's crazy.
that was the rumor, and then I was like, I hope like them like teasing all these cameos. I'm like, can they keep that in there? Because I think that'd be really. I don't know,
Why
like
would
Matt
Bucky
and
fit?
I don't. Maybe he needs a lawyer for something. Like,
Maybe,
like
yeah.
maybe it's just a quick scene. He needs a.
Matt blindly
thing.
walks into Brooklyn instead of Hell's Kitchen, and Bucky's there.
I think those two characters are so different, but they'd be so cool to just see like interact with each other because they're so similar as well in terms of like tone and stuff.
Yeah.
So that'd be fun.
That would mean that like if they time it right, Daredevil Born Again could finish right around
before.
when Thunderbolts comes out. Yeah, do that.
I will say, I don't know if you agree with this or not. I do think this is probably his weakest appearance, not because he does anything wrong. It's just because he is just like a supporting character here, right? He's not the Winter Soldier yet, so he's just there to support.
I would
Cap,
agree.
which
He's
is not a
just
bad
kind of
thing.
a generic army guy, isn't he?
Yeah,
Like, he's a friend to Steve, but he's just like a soldier.
Yeah, like I think he plays his role perfectly and perfectly sets up Winter Soldier where he goes, but he's actually not in the movie very much. He's in a couple minutes in the first couple of things, and then he doesn't show back up until like almost the third act of the film when he saves them, which by the way is a fantastic scene. I love that entire sequence when he's going to go save the like men from the camp and stuff like that.
Let's hear it for Captain America.
Yeah, them walking back, like thinking he's dead, like, oh, they failed, oh my gosh, and he comes back arming, which is all the men in high spirits, is probably one of my favorite scenes in the movie. I thought that was fantastic.
Yeah, and then he's gone again after that. Like, he's there for a few minutes as, like, they get ready to go off on their mission, and as soon as they go off on their mission, he's gone.
Yeah, and then he, quote-unquote, dies. And correct me if I'm wrong, at the time, the Winter Soldier thing was kind of a new idea, right? Like, it wasn't very popular yet in terms of like Bucky coming back from from the dead and becoming like this villain kind of character. That was new.
I have the first comics where Bucky appears as Winter Soldier, and I think it was from like 2008, 2009 ish was when the run kind of came out. So yeah, that would have been like 3 years before the film, 2 years before the film.
That's
so yeah,
crazy.
Which I get why people then. I mean, when you hear the next film's called Captain America: Winter Soldier, fans were like probably straight away like, okay, so it's Bucky. But I feel like before you knew what the name of the film was, you probably wouldn't have expected to do an idea that new that quickly
Right.
in the MCU.
Yeah, for sure. We have some pretty big names in here as well, like Tommy Lee Jones,
Yeah.
and Stanley Tucci, playing pretty big roles in this movie, which I think is cool. Stanley Tucci is like unrecognizable in this movie as well. Like,
Oh, it's crazy to see that's him.
yeah, it didn't take until this time. I was like, wait, that's him? Holy shit!
Yeah.
I didn't even recognize him. He's so different as a character.
I love him in this. I think Abraham Erskine is a
good.
really, really fun character, and like he's not in the film for long, but like he has an impact. He feels like he's the Yinsen almost to Tony, like as he is to Steve,
Yeah.
where he's somebody that gives the character that push to really become the hero who they are, and that's a person that sticks with them the whole time.
Yeah, it's like his Uncle Ben, right? Where it's
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
his
exactly.
strived. I love. Oh my gosh, I love the scene where it's like, you have to promise me you have to become a good man. Like, you have to stay a good man.
Yeah.
And that element, I love. Probably my favorite scene in this movie. I know I already said I had a favorite scene, but I think my favorite scene in this movie is when he jumps on the like bomb. When he's like, "Oh,
Yeah.
get out of here, go!"
Get out,
He's covering
Get
it.
away! Yeah,
Yeah,
That's
it's
really
so good. It's just like,
and it's just the Colonel Phillips is just such like an asshole in it to him, where it's like, well, he's still skinny. It's like, damn,
yeah.
okay, harsh.
And then in that scene in Falcon and the Winter Soldier, when what's his face didn't do that, right? Like he didn't save other people above himself. Is so like, oh, okay, interesting.
Yeah.
I wonder if Sam's gonna have a scene like that in the new one. Like if there's gonna be a scene that shows like, this is why he's Captain America. Like this is, we've already seen that already. He is worthy to be that mantle. But like, I wonder if he has a moment where he puts himself above everyone else to be like, that's why he's better. That's why Steve chose him to do this job, kind of thing.
I feel like we need that because like Falcon and Winter Soldier is a show really to dig into why he should be Captain America, because we have that whole thing where he didn't want the shield and he was not going to take it. He was being Falcon for most of that show because he didn't think he was good enough to be the new Steve Rogers.
Right.
I guess he's not Steve Rogers. He even says that in the trailer for Brave New World, where he's like, I'm not Steve Rogers. But like, why he's going to be the new Captain America. And I feel like that's going to be a big deal in Brave New World as well, where he's still battling people who are like, you're not Captain America. And he's still struggling to tell them why he is. And I'm excited to see a moment where it's like, it becomes clear to the world that yes, he's Captain America.
Yeah. That I think I've talked about this on here so many times, but like that's the reason I'm so excited for Cap 4, is because it's like everything people are saying in the real world is what the people are saying in the MCU canon.
Yeah.
They're like, why is I miss Steve Rogers? Why is this guy Captain America? He can't fight a Red Hulk. He's too weak. He doesn't have serum. Where's his serum? All these things. It's like it will be a underdog story. It's about like this is a man that's unmatched. Like he does not have what it takes to beat a Red Hulk. But how is he gonna do it anyway? Like how is he going to persist? That's what Captain America does. He persists under the pressure of the weight of the world. So that's gonna be so exciting.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to like seeing that sort of dynamic and like, him fighting to overcome everybody telling him no, sort of thing, which like that's a very Steve Rogers thing as well. Like a Captain America Steve Rogers thing is like everybody telling him you need to do things this way, you need to do things that way, and he's like no. So now we're going to see Sam do that as well.
Yeah, I agree. Howard Stark is in this movie, which I love.
Cool.
Howard Stark.
Did you ever watch that TV show Preacher, the Vertigo comic show?
Mm-mm.
It was on AMC a few years ago, but he plays the main character in it, and he's really good.
Oh hell yeah!
I think it's technically a DC show because Vertigo.
It is, yeah. Yeah, I think very similar to Peggy. Like, I love this character because of Agent Carter and like his impact on that show. I like, oh my gosh, I love him even more. So I think him coming back in What If recently was such a fresh breath air. It's like, oh my gosh, I miss this guy. He's so much fun. Yeah. He's such this energy that just he brings to the table. I think it's almost a shame we didn't get more Carter, because I would have liked to have seen
more.
Like, yeah, because he helps like build Shield, right? Like he's one of like
he's part of the original SSR members who turn it into Shield, they call it Strategic Science Reserve, like the pre-Shield. Yeah, because in Winter Soldier, when they're like going into one of the very first Shield bases, there's like pictures on the walls of like the founders, and it's like Colonel Phillips, Peggy Carter, Howard Stark.
Damn. Yeah. Again, it makes me so sad. Peggy Carter couldn't been this like.
Yeah, good seeing
It was
that.
too much, but like this 10-season show where we like literally see the like foundation of Shield.
That was the plan. It was supposed to be like the early days of the SSR, and then like seeing it slowly morph into what Shield was gonna be. Like that's why they really kind of were selling it as like alongside Agents of Shield. Like when Agents of Shield wasn't on air, Agent Carter would be on air for the 6-7 weeks of Agents of Shield's winter break, so that they could sort of pair the two shows together.
It's almost a shame they didn't wait, because I feel like it would have done a lot better on like Disney Plus in terms of like maybe not in quality, but in terms of like ratings. It'd be like, oh my gosh, okay, Marvel Studios, whatever. It's a shame though, because again, that's such a good concept and such a good cast.
It is, yeah.
And,
And there was a lot of like cool ideas they got in, because like Neil McDonough comes back as Dum Dum Dugan for one of the episodes of it. Like they could have just kept doing cool stuff like that, like bring in the one-off people.
yeah, he was gonna be the like last one on this list here. Is like
Oh,
James
yeah,
McDonald. I always forget he's in this, and he shows up. I was like, holy shit, it's Damien
That
Dark.
guy is
What
in
the hell?
everything.
He's
Do you ever
in
hear about
everything.
his
I
one
love him.
rule? Do you ever hear about the
Yeah, he
actor's
does.
one rule? And yeah. Where it's like he'll play as evil as you want him to, but he refuses to kiss anybody.
I love that. Yeah, I mean, one of the only things I've seen him in that he's like not a villain, right? Like he always plays the villain because
Yeah.
he doesn't want to like kiss people, right?
Yeah.
So
He plays a fantastic villain in Justified. He's probably the best villain in that whole show.
sure. No, I love this movie. I feel like I'm missing a couple things in terms of like the overall plot, but Red Skull. What's your thoughts on like Red Skull as like a villain?
I think he works. I know a lot of people wanted to see him come back, but I think having him show up in Infinity War and Endgame on Vormir is kind of, that's the most amount I'd want to see Red Skull back. I don't think Red Skull necessarily works as a villain outside of a 1940s
Okay,
Captain America period
yeah.
piece. Like I think, I don't know, like there's all that stuff about like, people always make the joke about like Grant Ward in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., like he's a Nazi and stuff like that. And it's like, yeah, the Hydra were Nazis, but it's like, there's a difference between Red Skull Hydra and Grant Ward sort of Hydra, where it's like you bring Red Skull back for like as like a present day villain. That's an actual Nazi you're having as like the villain of your film. Like that's gonna be like, I don't know, a weird choice. So I'm kind of glad that they never really brought him back and instead kind of pivoted to characters like Baron Zemo and stuff like that.
I want to see more Zemo, man. I want to
That'd be
see
cool.
that I want to see that suit. I don't think we're ever gonna see this like that purple suit, but I want to see the purple suit and like the giant sword and
Yeah, that'd be cool. I mean, we sort of have like he had the purple mask in Falcon and Winter Soldier.
yeah.
I'd love to see like more of that. I still feel like he's gonna be in Thunderbolts. I feel like there's gonna be a scene where he's in it.
I think there's secrets they're not telling us about that movie. I think
Yeah.
there's characters there. I think Abomination's probably in there somewhere too.
Oh, that'd
Just,
be
like,
cool. I think Taskmaster's dead pretty quickly.
Yeah.
I think you see
I
how
mean,
they've laid out the trailer for it, and there's like clear gaps in where people are standing,
Yeah.
and then she's like seems like she's composited in other scenes. It feels like she's not in a lot of that movie, and they're hiding.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think he is, but like I've also thrown the idea, hey, we're building up Punisher in Daredevil. What if what if we put him in a certain spot where he has a couple scenes in Thunderbolts or whatever, or like even on a screen of like potential candidates they almost got, and it has like Zemo, Punisher, whatever. Maybe set up a sequel, whatever with them. Could be cool.
That'd be cool. Kind of like when James Gunn released that big list of people he wanted to use in the Suicide Squad, and it was like Deathstroke, Bane, stuff like that.
Sure. Yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, like I don't have much else to say on this one, but like, how do you feel about how they built up the Avengers? Because like these last 5 movies have been building up this saga of characters.
Yeah.
For really the first time like a movie was ever able to do something like this. All these individual movies setting up one larger crossover thing. How do you think they did about like setting everything up?
I miss the simplicity of having like a few films that does a very specific thing, and I miss the direction, because I mean we've talked a lot about like how Phase 4 felt so directionless. It felt like it was just project after project after project after project with no real clear idea of what they're doing or where they're going. I think I would love to go back to an era where it's like a few very particular projects that come out after one another, and then there is a project after that that is what they've been building to. Like, I know it's really hard to do that now with how many things are in the MCU, but like, I love the idea of doing like a Daredevil project, then a Spider-Man project, then a Punisher project, then an Echo project, and then the one after that is like Daredevil,
Defenders.
Devil's Reign or something like that, or Defenders, where it's like battling Fisk. You know, all those projects come out one after the other. They're all building to something, and we deal with that.
Yeah.
But yeah, speaking of Defenders, like I think like they pretty much identically replicated what Avengers did just on TV, which is really cool.
Yeah, I've been thinking about this a lot. Like, I've been thinking a lot about where I want the MCU to go. Like, obviously, we're building the Secret Wars. That's fine. Build it up. We're going to be starting phase 7, 8, 9, I think will be kind of the whatever.
We're pretty high up in numbers.
Yeah, and I've been thinking, like, what do I want from the MCU? Like what is the direction I want to go?
Yeah. And
I think I'm a little tired of, like, phase, like the whole phase being one story. I think I'm a little, I don't think I want to wait 10 years for one singular story anymore.
Yeah.
I want to get back to what phase 1 did. I like the idea of each phase just being its separate arc. I don't need I don't need a Thanos where it's all been building for this since day one. I like the idea of just like what phase 1 did with Loki. All of one phase is leading to one story, and then phase 2 is a separate story, and then phase 3 is a different story. I think that's what Ultron should have been. I think Ultron should have been a one-off. I think he should have been the main villain for all of phase 2, right? Or like the overarching thing. I think especially with like this being the Mutant Saga, there are so many great X-Men villains, but like a Magneto isn't necessarily a Thanos, right?
Yeah.
A lot of these characters, like Mystique, is really cool, not a Thanos. And obviously, you have your Apocalypses, you have your Dark Phoenixes and stuff like that. But like, I want them to, I think, shrink in terms of the characters that you're using. I think you need to scale back. And not necessarily use less characters, because I think now that you have a bunch of teams going on, it's easier to do that. Like, you have Avengers, Young Avengers, X-Men, Fantastic Four, Thunderbolts. You can have all these characters, but in smaller, like, at the same time. Focus on that a little bit. Like, you can just have, like, one phase is, like, one villain. You can bring back Ultron, and that's the villain for the saga. Or, the phase. Okay, next, Magneto. Okay, that's the villain of this, phase. Okay, what's next? What's another X-Men villain you could use? Apocalypse. Okay, that's the thing for like a 7-movie arc or whatever.
Yeah,
like, I think that'd be cool.
I think going back to like one phase being one story is probably what they should do going forward, because like this whole multiverse arc or whatever has proven to us how dangerous it is to have 3 whole phases, which is spanning 10 to 15 years of projects leading to one thing, because the tiniest thing going wrong throws it all off. Like, they spent an entire phase and a half building up to Kang just for Jonathan Majors stuff to completely destroy that and mean that they have to pivot to a different thing. Like, if they're doing one phase as one arc sort of thing, they don't have to worry about that. It's just 2 to 3 years of projects, and then it's over with, and then they can move on to the next thing.
Yeah, I love the MCU. There's always, like, again, some of my favorite stuff Marvel has ever put out has been these last couple of years. Like, I love what they're doing currently. I really do. I'm excited for the future. I'm also very exhausted from this era. Like, I'm so excited to have a clean slate again. Be like, start a new saga. Okay, thank God. Like, let's start fresh. Let's start. We're finally can be done talking about Secret Wars and Fantastic
I'm
Four.
over the multiverse.
Yeah, I know it's a meme, and I love the multiverse, but I am over the multiverse. I'm ready for some more simple stories. Like, Spider-Man came out yesterday, and that was such a breath of fresh air, because it's just like of a kid saving people. Like, it's very like simplistic. It's very low scale.
This is a character story.
Yeah, I miss some of those, and like again, like I think even and actually, I'm really excited for this year, because I do think they're kind of getting back to that a little bit. Like, I think Captain America feels like it's very smaller scale or very character focused. Anthony Mackie said it's kind of getting back to the basics. Hello, 3 Dubs. How's it going? Thunderbolts. That feels it could go either way. It could go super high scale. It could be personal. Also,
I'm
Fantastic
hoping
Four.
Thunderbolts is personal. I'm hoping Thunderbolts is like focused on these characters and like we really push them working together and like the differences between all of them sort of thing, rather than, Valentina's been working for Doom. Doom bought Avengers Tower. I don't know.
Right.
I don't want them to do that.
Yeah, and then Avengers as well. I think. I'm sorry. Fantastic Four. I think is going to feel more personal again. Like obviously, it's going to be setting up Secret Wars. There's probably going to be Doomsday in that, all that fun stuff. But I feel like that's going to feel more intimate. More. I mean, it's on a whole other Earth. Like we can do whatever we want.
I'm excited for that, to see like, because we've never done that yet, of having like a straight up, fully MCU film that is on another Earth, like where we're just starting fresh in a lot of ways.
Right. And could that set a new standard for what we do in the future? Like post Secret Wars, can we just do a character that's over there? That's just like it's in a separate space. Make the audience know what it is, and like a separate continuity. But yeah, I think that sets a standard that could be very fun.
What if there was a Daniel Souza show set on the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Earth that it happens to be the same Earth as the MCU, but let's just say it's a different Earth?
Yeah. And let's just do an Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. movie and call it a day.
I wish. That would never make any money, but I wish. I genuinely think I love the show and the fan base, we love it, but that would probably be one of the lowest grossing Marvel films if I was to make a guess.
The 2012's Avengers movie. This is our 5th kind of installment in our in our MCU retrospective series on here. We're hopefully going to be going through every MCU project very, very slowly on here. And we're just gonna hop right in. We're just gonna jump into it. What is your take on like phase 1 of the MCU? Like rewatching these movies, man, it's been an experience because it's like so much has come back to me. I'm viewing these movies from such a different perspective. Now these movies almost 20 years old, like some of these movies are getting up there in age. What's your thoughts on phase 1?
I haven't rewatched phase 1 in like 4 years actually. Like I probably do it sooner when it comes to like rewatching everything to understand Secret Wars, because like I don't remember anything and I have missed like a lot of shows, and I don't remember a few other shows. Like I don't remember what happened on Agent Carter, and to me that's still canon, for example. But even then, I don't remember what happened in other shows like Moon Knight, and I kind of like Moon Knight, but still. But anyway, phase 1. I think it was they were trying to find their way. They were literally like, let's do these movies about the heroes that are not as known as Spider-Man, the X-Men, Fantastic Four.
Sure.
They were known, like saying like that Iron Man and Captain America and Thor were not known by people. I think it's a misconception, because they were like the Avengers. Well, they're very well known. Iron Man had a lot of TV shows. Captain America had a TV show. Alright, probably Thor wasn't known for like being Thor, Marvel Thor, but like the Nordic god Thor. But yeah, I do think it was like also clever. Like let's start with these characters, because let's start introducing them. Let's start making themselves like heroes, literally becoming heroes. You have Tony going from the playboy that doesn't care and to like the one that holds the weight of the world on his hands. We got same thing with Thor. We went to the party guy who drinks a lot and he's narcissist and selfish, and like he only wants to be king and rule overall, to this person that people are people. Like that's literally the conclusion he gets. People are human beings too, or Asgardian beings, I guess. I don't remember anything about the Incredible Hulk. I have not watched Captain America Brave New World, so I'm probably just watching a version without the Ruth character. So I really don't know what you think about this movie because I don't think anyone does other than the Stanley cameo and like the Battle of Harlem being on Daredevil and on Ben Urich's office. So and First Avenger is really great. That's like a total masterpiece. Same thing with Iron Man 1. And both masterpieces. Iron Man 2, it's enjoyable, but it has Elon Musk, so that has definitely not aged well at all. Um, so yeah, and so yeah, the first one they were pretty much just trying to find balance, a way to tell their stories, well to communicate, a way to communicate with people. Some resonated better than others.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't there. I was very young when they were releasing, so I literally don't remember much about how people reacted when Iron Man 2 and Thor and Captain America
Sure.
released. Um, Not to speak about Iron Man and Incredible Hulk because I was literally a baby, but now when the Avengers came into play, the at the moment probably the biggest, the most ambitious cinematic event at the time.
Yeah.
People were talking about it all over the place. Everyone was talking about the Avengers. The TV spots were insane for the movie. The promotion, the marketing was like I remember everything that had a Thor, a even a Hawkeye, like the fruit juice, like what. And Hawkeye was like the least markable character at the time.
Sure.
So yeah, Avengers is the one that pretty much jump starts. Like we talk about it, it jump started the MCU more than Iron Man did. Even Iron Man was the idea that Nick Fury talks about. That was Iron Man.
Yes.
The Avengers was the execution, and it was in my opinion, a very well made.
Yeah, it's really interesting, like watching through these movies, because like you said, I wasn't watching these as they came out. Like Phase 1, I wasn't going to like the cinema or watching them on DVD. Like I had to catch up on them, post them already being out.
Yeah.
So watching it for this little series we're doing here was so much fun because it was like really the first time I'm like individually talking about each one of these movies. And really breaking down how I feel about them and like the intricacies of the story. And you're right, like, I think we look back at this one a little bit like, oh yeah, but they get bigger and bigger as you go along. And why, yes, that's true. If you look back at the time, just how impressive of a feat this is to be like, we're gonna release this movie and this movie and this movie and this movie. And then they all come together in one crossover event kind of movie. That was, at the time, unprecedented. That's something many people had tried. DC had tried. Marvel had tried in the past. They failed. They couldn't. For whatever reason. Like, this is a movie that, like, defined modern filmmaking. Because now if you look at movies that are being made, they're trying to replicate this exact experiment of like, oh, but we have all these different movies and they'll cross over and they'll do this. And, like you had their like Monsterverse that they
I was going to say that.
tried to do it. And, now like TV shows and stuff do it and stuff like that. And it's like, it really was such a like monumentally kind of piece of history, at least in like the film genre. And like I'm watching this movie and there's so much of like the dialogue in this movie. It's so insane watching it because now they're just pieces of pulp culture, just like like there was an idea and like, oh, that's my secret captain, and like so much of those like, oh, I understood that reference, like those are so ingrained in the pulp culture. It's like, oh yeah, they come from a movie. Like it's crazy that they just come from a movie.
Like you said it. It's a piece of culture. It's literally impregnated. Like everyone, like if there was people, which there was because not everyone is a comic book nerd like us.
Sure.
Pretty much there were people like, who is Iron Man? Who's Captain America? Everybody knows who Iron Man and Captain America are now, and it's mainly due to this movie. This movie, like, like you said, like the MonsterVerse, it's really funny and it's something that I will never forget. It's like Universal, like that the Dark Universe, yeah, sure, but nah, but like everyone tried. Everyone tried after this. They wanted to replicate this formula. Very few went to do it successfully. Then there was DC, and then like yeah, it literally set a precedent for modern film in on blockbusters,
Yeah.
obviously. Um, I like rewatching this movie. I didn't. I didn't rewatch this movie for this. Sorry, I didn't have the time.
No,
But I
totally fine.
remember it like the palm of my hand. So
Yeah.
it's perfect. But this movie does have like probably yeah. A lot of people have said that it has aged a little bit bad. That
Hmm.
and even in the when it released, people were saying like, "Oh my god, this was what everyone was talking about. It looks like a serious, look like a sitcom." And I'm like, well, I mean, and what's the problem with that? I mean, what it's because it's the format that it's filmed on. I don't know, and
Sure.
it's I really think about it, and I'm like, yeah, no, this movie in particular was an entire event. Um, Everything that happens in this movie also, I mean, it's a also a before and after for Marvel is in everything, in every way, in like even in people who were working on Marvel, other parts of Marvel, on Sony, Spider Man, and X-Men, Fox, and all that. They said, "All right, let's do the same thing," because they
Yeah.
even tried with the Sinister Six plan that Sony had, and I think they still have for some reason, despite
Yeah.
already being in the MCU. And the X-Men had the same plans. They had the Gambit movies. They
Yeah.
before being bought, they announced a multiple man movie and some other projects they had in mind, like the New Mutants projects and all that. Like they have the idea from here. Like yes, like you said it, they tried before. Marvel tried before, like this famous thing about Wolverine appearing on Spider-Man that never
Yeah.
happened, and never came to the rights, and they didn't find the jacket. I think that's like the excuse they gave always. But yeah, this set the precedent for Marvel as well. This was also when the movies started, when the comics started replicating the movies,
Yeah.
uh, which only happened with stuff like oh, in Superman, in the radio Superman TV show they mentioned kryptonite. Let's have that. Well, they literally changed characters like Nick Fury to like synergy. And yeah,
Yeah.
nowadays it's kind of bad. Like you have like Miss Marvel being killed off and becoming a mutant. Like yeah, that's bad, obviously.
Right.
But back in the day, you have these things that they were trying to do it like we're still following the comic like timeline and everything, like the universe rules. But still, yeah, this was big. This was big as a movie, as an event, but also as a movie. I think it's really good. I think it really, even if it has aged bad in some stuff, and the plot holes are there because they are, um,
Sure.
like, should we really care? Like, to me, it's still a perfectly fine movie.
Oh yeah. Like I think because yeah, like that's like the title of this week's episode is like, does it hold up today? And I'd argue it does. Like, can you argue sometimes it looks a little gray? I'd say so.
Yeah.
Yes,
Right.
it does look a little gray. Yeah, sure. But I also think it looks. I still think in terms of like how it's filmed, how it's shot, I still think it looks better. And you know, this is coming from someone who loves the MCU. Like I love way more of it than I don't. I still think it looks better than a lot of the modern MCU
Yes.
projects we get today. Just the way it's shot, the way it's filmed, the how they write the dialogue. I think that's one of this. Like, I think that's one of this movie's highlights is like how it writes its dialogue, how characters talk to each other. It feels so natural. It feels so real. It feels so organically natural. And again, it's so impressive because you are bringing together 4 different movies from these 4 different worlds. And we've seen that with some of the modern Avengers movies, where sometimes I don't think it fully translates, like, you know, like Star-Lord and stuff like that. I didn't never thought like fully translated to Avengers, you know. But I felt like all four of these just came together in such a perfect way.
Yeah.
They clashed in such a perfect way where like there's not a moment it's like, oh, but that's not how he acted in that movie. It's like, no, this just feels like they're organic characters. Who would you say is the strongest character in this movie? Or like who's your favorite character that they were able to nail in terms of like their story and what the characters went through in this movie?
Okay, when you say strongest, I was thinking about the Hulk, obviously. But no, I think my favorite character in this movie, I never think about it. Like when I watched this
Fair.
movie the first time, it was definitely Iron Man. Like I wanted to be a Tony Stark, I wanted to be
Sure.
Iron Man. I don't know. I think, I mean, I can tell you, like, I know which are the two characters that are the most misrepresented, probably, or not misrepresented, more like they are literally not, like, one it's literally nothing of a character, and the other one it's like not as good as his first film. The one that is not as good as his first film, of course, is Captain America. I think this movie is like that transition that needs to happen between the first Avenger and the Winter Soldier. Like, I think the first Avenger already made him a hero. This is just like him experiencing real life events, and then the next one is pretty much let's overthrow the government, which, yeah, of course. And then the one that it's literally nothing of a character here is Hawkeye, because he's like there because they needed to fill in, and because Hawkeye is a popular character in comics, but he didn't even have like a purple suit. He has a black suit with purple details. And so yeah, I get and Hawkeye is one of my favorite original Avengers, but I love the Hawkeye show. But still, yeah, this one was not it for Clint. Like, yeah, I think this is. I think I will probably actually say the Hulk. It's the best one in this movie because it's actually. I think when you think about the best appearances of each one of the main six, you have like Iron Man and Captain America are probably Endgame, and like Thor, it's probably Ragnarok or no, Infinity War. Sorry,
Infinity War.
Black Widow, you have also Endgame and her own movie, Hawkeye his show, but like you have Bruce, and probably this was Bruce at its peak. In general,
I fully agree. Yeah, like that's something I was going to bring up too, where, you know, like there's a lot of conversations about Bruce and the Hulk in the MCU in general, and you know, like we can sit here and argue if he was like good, if he's been good or bad, and the whole She-Hulk, like, you know, we can talk about that all day.
Yeah.
But Hulk, I feel like Bruce Wayne Bruce Banner has not had the opportunity to shine. And I don't think that's on Mark Ruffalo's fault. I don't even think that's a whole on Marvel. I just think that's the whole universal thing. And I feel like I would agree with you. I think this is one of the few times where he really gets the shine. I think not only as the Hulk, because Hulk is great in this movie. There's some really good. Bruce as a character is honestly almost the center of the movie, and what kind of brings all these characters together in the way that they do, because all the characters are fighting, you know, they're going against each other, and everyone kind of likes Bruce. Like everyone gets along with Bruce. You know, Bruce and Tony, Bruce and Steve, Bruce and Matt, even Bruce and Thor have some really good moments in this movie. And I think the way we're seeing the I guess the mental health side of the Hulk is really interesting, and Bruce actively having to try and keep that side of him away, and this journey of okay, maybe times like this is when I need to let that guy out, and it's important to every once in a while to bring him out when needed. And you know, obviously there's that iconic line of that's my secret, Captain, I'm always angry, and that transformation sequence looks gorgeous. Might be one of the best looking MCU CGI kind of moments in the MCU. It looks fantastic.
I totally agree. Probably that scene alone, it's what it marked a generation. It marked me. It was also probably my first close representation of an event like Bruce admitting that he tried to kill himself on one scene. and like he couldn't do it anymore. And I like also that they like nowadays, obviously, they eliminated that scene from Incredible Hulk. I think it works better that he did that they did it, because it shows like, damn, he was already messed up in his movie. He's now messed up even more. I like the recast. I like the Mark Ruffalo and Edward
I do
Norton
too.
recast. Edward Norton did a good job, but I think that Mark Ruffalo fits a lot better with everyone else
The tone, yeah.
than what Edward Norton would have fit. I don't see Edward Norton and Robert Downey Jr. together working on a Shield lab. Um, yeah, like the Hulk in this movie is what you say. It's pretty much what put all these pieces together, and he is technically like the scene where he says the iconic line. It's where everyone who was like, they were fighting on New York, but they were all by their sides. Like there was Cap, Nat,
Yeah.
and Clint. Thor was fighting with Loki. Tony was with the Leviathan. I think it was the name of that thing.
Yeah.
And then Bruce comes along and everyone reunites, and you have the circle scene, the iconic circle scene that it's one of my favorite scenes on cinematic history. It's amazing, that scene, that the music, Alan Silvestri's score is phenomenal in this
Incredible,
movie.
yeah.
Like, even I don't think it has much of like individual character themes, but when it does, it's really great. It's really great. Another character that I also want to like highlight a little bit, it's Loki himself. Here, Loki is a devil. He's a villain. He's not like, because like in the Thor movies, in all Thor movies, he's evil, but he's evil like on the first one he's tragic. On the second one he's like mentally unstable, and the third one he's pretty much just like, yeah, I'm evil by the giggles, for the giggles mainly. But in here, Loki, he is a villain. He is acting like a villain. He is a bad person. He's literally trying to slave human race. Tom Hiddleston has always portrayed this character amazingly. He has always bring his A game to the character. He's the best part of Thor: The Dark World, and the only reason I don't think that's the worst MCU movie. But in here he does such an amazing work being a villain. I think it was an amazing choice also making him the villain after the Thor movie, because you already know his motivations, you already know what he wants.
Yeah.
You don't need to tell us that. We already know. The thing is now that he's executing it with an Infinite Stone and another one that he gets later, and like he kills, like that's scene in Loki where Mobius tell him, "You're smiling. You are making a man have his eye out, and you're laughing. You're smiling. That you're enjoying it, and that's he's doing it. He's doing it. He's enjoying torturing that man. Probably killing him even. I want to highlight Loki in general for that. Also for killing Coulson, because thanks of that we have Agents of Shield, which is definitely canon. I will always defend its canon.
No, 100%. I love me some Agents of Shield, and we'll talk about Coulson here in a second. But no, I think you're right. I love, Loki's one of the most beloved, just like movie villains of all time for a reason. And I talked about a lot in the Thor episode that I did, and I said that I thought that was one of the best performances as Loki, and I really loved how they were able to really deep down, really explain. And I said I thought he had the best arc in the Thor movie, and I do think this is, while maybe I don't like it as much as I liked him in the first Thor. I think this is such a good what's the word I want to use? Expansion of that journey in a movie where they didn't have a lot of time, right? Like, they need to have all these characters be introduced. They have to come together. So I think it was very smart to have, okay, you already know this character's deal. You know what he's going through. You know what he wants. Throw him in here, and he already instantly has chemistry with all that cast. And there's that, I think one of my favorite scenes in the movie is when, they're first interacting with him, and there's that line of oh, Loki, you're Thor's brother, right? And it's that is fundamentally his big issue is I can go across the galaxy and still my brother is more popular than me. Like, this is insane. This is why I'm doing this. I will be shown respect, and I think that's really, really fun. So you're right. Loki's great. I do want to go back to your takes on like Hawkeye just really quickly, because I do agree. I think Hawkeye's good in this, but I do think it was maybe a mistake to sideline him and make him like Loki's pawn for the movie. Maybe if I was writing it, maybe I would make that like Maria Hill instead and have Hawkeye with the group. Maybe they did. Again, I don't know the story behind it. Like, maybe there's like behind the scenes reasons why or something. But like, I do think it was a mistake to wait to introduce them, because out of the main six, Hawkeye does seem to me like the one I care about the least, and that might be why. That might be the reason why, because we didn't get him in the original. He didn't have his own movie. He wasn't in the Avengers that much. He really doesn't become a character until Age of Ultron.
Yes.
And then he's not in Avengers Infinity War either. So like, he gets significantly less screen time out of all the main Avengers until the Hawkeye series, which is, runtime, skyrockets, right? But still, like, I would have liked him to have a bigger role in that movie. I don't know. Maybe give him the like Nat role, because I feel like I don't know how you feel. I mean, obviously not the romantic side of it, but like, I feel like Hawkeye and the Hulk always have a really fun dynamic, and I feel like Hawkeye can always kind of relate to the Hulk in a way. And I was never a big fan of the like romantic side of Black Widow and Hulk. Like, it's fine, but I would never really connect to it personally. But then it's like, well, what do you get Nat to do? What's her role in that movie then? So maybe it's just a numbers thing. It's like, it's easy to write a movie around 5 characters instead of 6. I don't know the reason, but I would agree with that.
I mean, with Hawkeye, the thing, it's also like, I mean, it probably was a reference to the comics, how he started as an Iron Man villain and then became an Avenger. Probably, sure. I always think it was that, but I do agree, like, he's in Thor in like half a scene. He's not even in the entire scene. He's not the focus of the scene. You don't even know who that guy is. Like, if you don't, he actually is like, if you don't read comics, you don't fucking know who this guy is. So this is like, he literally is just a character that needed more time. Like, it's also very funny how until Endgame, because like in Age of Ultron he got his family and all that, and he got arrested and he got this amazing like telling Tony his truths to the face on Civil War, but no, it's not until Endgame till you feel like, damn, like what he went through during the movie, like he became pretty much Yakuza Punisher. So then you got into the Hawkeye show, and then it's pretty much one of the best MCU shows, which is hilarious, honestly, if you think about everything that we have to go through with that character. I do agree about the Hulk dynamic. I love Avengers Earth's Mightiest Heroes. That's honestly the one show I would say it's better than Daredevil. Talking about comic book shows, but like I do love that dynamic they have in there. It's really great. But that also has to do with the evolution of the Hulk across the MCU. Sure. That it's something to talk about other days and other things and other shows, movies and stuff. But you can pretty much tell that wouldn't have worked over time. And Natasha pretty much they needed more time. I do agree. Yeah. That you already introduced her on Iron Man. She had more to do, but she wasn't much of a character. That's it. And that scene with Loki, which pretty much set up the Black Widow movie, was really, really good as well.
Yeah, no, that scene's fantastic. Yeah. I mean, I would also agree. I think Nat, while really good in this movie when she gives an opportunity, sometimes she is the like, it's like the love interest character that has to look pretty. Like, we talked in our Iron Man 2 episode about how early Black Widow wasn't given a lot of respect. Like, she was like, it's the girl one, she looks pretty.
It's Scarlett Johansson,
right. She's like the eye candy for the boys, and how she was shown more respect, like like onward after Winter Soldier.
Yes.
You know, like she was
Yes,
shown
yes,
more
yes.
respect. She's had better projects and stuff like that. And that's apparent here. Like literally her like introduction is like, oh, she's all tied up and she's an agent, and you know,
And
like
she's all sweaty, and they are out
yeah,
there,
it's like
how
I was
he
like,
was
all right, guys,
seducing
all right.
this guy, and I'm like, yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Thoughts on Thor in this movie, because I would also say that like Thor is kind of there just because he knows Loki. Like that's the kind of role in the movie. While he's good and like his dynamics with the others are really, really solid, he doesn't really have an arc outside of just like he's my brother though, you know? Like I don't know.
I must confess something that I have been very publicly talked about on my Twitter and to
Okay.
my friends and to anyone who I talk about Thor and his movies.
Sure.
I don't like the Thor movies to have started.
Sure.
I don't like Thor that much. I mean I don't dislike him. I think he's
Sure.
cool. Like and like what anyone would think about Chris Hemsworth, but like that's it. I don't really care about Thor. Like I don't really care about that side of the Marvel universe in general. On this movie, I think he was good. He was like that's what I'm saying. He was cool. It's pretty much what you say. He's there because he's Loki's brother, and like
Yeah.
that's what I say about the plot holes. He appears out of nowhere after the Bifrost was destroyed, and they explain it on a prelude comic apparently. That's on the MCU wiki, by the way. So I'm like, yeah, well, explain it in the movie, or I don't know. They just say something ambiguous, like how many energies the Father of All should have, like join in to bring you here. Like that's not an explanation.
No.
but yeah, still, like I really like what you said about Eric Selvig. Like how when also he shows preoccupation about him and about Jane. Like he asks Coulson to like, hey, how's Jane? He doesn't do it explicitly, but Coulson shows him, and
Yeah.
he also like Selvig. He's a friend.
Yeah, that's nice.
He's also there for like the he's pretty much the action figure in this movie. He's there fighting Hulk in a scene that I love. I always love when those
Yeah, that's
two
fun.
get on in the punches. Like it's great in animation on the Hulk vs. Thor movie. It's great on the Earth's Mightiest Heroes when it happens, and it's great here and in Ragnarok.
Ragnarok, yeah.
Yeah, but also the whole scene where the Hulk unleashes on the helicarrier. That's
really cool.
insane.
Yeah.
In general, I must say that this entire movie is like very intense. Like it's really you feel in danger in this movie. I don't know how to tell you. But yeah, going back to Thor. Yeah, he's pretty much the action figure. Like when Coulson dies, like he does react, but then he like goes out for a while. He is about to pick up his hammer, and it was like, oh, maybe he doesn't feel worthy anymore. I think he just doesn't do it, and then we see all this evolution of like the Tony and Steve talk, and Nat and Clean, all that, and the kind of like in memoriam that they did for Coulson. And then when they are all preparing to face off Loki, he just like picks it up and like, what was he doing at the time? Like, what was he wandering around like? For a while, what was he doing there? Like, I don't know. It's kind of hilarious that the thing that
Sure.
I think he joins in on the battle, tries to convince Loki and all that. And on the battle, you also have really great moments with him and he's like it's probably the movie that most than like what the original Thor was and what Thor: The Dark World and even like Age of Ultron were. Like before Ragnarok, you know he's the God of Thunder, but he doesn't show it as much. Unless it's this movie. This movie, we do see Thor using his lightning a lot, actually. Like fighting Tony. His scene with Tony is also really great. And like when they first met, it's really funny that little battle they have. And Loki just watching, eating popcorn and stuff. Yeah, but overall Thor is it's that he's the male muscular man that it's showing off his biceps everywhere, and
Sure.
that pretty much is around and because he's Loki's brother. But yeah.
Sure.
Also, a quick note that when Loki hears that Selvig is Thor's that he knows Thor, that he doesn't hesitate to control him with the scepter. Like that's I never thought about that. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, no, like you're 100% right. Like I like the first Thor, enough. Like I think it's like a fun, like I think it's fun if you think of it as like a fun little rom-com, right? But it's nothing like insane. And I feel like every other hero here has a better debut, or at least a better like
Yeah.
foundation to who they are. Like even if you don't like the 2008 Hulk movie, I think they still at least nailed the characterization of Hulk and
Yeah.
give them enough to do going into this one, where Thor kind of just like he kind of just is there, and you're so right about like the Bifrost thing. It's like, how'd you get here? And it's like, I just needed to be here really bad, so I got here. And it's like, that's not a good, because if that's the case, you would have seen Jane, way sooner if you could have got, like it does lessen the events of the first Thor movie a little bit, because I think that ending is really, really good, of like, oh, like you have found this new place you love and you can't go there. I think that puts a really good character strain, and just like I thought the writing on that was really good, and it's like, well, that's kind of gone now, I guess. I don't know, that's kind of sad. Yeah, like obviously though, like we have a couple more characters to go through here, and then we'll wrap this up. Tony, Steve are definitely like they're the main characters of this. Obviously, like they're the mains of all 4 Avengers movies, but I really do like their dynamic. Like I think like those actors have always just had such good chemistry with each other, and I've enjoyed rewatching these movies, because I think since the Downey stuff has happened with Doomsday, like I think my just memory on the Iron Man character has lessened a little bit, just because it's overshadowed by me not liking the Doom situation going on right now. And watching these movies are good, like, oh, he was great as Iron Man. Like don't forget that him as Iron Man was really, really good and ahead of its time, and he does a fantastic job in that role. Same with Chris Evans, and I think like these two characters that have so much in common and yet are so fundamentally different, so much fun to watch. I love that huge argument scene in the helicarrier, right? And I think that plot line, well, not really dived into enough, it kind of just appears in the middle of the movie, is really cool. It's what Invincible did this season. It's what like BVS tried to do, where it's like, you are these heroes, we are just humans, and we just try to do anything to try and have control over it, just in case things go wrong, right? It's that classic Batman versus Superman dilemma of like Batman trying to figure out what if Superman goes bad kind of thing. I thought that was really, really cool, and I think both Tony and Steve kind of having slightly different approaches to that dilemma is really fun, What did you think of those two in this movie?
Well, when I first watched this movie, even though I remember, like, quick story time. It was my birthday when I watched this movie as a kid.
Oh, that's
and
cool.
And they give me this Captain America figure, which I was like, yeah, okay. And then because I didn't watch the first Avenger, obviously, and then I went on the same day to watch the movie, and I came back and I was like, Captain America. I have my toy of Captain America. It was really cool. I really always like Captain America, even though in this movie, like what I said before, he's not as he's more in a transitional period between his first and second film. Still, I really liked him. I really liked how he's portrayed. All the jokes that like he was frozen on the ice and that he doesn't know what things are. Like the bet he does with Nick Fury that nothing else will surprise me. I bet you $5 it will, and then he just did it.
Fine.
He did it. Yeah. That's really great. That's really great. Yeah, Chris Evans was really good in this movie. Chris Evans has always been a great Steve Rogers.
Yeah.
He has always brings his heart to the character. Like, I think his scenes are the one that you can note the most of the Battle of New York. Like, he's a more than a regular human being, but he's tired. He's like fighting his life for this, and he's really good at it. Then you have Tony, which like even though I like Captain America, I liked Iron Man more. It's like, yeah, Robert Downey. It's what you say. I don't like whole Doomsday situation. I'm honestly watching that movie because of compromise other than because it's sad that I have to say that I'm watching that and Secret Wars because it's the movie event of the year rather than because I'm excited about it. But yeah, I mean, I pretty much do like the dynamic they have. Like, of course they were gonna butt heads. Of course they were gonna like, because yeah, Tony is in the end, at least here in this movies in this part of the universe, he's still learning. He's still that man that was before he was kidnapped, but he's doing his best for it not for people not to get hurt for doing what's right. That's why he hacks on Fury's computer. That's why on Shield everything. That's why he does it mainly because he's trying. There was something that wasn't right for him, and he was like, "Okay, this doesn't make sense. Let's do this." And Steve is such a rule guy that actually that's what the Winter Soldier is about. He's pretty much losing that faith in his country. Or in the government of his country, and the rules on what he thought was the rule of law. And then, yeah, he's also like, well, why are you doing this? This is not the mission. You should be focused on the scepter. Like, yeah, but come on, you're thinking the same thing. This is not okay. And then the dilemma, like what you said, that they say you're nothing without your suit, without the serum. You are just a rat lab. That's really interesting. Like, and again, as someone who watched this movie as a little infant that had barely idea of superheroes other than animation, other than the Justice League, and other than the Spider-Man movies, this was really, really great. Like, this was damn. Like, obviously, probably if I was in my 40s watching that for the first time, it would be like, okay, yeah, that's pretty basic. But at the time, and I think even right now, it's still like, yeah, that's something that they should be talking about. And at the time, it was original. At the time, it was pretty original. You didn't have much heroes acting like that. You had like Cyclops and Logan, but like that was more about Jean and they didn't like each other than actually being a dilemma about how they do stuff. So yeah. It's actually really funny how Tony realizes that Loki was using the Stark Tower after saying the thing that he wants a monument with his name on it. Like, that was really, really fun. Also, Steve saying the Stark Tower, that piece of that was really, really fun. Yeah, and obviously Chris Evans and Robert Downey Jr. have always had chemistry. You can also tell that this was pretty much based on the Civil War storyline that just released a few years prior to this movie. They were already setting up the basis for like these two had his ideologies and these two have their times, and it pretty much sets up with Age of Ultron they build up perfectly to that as well.
100%, yeah. Like, I think they do a really good job. Like, rewatching this movie is really interesting because you can tell there's that underlying conflict that doesn't quite get resolved because it's replaced with respect between the two of them, but it's still technically there somewhere, and you just have to dig it out. Like, there's like you said, like, that scene's fantastic, and there's that line from Siege is like, you're not the guy that will roll over and cover the bomb, like, you're not the guy that will make the sacrifice play. And to end it with Tony making the sacrifice play, being like, all right, I guess I am that guy now. And Steve just being like, this son of a bitch, I guess he is that guy. I have to respect it, and, there's that, like, there is that dynamic of Steve knowing Tony's father. This is the son of a good friend of Steve's. And from Tony's perspective, like, this is the guy my dad always talked about. This is the great soldier that inspired him, that helped him found S.H.I.E.L.D. That's that guy? I don't know. I guess we'll see. So it's like that's already such a fun foundation to their frenemy, friendship, I guess, that, grows beyond the bonds of this movie. And also just that's such a great foundation for the MCU. Just like, I think any great universe has to have a good foundation of these characters.
Yes.
Yeah, like your two main, and it's like without those two, man, it would be so hard to build onto. And that's honestly, I think, the thing the MCU has kind of been missing these last couple of years
Yes,
are
thank you.
the friendship and the dynamics between characters. There's a lot of these characters I really love in the MCU right now. They don't have a dynamic with each other yet, which is
That's something I complained a lot on everywhere I can.
Yeah.
Because like you have this you have these two main characters. It's a lot like the Arrowverse. The Arrowverse takes obviously a lot
Yep.
from the MCU. Like you have the Arrowverse, the foundation. It's pretty much Oliver and
Yep.
Barry. You have
Yep.
here Steve and Tony, and
Yep.
like pretty much they are the main characters. Yeah, you have Thor movies, you have Guardians movies, Black Panther, Doctor Strange, Spider-Man, but the main characters of all the multiverse saga are Tony and Steve. Even though you have Thor, even though you have Nat, even though you have Bruce, even though you have Flint,
Sure.
those two are, and you even can see it on theaters, on the theater reactions to Avengers Endgame when it released. Like when the main Avengers appeared, everyone was like, "Oh yeah, right." When the Captain America part of the credits appeared, everyone just blows into exaggeration of screamings and clapping and all that. And with Tony happens the same. Everyone was
Right.
like jumping from their seats to like just clap to Robert Downey Jr.'s name. And now the MCU doesn't have that, and they could have done it. They could have done. You can. I mean, yeah, Sony's problem of Spider-Man, but you haven't also done. You have more characters to do that. Like you have Doctor Strange, you have Captain America, Sam Wilson,
Right.
Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers. You have even Young Avengers. You could have done it with that. You have done it with like Cassie and Kate, and
Yeah.
some new people like Mark and Shang-Chi. I don't know. You have done it with those characters. But then again, Marvel. I think Marvel was a mess after Endgame. After the pandemic, they pretty much didn't know what the hell they were doing at releasing so much content. That in the end, they went into creating the event rather than creating what everyone was excited about the event, which was how are these characters gonna play into it? What's gonna be the ending? Like Endgame hype wasn't only because of the continuation of Infinity War. It was also because how are Steve and Tony's stories going to end? And right now, I don't even know if there are going to be character endings on Doomsday and Secret Wars, because like most of these characters still have their stories to tell. Like
they're just getting started. Yeah,
Peter is just starting a new trilogy. Like the Young Avengers haven't even formed yet, which is insane to me. Sam only has had like 2 projects as Captain America, and one of them was mostly as Falcon, then Captain America. You're literally missing that. You're literally missing the main focus, that it's main characters on your faces.
100%. I think you nailed that on the head, because there are so many I would even argue there's a more consistent rate of great characters in Phase 4 and 5 than there was in the couple first phases. The problem is they're not able to come back, right? Like you kind of know that we're gonna get Steve and Steve and Tony and Bruce like every year, every couple years at least. While you are introducing those other characters, you are right. There's that through line. They haven't been able to build these characters up to make you truly care. Like you're right. You have a great roster of characters. You have Kate. You have Peter. You have Sam. You have Shang-Chi. You have Doctor. Like these are great characters. You just haven't built up their dynamics. You haven't built them up. And
as well.
Again, like some of it's their fault, some of it's not. Like you had a COVID, you had our strikes, you had the changing of an entire movie like main villain that you had to deal with, and again, some of it's their fault. And I think that's why I'm even more frustrated that the first Avengers movie back is going to feature Downey and probably Chris Evans, and let's be honest, probably ScarJo. And it's like, but I wanted to focus on these guys, the guys who haven't had an Avengers movie yet.
Like another thing, like what you said it, you knew like Steve was gonna be on like a movie next year. Like if you think about it right now, from 2011 when the first Avenger released till 2019 when Endgame released, each year you had Steve Rogers in at least one project. Like the Avengers, Winter Soldier, Age of Ultron, Civil War, Homecoming, Infinity War, and Endgame. Like,
You're right.
you had him everywhere. I mean, Tony was not the same thing because after Iron Man 3, you had to think like, is Robert Downey Jr. coming back or not? Like, and then he did, obviously. But like,
Right.
yeah, you're right. And their dynamic is also very important because, like, like who knows each other at this point? Like, Jelena knows like Kate, I guess. You have like I
Right.
don't know, Wong knows everyone, and Matt knows She-Hulk, and
Right.
Kamala Khan's father. That's like the dynamic they're going for. Like, it's really weird, but
I
so
agree.
yeah.
Yeah. No. But just kind of like the one last thing I definitely want to say before wrapping up here is like I think you called it earlier. I do love how much of a Coulson movie this is, and how much of an Agents of Shield movie this kind of is. Because again, love Agents of Shield, one of my favorite Marvel projects ever made. And I love how much of a focus Phil Coulson has. Like, Phil really is the through line through Iron Man, through Thor,
Yeah.
through all these different characters. And they do a really good job at making you care about this guy so easily. A character, by the way, he didn't originate from the comic books. This is an original character, which is why every time someone's like, oh, but why'd you make an original character? Why don't you pull it from the comics? It's like, yeah, comics are great. They're amazing. You have to base your stuff on it. But also characters like a Phil Coulson or like a Harley Quinn or like a Harrison Wells are good sometimes, and that's how you create more iconic characters. Coulson went on to go into the comics, to like some Spider-Man cartoons and various other things. Now he's just a well-known Marvel character in general, which is really, really cool. Went on to do 7 seasons of hundreds of episodes of a TV show, which is crazy. And his death is emotional. And again, I don't know how much of it is because I, again, watched all 7 seasons of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and I love that character. He's one of my favorite MCU characters in general. So I don't know if it's like a retrospective thing, me feeling very emotional over his death. But I love how Nick Fury creates Nick Fury does what Nick Fury does best, and that's create the narrative of like, this is how you're going to get them to form. Paint the cards a little bloody, make him sad over the fact that he died for this cause and blah, blah, blah.
And then he's bringing back next month.
Yeah. He knew off the bat, like, I'm going to burn back in just a little bit, but I needed to feel real for these guys, So, fantastic. Incredible.
Yeah, something that he says also in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. One of the few things I remember about Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., because I dropped it on season 4. I will rewatch it and watch what I'm missing at a point. But it's like Coulson asks Fury, like, hey, but why did you bring me back? I don't remember the name of the project, but it was meant for an Avenger. And Fury says, yeah.
You are one.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, Coulson is a great character. I really love like his dynamic with everyone, with Tony, with like Pepper when he arrives, and he's like, oh, his first name is. That's really, really funny. And in general, he being a big Captain America fanboy, like cool. That's really great. Like, and that was also set up on Iron Man 2 when he holds the shield. Like, do you have any idea what this is? Like, he probably wanted a photo or something with it. Yeah, it's really sweet. Also of a character, especially on these movies. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. also as well. I must say, I said I dropped it. I don't remember most of it. I remember most of the plots, but not most of the show per se.
Sure. It's definitely very worth it. Like, it's one of those shows where like your first go of it, it's a very slow start. You're like, okay, but like, and like I hate saying this with shows, but like it's like once you get to a certain point, it's like, oh, okay. Like season 4 and 5, I would put season 4 and 5 right there with like Daredevil with its first 3 seasons, and then like maybe Winter Soldier and like Infinity War as like my favorite Marvel stuff. But what's your while I bring this to your list up, what is your favorite? Let me scratch that. What is your opinion on the first phase of the MCU?
A lot messier than people realize it is. Like, I think phase 1 is a good start, but people have to realize Thor 1, when it came out, would not have looked upon of a great movie. Same with Incredible Hulk and Iron Man. Same with Incredible Hulk and Iron Man 2. Yes, you have Iron Man, Captain America, First Avenger, and the Avengers, which are all looked upon great, but you have 3 movies that the general audience didn't like great. I'm like, if
Mhm.
Avengers didn't do, if the first Avengers were bad, I don't think the MCU would be what it was right now.
I agree. It's very interesting because I feel like I really enjoyed all the like rewatching all these movies. Like I think they kind of to me were better than I remember them being. But I also
Yep.
agree with you where I feel like people, like I was just saying, I think people look at them way more positively than they were at the time. Like people look back on them and be like, "Oh, what a fantastic time it was for the MCU," and it's like. Sometimes, it's. I feel like
Mhm.
it is kind of on par with a lot of the stuff we're still getting now.
Yeah, no, I get what you
Different-
mean.
So I have compiled most of the major characters from Phase 1 of the MCU, and we can rank them on their entire journeys, not just where they were in Phase 1, but kind of like where they are now, except for one character, which I will specify once we get to where they are.
Okay.
Yeah, let's hop right in. Let's talk about it. We have to start, obviously, with the original 6 Avengers, the main goers. Starting with Iron Man, obviously died in the 2019 Avengers movie. It's been a while since we've
Yeah.
seen him. Obviously, Downey's coming back here soon. But what's your thoughts on Iron Man, guy who started it all?
Love his entire arc in that like universe. Like
Yeah,
his entire arc from beginning to end is the most perfect arc. You can make the argument for Steve Rogers, but
sure.
I think no character been able to replicate him. Like Black Panther might have, and it's a shame of what happened there.
Mm,
But I don't think any character ever will replicate him.
sure. Like he is just so iconic. Like it's hard because it is sometimes hard to like separate like quality and just like pure iconicness of their role. And it's like he will always be the face of the MCU. He is one of those characters that will just be a generational character. Where if in 10 years or even after Secret Wars, if they decide, hey, we're going to cast someone else as Iron Man, it's going to take a long time for people to accept that take on the character because his take was so powerful.
Yes, my biggest thing though is like I don't want to not see the character of Iron Man in a movie
Agreed.
for the
Agreed.
rest of my life. Like I want to see if they want to recast, just do it. It'll get hate at first. I think people will learn to love it.
Oh, 100%. I am always an advocate of new takes on these characters. Like this happens a lot. We're dealing with it with like Harry Potter at the moment, and with that's a whole separate thing. But like stuff like that, like whenever you reboot
Tobey Maguire to
the
Andrew
first
Garfield.
time, exactly. Like we never would have got a Tom Holland if we never would have done another character. We never would have got a Kevin Conroy if we stuck with one version of Batman.
Exactly.
Tyler
It's like,
Hoechlin and David Cornstarr
Exactly.
as Superman. It's like I'm always down for more of these characters.
first of all, like I love Hugh Jackman and Wolverine. I'm open to a new Wolverine though.
I want a new one. I agree.
Yeah, I like.
100% agree. So where would you put him on this tier list here? Are we feeling S?
For Iron Man, 100%.
I agree. I think, which is again, like I think in just pure iconicness alone, like it kind of has to go S. I
mean, he's. I was gonna say he's like the same Arrowverse and MCU had the same problem in 2019, where it's like those two characters held up the universe, and without them, they started to crumble.
Sure. It is crazy. Both of them kind of like wrapped up their current era at the same exact time, and thank God, because the following year was COVID. Thank God.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Alrighty. Up next is Mark Ruffalo's Hulk.
That's a hard one because we're talking him in general. We're talking early Hulk.
I would say the whole thing, like his whole journey through the MCU. Like it is. Ugh.
It's rough. It's like, okay, I'm a She-Hulk defender.
Yeah, I am too.
But I still don't love Hulk in that show. It's like, it's hard. Because, like, for instance, I think the best Hulk content we've gotten in years is Red Hulk.
Sure.
I miss Ragnarok, man.
It's so tough because, like, most of the problems aren't Marvel Studios. It's not Mark Ruffalo. It's not even the writing. It's just he's not there. He can't be there. He can only appear in these very rare occurrences. You know, I personally like Hulk and She-Hulk, but like it's done in such a little way where he's like, It's just this is just the littlest bit we get to spend time with that character, and then what they did in Infinity War, and then the like I don't think the problem is Smart Hulk. I think the problem is we didn't get to see the evolution of Smart Hulk.
Yeah, it's like I think like Smart Hulk would have been better if they had kind of set him up in Infinity War, or towards the end, maybe actually have another Infinity War post credit scene where we get to see him try some serums and stuff.
Yeah.
But even one extra scene would have been great.
I would have loved a and you could still technically do this if they ever got the rights back, but a Hulk movie that takes place in between Infinity War and Endgame, which is almost like this Mindscape movie about creating Smart Hulk and their journey through that together.
Yeah, Black Widow did it.
Yeah, I think that'd be so sick, and again, it wasn't terrible, and because he's only appeared once post Endgame, huh? It's just been She-Hulk. Is that it?
Sorry, say that again.
He's only appeared once post Endgame, right? And that was She-Hulk. Oh, and I guess Shang-Chi as well.
Yeah, I was just gonna say Shang-Chi.
How you feeling like a B? Because I feel like he's had his really good stuff, but also some not so good stuff.
Yeah, maybe it would be low B though. For it would probably be high C. It's the problem with it is the character that's butchered the most for me.
Sure.
It's also I'm pretty sure Marvel got the rights to a Hulk project 2 or 3 years ago, didn't they? Didn't they get the rights back?
I don't think so. No, it's still Universal. I think that was all we got this covered and all these things.
I know, at least they're more lenient than Sony, but
yeah, I heard stuff where maybe they were trying to work out a deal. It's here. Let's put it in C for now, and then maybe we can move around.
Yeah, I can see it going B. My problem with Hulk is, just give us a World War Hulk movie. That's all I ask.
I want another Hulk movie so bad. Yeah, I would adore that.
Captain America: Brave New World was a Hulk adjacent movie.
Yeah.
But it wasn't Hulk
one
movie.
that I think originally had him in it. I think there was a version of that movie.
There was. There got to have been. I could have easily seen it being a Civil War type movie, but with Hulk and with Sam, and maybe Bucky would have got a bigger role.
There's a quote from Anthony Mackie a year ago where he teased that there's multiple Hulks in Brave New World, and I was looking at that a couple weeks ago. I was like, well, something happened there. so something happened in the production of that. Natasha Romanoff. So she was one of the more interesting conversations to talk about through this Phase 1 journey because she has had such an evolution. We talked about Iron Man 2 and Avengers, how her character, unfortunately, was there as the quote unquote hot woman of the group, the men eye candy kind of character, and seeing her develop through the phases.
And this even general with the MCU, a lot of the problems with Black Widow, for instance, is until 2 years before Iron Man 2, she was owned by a different studio.
Sure.
So many characters, for instance, Daredevil, they got the rights and they immediately made a show. Ghost Rider, they got the rights to put him in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Yeah.
It's something, Blade, they got the rights and they did nothing. Anyways, it's something they've been doing over and over, and it's just, I don't know.
Yeah, and there was that whole issue early on where they were well, people don't want to see women-led superhero movies. So we're not
Wonder Woman is great, and Wakanda Forever. I am a huge defender of that movie. It's great.
It's great. No, they're wrong in that statement. I'm definitely not agreeing with them. But that was one of the big reasons it took us until Phase 4 to get a Black Widow movie. It was what the 20th MCU project until we got Captain Marvel, right? So it's
2019,
it's a crazy, and I think that definitely holds her back. Her and Clint kind of having that same problem of she just wasn't there. She, comparatively to the original 6, they just didn't have projects to prove their full strength. They couldn't show what they were all capable of.
Black Widow. I will say they did do a lot of her character. She was also, people forget she was the main character in Winter Soldier.
She's fantastic in Winter Soldier.
She's incredible in that one. She also Main character in all the event and all 4 Avengers movies, Iron Man 2, Winter Soldier. I don't think I'm missing one.
No, like I think Winter Soldier onward, she becomes one of the best characters. Like I think I think her stretch of Winter Soldier, Civil War, Infinity War.
Civil War. I forgot about that one.
Fantastic through those. I think Civil War might be her best. Like her being that mediator character.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So good.
And I wish Scarlett Johansson revived her role in What If, but I get why she doesn't. So like we got Chris Hemsworth reprising role. That was cool. And I don't like What If. I think that show was really mediocre.
And she's the one character that I don't think should have died in Endgame. Like
That's tough.
I think she died because of shock value. Like I think they needed another shock value character, and I don't think Clint would have done it for them. And they're like, okay, so kill her off. I think she had more story to tell, personally.
Yeah, I mean, but I also thought Hawkeye had more story to tell. So it was like,
sure,
some stuff. Like for instance, I know people have been saying this. Give us a prequel of Black Widow meeting Hawkeye.
That'd be so good.
Give us a 40-minute Disney Plus special. That's it.
Oh, he's sick as hell.
Be sick. Just like have both actors come back, do their thing, do the one mission. You can have Samuel L. Jackson make a cameo.
That'd be cool.
That'd be great.
I'm thinking like a high A for me. I don't know if she's quite on the level of Stark, but she's really close for me.
Yeah, no, she is very close. I think, her movie, while I do think she deserves a better movie, I do think that she is one of the best characters out there. I just wish her movie came out 4 years earlier.
Agreed. Alrighty. Thor.
That's an interesting one because he's got one great, incredible top 5 MCU movie, and then 3 others.
Thor is in a very similar spot to Hulk to me. Maybe even in a worse spot than Hulk to me because he's like a different character in every movie he's in. He is. Yeah, he is. I mean, I don't hate Love and Thunder probably as much as most people do. But I still do think it's a big downgrade from Ragnarok and Infinity War and Endgame. And in Endgame, he was freaking fat as hell. I like that first movie more than most people. I think
it's watchable.
I like that first one. I don't like Dark World. I think he's okay.
Dark World is the only MCU movie that I genuinely don't think I remember ever watching.
It's
I might have seen it in theaters, but I definitely, if I didn't see it in theater, I've never rewatched it.
Yeah, he's pretty forgettable in First Avenger. He's not that good in Age of Ultron. I like Ragnarok, although I think there's some issues I have with it here and there. Infinity War, he's fantastic. I think he's fantastic in that movie.
The scene everybody talks about with him coming down the freaking Wakanda. Oh.
Bring me Thanos. Yeah,
literally, it's so good. So good.
I don't know where to rank it. I'm almost thinking along with Hulk down in C, just because it's.
I put him a bit above Hulk because I like Chris Hemsworth, and you can really see his acting. Well, Mark Ruffalo is more CGI-ish.
Because it does suck because he is such a good Chris Hemsworth. I don't think gets the respect he deserves.
Yeah. Did you see Furiosa?
I have not, but I really wanted to. And he
is so good. He's fantastic in Furiosa. And did you see Transformers 1?
I did. He's really good.
Okay, yeah, he's really good in Transformers 1. Not the good of Peter Cullen, but no one could be as good as Peter Cullen.
He's a good actor, and I do feel like he's kind of he's getting out of it a little bit, but he does get typecasted a lot as the Thor action hero kind of character a lot, and I'm glad he's getting out of that, and I'm glad he's in Doomsday because I'm curious to see what his dynamic is like now that all his friends aren't there. I think that's going to be really interesting. Yeah, let's leave him in B, and then again we can move him around.
I would put him in B, but a high C I wouldn't mind either.
Okay, all right. Steve Rogers, Captain America.
For me, it's an easy yes.
Yeah, I was always Team Cap. Cap was just my guy growing up. I love characters that are just unapologetically good. I love good characters.
No, yeah, and also his ending, I think is a perfect ending for his character.
Yeah, I don't understand the hate with that ending. I know a lot of people dislike how they ended his character. I think I think a soldier deserves to go home at the end of the war, and I think that's what they.
No,
did.
yeah. I do wish he had a little cameo in Falcon Winter Soldier, like a first episode before his funeral.
Hmm.
I think that would have been fun.
That's the thing, though, too. Is like, was it his funeral? Because they
Yeah,
keep implying. They don't ever say it's technically him. Like,
No, it would be Setshot Swift. If in Doomsday, they're like, when you talk to an old friend, did you go to like Sam in like an old house retired, or sorry, Cap in like an old house retired? Like,
yeah. I don't. Yeah. Maybe he's on the moon. I don't know.
yeah, freaking with Nick Fury read.
For sure. But yeah, no, I think it's fantastic. All right, up next we have Hawkeye, the other side of Black Widow, if you will.
I think I like Hawkeye probably more than most people.
Yeah.
No, because his show is my favorite MCU show, or my four favorite MCU show. For me, I put Hawkeye, Born Again, and Loki above, or Loki and My Friendly Neighbor Spider-Man above it.
Mm-hmm.
And I would probably put X-Men 97 above it from everything I've heard. But Hawkeye, in general, is such an underrated character in MCU for me.
Yeah.
But it might also be because I watched 8 seasons of Arrow and always loved Bow and Arrow guy.
Yeah. Hawkeye's weird because, like, he has, like, more than Natasha, he gets even underutilized more than her up until the Hawkeye show because, like, he's mind controlled through the first Avenger, right? Like, he makes that tiny cameo on Thor. He is there in Age of Ultron. That's probably his best thing. But then he's not in Infinity War. He's underutilized in Endgame. Like, Civil War, he's okay. You know, like, I feel like he just doesn't get a lot to play with. But when he does,
obviously, people always forget he was in Thor, but he was in Thor.
He was, yeah. But like not as much as Nat was in Iron Man 2. So like he
was a literal quicker you miss a cameo.
He's a cameo. Yeah, that is the definition of a cameo.
Yeah, it exactly is. Like he have I think one shot where you like try to shoot him and then that's about it.
Where would you put him? Do you think?
Bro. For me, probably same with above. No, lower than Thor. Probably same level though.
I was thinking B. Along with Thor. Where like I like them both, but yeah, I don't know. All right, this is a controversial one among people. Peggy Carter, and I should specify the main Peggy Carter. We're not talking Captain Carter here. This is more so just like the main line, the one from Agent Carter and the one from the Captain America First Avenger.
Okay, can you actually give me a minute? I do have to do something. I'll be back in 1 sec.
Okay, go ahead. I will talk about Peggy Carter. I adore Peggy Carter. I really, really do. And I think the more I watch Captain America: The First Avenger, that's one of my most rewatched MCU projects at this point. Like, I've seen it now 4 to 5 times. I saw Agent Carter a couple years ago at this point, and I just, like, I adore that show. And I think even more recently when we did that What If episode, in that final season, like, I thought that episode was kind of okay, but I loved it because it felt like an episode of Agent Carter. And I do feel like Captain Carter, as much as I actually still really enjoy that character, has done a lot of damage for the Agent Carter brand. I think it's done a lot for how people see that character. It's like, oh my gosh, she keeps coming back. Oh, I can't believe she's still here. But is a character that I personally really enjoy still. I think she's been a really fun addition. I'm wondering I don't know why I said that, but like I'm wondering if she is in Avengers Doomsday, if it will be Peggy Carter or if it will be Captain Carter or if it will be something else in between. You know, if it will be some other crazy variant.
I'm back. Where are we at this?
I was just blabbing on about Agent Carter still. I was just saying how I think Captain Carter has kind of ruined the representation within people about that character. Even though I like Captain Carter, that's one of my favorite parts of What If.
I'm always going to be like in part of Captain Carter or to Agent Carter because of Agent Carter for show.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. Yeah.
I love her show so much, and that's one of the Marvel shows I wish didn't get canceled.
Oh, that's the show that should have went on like 10 seasons because there's so much material to go down. Yeah.
I do love that Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. was able to tie it back in for its final season a bit.
Mm-hmm.
But it's Agent Carter. It's like she's always going to be one of my favorite characters because of her show. Literally because of her show.
Yeah. and like every time I rewatch the first Avenger, which I was saying was one of my
Oh,
most
yeah.
rewatched MCU
Oh, yeah.
movies. Like I love her more and more, and because of that show, I love her so much more because it's like, oh yeah, we got like 20 odd episodes of her. Maybe are we thinking maybe A? Are we thinking like around the A?
Yeah,
Okay, I
I
would
would
agree
say
with
so.
that.
Yeah.
I would agree with that. Oh my gosh, I just had the biggest brain fart.
Oh, Pepper.
Pepper Potts. Thank you. My goodness, my brain was like, it's gone. Pepper Potts is an interesting one because I feel like you either love Pepper or you hate Pepper. I feel like there's not a lot of in between with that character.
No, yeah. I'm not a big fan of Pepper.
Yeah.
It's like I don't think she ever did anything in any of the movies. She did Homecoming, kinda. It just she's probably my least favorite character we talked about so far.
I would agree with that. I think I like the concept of Pepper more than I like her herself. Like I like
Yeah.
her in theory, and like I look back on her fondly, but like rewatching these, I'm like, yeah, she's there. You know,
Mhm,
yeah. And you know, like people keep asking her, like, "Oh, are you gonna come back to the MCU?" And she's like, "Yeah, maybe." And I'm like, I'm okay if she doesn't. Actually,
Mhm.
I don't know if she deserves a D. I don't think she deserves that. But
No,
I'm
I
thinking
don't
like
think so
low
either.
C, maybe.
And I'm looking at the character on their list. Honestly, I don't know if any of them deserve a D for me.
I might agree with that. All right, Rhodey.
Ooh. Which one are we talking about? Are we talking to Rhodey in general, or are we talking different between actors?
I would say as a whole, just kind of all the Rhodies, all the
Okay.
all the different. I guess Scroll Rhodey as well. I
Why?
assume,
I know.
or
We don't
whatever.
got time. We don't got to talk about that.
It's tough though because we don't know how long Rhodey's not been Rhodey. You know, like how much
know.
of that.
I'm praying that it was just purely for Secret Invasion.
Oh God, I love Rhodey. I think
I do
Rhodey's
too.
such an
funny.
underrated character. Yeah,
It's funny. Yeah, no, I put him for me easy A tier for me.
yeah, he's great. Like we already talked about, but like he deserves a spinoff. He deserves, you know. I mean, I think he's the most qualified next to Sam, maybe even more than Sam, to lead the Avengers. Right? Like he's been here since day one. He knows all
Yeah.
this knowledge. He knows how to fight. He knows how to like lead a unit. I'm like, if he's not at least in Doomsday in some regard, I think that's
Oh
something.
my god, yeah, I just realized they didn't need Evelyn on the cast list.
Nope, he wasn't. Which is like, he's like one of the like number one characters I need in that movie. Just because like if you're
Totally.
going to bring back like an evil Tony Stark character, it's like yeah, I have to have his best friend there. That'd be stupid if you didn't.
It's like yeah, exactly. So like Tom Holland better be in that movie too. Just saying, but
Sure.
and also, but yeah, it would be like between War Machine, Doctor Strange, or Cap to like lead the Avengers for me.
Yeah, for sure. Bucky, Winter Soldier, obviously has such a long history.
I love Bucky.
I love Bucky. Yeah.
He's great. Like do you mind spoilers on the show for other
No.
stuff that come out
No,
recently?
go ahead.
Okay, when he
It's
was
been
in
long enough.
when he was in Brave New World, like I just had a joy in my heart.
Yeah.
It's just like yeah, if you can't do a Captain America movie about Bucky.
His journey has been so fun to watch, and
Yeah.
you know, like I feel like he really got looked at in like phase 1 through 3 just because he's not one of the main characters. But I think once we head into phase 4 and 5 and he gets the lead role in some of these projects, if it's like Falcon and Winter Soldier and the upcoming Thunderbolts and stuff like that. And again, like unlike a lot of these characters, like his journey is still going. Like you can argue it's just beginning in this new era of the Marvel world, right? So it's
Falcon and Winter Soldier, I will say its story and its villain is really subpar.
Mm-hmm.
But that show of just being a buddy cop show with Sam and Bucky is so good.
So good. Yeah.
I really wish Brave New World was more like that.
I agree. I keep saying that should have been Captain America 4. Like I think they should have done Captain America 4 right after Endgame, that story.
Yeah,
movie for him.
Exactly. Would have been great. Like for the Brave New World, I think I don't think it's terrible, and I think it's like pretty good. I do think it would have been better if we had Bucky as a character.
I think that movie's just there, unfortunately, and I wanted to love it so much. I don't think it's bad. I just think it exists.
I mean, the Red Hulk fight scene is incredible. I'll give you that. I love that scene.
Mm-hmm.
But the movie as a whole was just like I was disappointed because I was really like at Comic Con when I was at Comic Con, that was the first look we ever saw his face of Red Hulk. Like it was never released publicly for a couple weeks after that even.
Sure.
And I just remember just seeing like that looks incredible, gonna be a great movie. I was more excited for Thunderbolts, but now I'm much more excited for Thunderbolts and Captain America because but Thunderbolts is like real good with its marketing.
Yeah. I'd give an argument for S tier for Bucky.
Yeah, probably S tier for me.
Yeah, I think like I'm trying to think if there's ever been a project I haven't liked him, and it's like not really. Like I think First Avengers easily his weakest, just because he doesn't get a lot to do. Like he's there as a supporting character.
He's basically Ned in that film.
Yeah. Yeah, like he's just kind of there to be there.
Yeah.
But after that, he's fantastic in like every project he's in my
No,
opinion.
yeah, no. Like I'm trying to think of a project I don't like him in. No, I can't think of one.
No, he's fantastic.
But he didn't do much in Black Panther, but like he's great. Still great.
Yeah. I don't know if that one counts though. Like that's like post credit scenes setting up Infinity War stuff, right? Abomination. So we've seen
That's
Abomination
tough.
3 times, right?
That's
In
the Incredible Hulk, Shang-Chi,
Shang-Chi,
and then She-Hulk.
Yes.
That's tough. That's really tough.
I like him. I wish I loved him.
I don't
And
like
it's
him more
not-
than Hulk. I don't like him more than Hulk. So like it already goes there for me.
I'm
I like him more than Pepper though, probably.
I'm thinking maybe we move Bruce to like Lobi potentially.
Yeah,
and then
I'm thinking
put
Lobi, and
Abomination
then
and Pepper and C.
Yeah. Because
Yeah.
Hulk, you have to forget, Hulk had some incredible moments. Abomination never had this.
No, and I think his journey is just getting started. Like I do think if he's not in this upcoming Thunderbolts, he will be in the next one. I really
He
do
better.
think that. I really think they're saving some of these guys. Everyone's like, "Where's this person?" or like, "Where's this person?" I was like, "Okay, just wait it out." Like I think like Abomination, Zemo, maybe even like a Punisher, or like I think they could be in like a future installment of something like that. Our next one,
Yeah.
and this is the only one that I had their whole journey, but this one up until Infinity War, because I think I'll talk about that other Loki in the Phase 4 ranking.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So that just the Thor 1 through Infinity War, that take on Loki, where would you put him?
I liked him a lot actually. Like I always liked Loki. Loki was always fun.
I did too. So like in the projects I've rewatched so far, like he is such an incredibly fun villain. Like I
Oh yeah.
said in our Thor episode that I thought he was almost better than Thor in that movie. Like his arc of just
Maybe.
like trying to find his spot
Also,
and
he's
like,
like-
where he's at.
Other than Thanos, he's the only other villain to be a main villain in 2 movies, right?
Besides Kingpin, I guess, right? Or like
Okay, but yeah, Kingpin had Echo, Daredevil, and I guess Hawkeye. But
yeah.
like
I think you're right.
I something I wish the MCU did, but that they just don't, and I hope they're starting to, is reoccurring villains.
Agreed.
It's something I really hope James Gunn did with his DCU.
Agreed. I think they kind of realized they ran into that problems when they were trying to pitch Thunderbolts. They're like, oh, who do we still have in our roster of characters that would fit on this team?
Abomination, Zemo, Punisher would have been great.
Yep. I'm thinking maybe A for me, because he's not
Me too.
S, I don't think. I think he has a couple problems here and there, but
No, he does, but in current Loki, I'll put S. But
I agree with that, yeah.
he said weirdly one of the best character arcs in the MCU.
Yeah. Agreed? Maria Hill. My dear Maria Hill. you
Okay, my
poor,
problem
poor
with her is
thing.
I'm biased because of the actress because I'm a huge How I Met Your Mother fan.
Hmm.
But if we're talking about Maria Hill, let's see. I didn't like her in Secret Invasion. She didn't do shit in that show.
Mm-hmm.
She was in the first Avengers.
Yep.
What else? She was in the post-credit scene of Infinity War.
Yeah, she was in Winter Soldier for a little bit, I think, right?
I have to rewatch Winter Soldier. I haven't seen that movie in at least 2 or 3 years.
Yeah. Okay, so this is something we're going to run into with a different character here in a second. It also is going
Mhm.
to depend on if we count Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. canon. Because I like Maria Hill because of S.H.I.E.L.D., right? Because like she has
Yes.
several episodes of S.H.I.E.L.D. where it's like easily her best stuff in the MCU by far. I would say
we have to decide this now. 'Cause, like, when we rank Coulson, my whole
Yeah.
shot is going to be Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. And
I
every
think-
bit of memory is going to be Agents of
I
S.H.I.E.L.D.
think we can count Coulson. I think we can count Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. as canon. If
Okay.
people come for us, whatever, it's fine.
Yeah, it's like there's nothing to say it's not canon. There's nothing to say it is canon. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Like, you have to say the
Um,
Darkhold looks differently, but also in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., they specifically say Darkhold looks differently for whoever holds it.
Yeah. I don't know. Like even with Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., like I'm thinking maybe B for me.
Yeah. If we're counting Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. B, if we're not counting Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. C.
Yeah, I like her. I definitely not more than like Thor, Hawkeye, or Hulk though. Like I think they're clearly, and like it's not her fault. It's just like they're just more interesting characters, and they're there's
Mhm.
nothing Maria Hill could do to like surpass like a Hulk or a Thor. I feel like.
Mm-mm. No, not at all.
Thunderbolt Ross. Now we can count both versions of this character: the
Oh,
William Hurt version and also the recent
Harrison Ford.
Harrison Ford. Yeah.
Here's the thing. I think Harrison Ford did so good with that role recently.
Yeah.
He's my favorite part of that movie.
Yeah.
William Hurt, as much as I like him, and I'm rest in peace to the actor, he didn't do much in the MCU. He never did. He never got his time to shine.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Incredible Hulk was his only kind of time to shine, but even then, he was just kind of treated as a villain in that movie.
Yeah.
Like, but it's different. If we're including Harrison Ford, I put him like he would have been a D tier for me if it wasn't for Harrison Ford.
Yeah. I always liked him in theory. Very
Yeah, I
similar to Abomination, where it's like I think I liked his character because I knew there was always the potential of Red Hulk, right? I was like, oh, I like him
Yeah.
because maybe this will be the time he gets to do that.
We better see Red Hulk again, but
Yeah. Because like
I probably put him at the same level as like Abomination, but higher than Pepper.
Sure. So we
But that's
so
simply-
we still thinking C then, like around that C spot then.
Yeah, it's like, but here's the thing: he's a character that with more appearances, I could easily put him on.
Yeah, and like Harrison Ford does such a good job. Like he's
He does.
fantastic.
But as much
in
as I
the
said,
role.
as much as I love William Hurt in the role, and I think William Hurt was way more comic accurate than Harrison Ford did.
Mhm.
Harrison Ford just was able to show emotion, and it's not even because of Harrison Ford; it's because of the writing for that movie. Let's be real here.
Sure.
But Harrison Ford was the one who did it, and he did a great job in that role.
Agreed. So speed running through our last several here as we're kind of coming up
Mhm.
on our time.
Okay.
Darcy. I like Darcy way more than most people. I know people shit on her, but
I'm not even kidding. I was thinking in my head, who the hell is Darcy for a second?
oh no, the girl from
I know, from Incredible
the Thor
Hulk, yeah.
movies
Or
and,
from Thor movies. Yeah.
and
I forgot
WandaVision and What If.
I
Yeah,
forgot who Darcy was. In my head, I forgot who Darcy was. Jeez.
that's fair. That's so valid. I get it.
I know, but I like her character, but WandaVision is what made me like her character.
Agreed. 100% agree.
Like, she had a little stint in Love and Thunder, which was nice to see.
Yeah, I 100% agree because like I like her retrospectively looking back after WandaVision. Like I can rewatch like Thor 1 and 2 and be like, "Oh my gosh, hey, it's so cool to see her." Now that I like her from WandaVision, she probably still has to be in a C though, just on like the bias of everything, I feel like. Hello? You there?
Sorry, give me a sec.
Oh, you're all good.
Okay, can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
I might be losing connection soon, so I'm sorry if I end up cutting out at some point.
Okay, that's fine. We can speed run through these last couple. Do we agree with C for Darcy?
Yeah, she have a weird Howard the Duck episode. That's enough.
Yeah. I really enjoy her, but I 100% get the C. The Leader.
Probably Steve as well. Brave New World didn't do many justice for me.
Yeah, honestly, I think almost even worse because it's like such a cool character that they just underutilized again.
Yeah.
So I hope he comes back soon.
Mm-hmm.
Betty Ross.
Also Steve. I mean, I was hoping she would be in Brave New World more, but
They need, yeah, I just nothing to go off of. I feel like
mm-hmm.
Jane Foster.
Ooh, I don't know who'd be for me.
I agree. I think
Like I liked. She was the best part of Love and Thunder for me.
she was. Yeah, no, like she was incredible in Love and Thunder. Like I thought like it's like underdone. It's like undercooked, but I love her journey in that movie.
Yeah,
And I
exactly.
love the story of like not getting your like in Thor's POV of like not being able to get your way and like the like balls to kill her off as soon as bringing her back. I actually think that's
Exactly.
hell. Yeah. Phil Coulson.
Okay, he's an F tier. Agents of Shield, he's an F tier. I'm sorry, we're counting that. He's an F tier for me.
He's an S tier.
Kill me.
Agreed.
Kill me. He's an F tier.
I would, if we're counting Agents of Shield, he's my favorite character on this list.
Probably, yeah. No, he is, yeah. Seriously.
Yeah.
Like, if we're not counting Agents of Shield and we're counting Jeff David appearance, he's probably still a B. I still liked him in Iron Man
Yeah.
2, and Avengers, but
Agreed. Heimdall from Thor.
ooh, I don't remember much of his characters. That's like an instancy for me.
Oh. I was thinking A, so let's meet in the middle with a B.
Okay, what was he only in? Okay, he was in Love and Thunder for a little bit. I remember that wasn't. Or no, sorry, he died in Infinity War.
He's in all 4 Thor movies. He's in Infinity War.
Right. You know what? Actually, no. I might be fine of below A.
Okay.
I'm remembering more of him actually. Yeah, I'm fine of below A.
Okay. Cool. Ironmonger.
Oh, good starter villain for the MCU.
Yeah.
Good starter villain. He was. I would probably. Let me think. Who do we have in C? I would put him in B. Yeah.
I would agree with that. I like him as a villain. Although I think my love of him is just that quote. The like,
Yeah,
he built
exactly.
this in a cave with a box of scrap. Like that quote is just ingrained into my brain for like all of time.
Yeah. Also,
It's
I have some actor bias with Jeff Bridges, so.
Yeah, he's a lot of fun.
But I'm a big Tron guy, so.
For sure. Not Ronan, Odin.
Odin.
Yes.
Ugh. That's tough
Yeah.
because in all 3 movies he was in, he did nothing.
It's because
I mean, I don't remember much of Dark World, but
it sucks because he gives such a good performance. Like he is
does.
such a good actor. Whereas like
Oh my
I
God, he
strip
is.
you of your power, I strip you of your honor. Like the whole thing in that first movie, it sucks.
Anthony Hopkins is just
Incredible. Like arguably
Yes.
one of the MCU's best actors in terms of
Oh,
just,
yeah.
like, pure performance. And it sucks that he did not have a good time on that set. Like he said he was.
no, I know.
What
He said
did.
he said he hated it and just thought it was just stupid acting for a paycheck.
Yeah, it sucks. I'd probably throw him in a B. Are you thinking?
Yeah, I would say well, because of the acting, yes. So we're talking about a character. If it was a different actor, I'd probably put C.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
But writing wise, it's the C tier.
Whiplash.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah, I admit too.
Honestly, from my least favorite character on this list.
I'm okay with D. I'm fine.
Yeah, he might be the only D. I didn't realize he was on this list. Iron Man 2. I'm a huge Iron Man 2 hater.
Oh wow. Okay.
I don't like that movie. I just think it's such a step down from Iron Man 1, and it's weird that Jon Favreau also directed it for me.
Yeah.
Because I love Jon
There was-
Favreau. Elf is my favorite Christmas movie. I love Iron Man. Love Jon Favreau.
There was a lot of like production stuff going on in that.
Yeah, I
movie.
know, I
Just a
know.
lot
They
of-
rushed it out because it came out less than 2 years like after the first one, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, no, there's a lot of stuff there. And to round out our list, I thought it was only fair to end with Nicholas
the-
Fury himself.
The man who started it all. Are we counting Secret Invasion? I guess we have to.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Are we counting Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. too for him then?
Yeah, those 2 episodes.
He was pretty good in those 2 episodes. He's pretty good
Yeah.
in those 2 episodes. He gave him the cube,
Oh, man.
the toolbox.
What sucks about Secret Invasion is like he's not He's not bad in Secret Invasion. Like,
No,
in
he's not.
theory,
He's the best part of Secret Invasion.
in theory, it's great. Like, I actually adored his arc that they started to give to him
Yeah, me
about,
too.
like,
Well, here's my thing
Have-
about Secret Invasion. I think the first 5 episodes of Secret Invasion are good, not great, but not bad. They're just good. The final
Yeah.
episode's trash. But I think the first 5 are good.
like it boils my
And also-
gills because like they give him an arc about like having to finally face his consequences and like deal with what he's done and like face the like sunlight. And
Yeah.
but they give that arc they have that fantastic moment where he's like, I'm like, you're right, I have done all these things, I need to blah blah blah, and it's not him, it's Gaia like pretending
yeah.
to be him. It's like, no, you were so close.
It also just didn't help that the Marvel came out 2 months later, and it feels like a
Yep.
completely different character.
The end of that show was like, hey guys, I gotta go. I have another movie I have to go do in a couple months.
Yeah,
It's
seriously.
Like, oh, God, that
like-
show.
And I like him in the Marvel. I like the comedian Nick Fury and Captain Marvel in the Marvel.
Mm-hmm.
And then Far From Home thing was weird, but
I'm thinking, unfortunately, like a high B for me.
probably it would without Secret Invasion, it would probably be an A. That's the sad thing.
Yeah, I love Nick Fury, but
Yeah, me
they
too.
sometimes just don't know what to do with him, right? Like sometimes he's just the like straight man of the group, being like, go do this,
I
or go do this.
mean,
Like,
When's the next time we see Nick Fury? Who knows?
I don't know if he will. Like,
I
I
don't
don't think
think it
he's
will-
in
like,
Avengers.
he might just be retired. He was very in at the new Endgame.
Yeah,
He might just be retired.
we again, unless we see him, I don't think there's anything
I mean-
on the roster right now that I'm like, I think he's in that. Like,
I mean,
think-
I do think it would be cool that if in Doomsday, like Sam needs like some advice of how to run the Avenger. If we get a Samuel Jackson and Fury cameo.
sure, I could see him cameoing in something. Very
Yeah.
similarly, he's in like Endgame for like 12 seconds or whatever.
They just had to be there at Stark's funeral.
Yeah. Yeah, perhaps.
I would-
don't know. What we said B, right?
Yeah,
So, like,
B, yeah, high B, yeah.
Amazing. Anything on this list that like you would like to move around or shift or change?
I think I'm pretty good with it actually.
Yeah.
I mean, like Betty, I could see going to D, but she was okay in Incredible Hulk. So
Yeah. I don't have any grief with Betty. I think she just kind of is there, unfortunately.
yeah,
I-
sure. Like I really wish she was. I was hoping that she would be a main character of Brave New World. I was hoping she was a surprise. And I guess technically she was, but
It was a surprise that she was in it so little.
yeah, it's like I was hoping she would be in it. Like I was hoping she would just be there. I was hoping that she would be the Reven and her dad turned from that Thunderbolt Ross turned from Red Hulk back to normal. I was hoping that she would be there to like help him.
Mm.
But no, they just had Sam say some cool like speech, and that was about it.
Sure. Absolutely. But
Right.
with that being... Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say the one thing I'll compare it to is like kind of in Flash Season 8 in Armageddon, where you get through Damien Dark by going through his daughter.
Hmm.
I'm kind of hoping they would do a similar thing with that.